Did she say what kind of animal it was that attacked her?
So yeah, they're saying it's some type of animal attack. Statistically, there's been more animal attacks, mysterious deaths, people gone missing.
In other news, local authorities remain perplexed by the animal attacks.
What attacked you in the woods?
An animal. What else could it have been?
Welcome to It Was an Animal Attack, home of the supernatural drama series. I'm Fadzai.
And I'm Sandile.
And today, at long last, we will be covering the man, the first love, the beloved favorite of the pod,
Yes.
the better brother, Stefan Salvatore.
I have been waiting for this moment quite literally half my life. I'm so excited.
That said, I am going to try and be unbiased.
Uh-huh.
I am going to try and be fair.
Yes.
The things that I say will be rooted in, well, the things that I describe about the show will be rooted in facts.
Right.
My opinions on them, I'm not gonna stifle those. Don't get it twisted.
As you shouldn't.
I'm not going to paint an inaccurate picture. I will be pointing out shortcomings where they are. Stefan is a big character, so I won't be able to go beat by beat as with some smaller characters, but I am going to try and analyze Stefan as closely as possible. If I miss any favorite moments, I apologize. I'll try to thread through as much as I can, but we've discussed this character in Damon's episodes, Elena's episodes, Catherine's episodes.
Right. Caroline's towards the end. And frankly, there are so many good moments to pick for Stefan that we're bound to miss a few. I'm sorry that this character is so iconic and so brilliant and the best.
And like Damon and Caroline is there for the entirety of the show as a lead.
Oh, before we get started, for the last time I promise, I do have to promo because this episode, I imagine, is going to bring in a lot more people than Valerie did.
It better. Otherwise, we're shutting down the podcast.
See.
Actually, no. It better. Otherwise, we're removing the Damon episode.
Right, exactly. I can do it. If you want a peek behind the curtain as to what control we have over this podcast, we will delete that goddamn 3-parter. I don't care if it's the best performing episode. If y'all don't turn out for this shit, ooh, y'all don't even know. That said, if you'd like to... Now that we have you here, if you are interested in a supernatural horror fiction podcast, I mean, you listen to this podcast about a supernatural drama series, you must be interested in the supernatural. I have an audio drama, a fiction podcast called Call to the Dark that is already out. Actually, when this episode releases, it is 3 episodes in and has 1 dropping that weekend. So, it's about a character named Dingane Lutuli who receives a box from his late father and a mystery unfolds. It's inspired by Southern African myths and folk tales, and it is told largely through short stories and epistolary fiction. If that's for you, check your socials. At Call Dark Pod is where you'll find it. There will be links in the bio to get through to whatever podcast platform you want to listen to it on. If you're listening to this podcast, it is where you listen. So, Call to the Dark, releasing Sundays weekly at 6 p.m. SAST. Do the time zone calculations or just cross your fingers on a Sunday. But we're getting a good response so far, so I'm very happy. And yeah, come join the ride. You have the tools, you know the words. That is the last promo I'll be doing for it, though, so don't worry. If you've heard this twice before, this is the last time you hear about it. Let's get back to Stefan.
Whoop, whoop. So, the pilot episode. Stefan is in the very first scene post-cold open where Damon murders people. However, for a good chunk of the episode, we don't see his face.
It's true.
It's so silly.
We start with like an over-the-shoulder...
I hadn't even realized.
Well, we do see him hop down from the balcony of his house as he narrates at the beginning. And then we see him over the shoulder at the school.
Lovely CGI. He leaps off the roof of a 2-story building and you're like, okay, so this person isn't normal. But, you know, the show's called The Vampire Diaries, so you had to know something was up. But yeah, he's diarizing. He's just talking about how, I know the risk in returning returning to town, but I can't help myself. I have to know her. And it's like, oh, okay, cool. We again see him from behind when he's at the school enrolling. We get to see another display of vampire powers as he compels the lady at the front desk into believing all his school records are up to date. It really makes you think about all the hoops you have to jump through when you're a vampire who insists on going back to high school.
Right. Immediately, I mean, as they are in that first season, it's the Twilight energy of, like, you matriculated 1,000 times and you kept dealing with the bureaucracy of high school every time you did it? Wild. But okay.
Probably got more and more strict as time went on. Because now she's like, yeah, we need your immunization records and you're missing those. It's like, oh.
I was born in a time where vaccines were barely being discovered. Sorry. Ooh.
He's like, flu shot? I watched people die of Spanish influenza.
Right. What are you talking to me about?
But Elena and Bonnie spot him and they're like, ooh, there's this guy who's... Bonnie calls it a hot back when Elena says that all she can see is back. And I'm like, you know what? She's not wrong.
Fair enough.
He's there in like this leather jacket with a hoodie peeking out over the back of it.
A 2009
it's very
combo.
Of the time. It's cute. It looks good. But eventually, he and Elena have their beautiful meet cute when she is coming out of the boys' bathroom after accosting Jeremy for being high at school.
Yes. That's correct.
From the moment they bump into each other, sparks fly. It's adorable. You can feel the chemistry coming through. They're very, very cute, very taken with each other. Even though we will later learn that Stefan knows exactly who she is, so this isn't the first time he's meeting her. I said I was going to be fair, and the reality is I shame.
We have to get into it. And when we get into the character he very much is playing off of in a different show, we're going to have to talk about it.
Yeah.
Yep.
So just to get out of the way right now, Stefan has already technically been stalking Elena.
That's true.
However,
it was for a very valid reason.
Very valid reason. He is curious about her. We'll get into it in a moment. But for now, he's like, okay, I have come to school to get to know this girl. Now we've bumped into each other. I didn't know she was in the bathroom. It's actually the men's room, so I was not expecting her to come out of
right.
there.
Frankly, it's bizarre. And why is she? I think later he says, you were coming out of the men's room. You were actually accosting me. So what was that about?
They have their first class of the day, which is history. She and Stefan keep stealing glances at each other.
So
Matt
cute.
is sulking because he's still very hung up on Elena.
So sad.
And Bonnie's like, well, since Caroline's not doing it yet, I am currently president of the Elena fan club. She's texting Elena like, oh my gosh, Hottie staring at you. She spells it so ridiculously.
Hottie spelled HAWT-E. Love it.
Yes!
So good.
Eventually, Elena and Stefan have another meeting when she goes to the graveyard to diarize like an emo. Damon spooks her with his raven and fog powers that will never come back after the pilot.
Love it.
And then she runs away, stumbles and falls as she does. And when she gets up, suddenly Stefan's there. They talk for a bit. They've known each other at school. She's like, I'm Elena. We have history together. And he's like, yeah, and English and French. And it's like, oh, look at you
knows.
two.
He's
You
aware
two
of what
kids in
classes
love.
they share. Also, we have to talk about, we need to be very clear. Stefan, who is giving very, like, moody, gorgeous, doe-eyed, like, late 2000s, you know, the sort of slightly swooping hair. He's very intense. Even in, like, he's being very casual in this episode. Like, you could very much just be like, this is a normal teenage boy who's just a little, like, you know, quiet and standoffish. When he's speaking to Elena, so warm, inviting almost. We just watched While You Were Sleeping, but Bill Pullman in that movie talks about the lean. Stefan is very much a leaner when he's speaking with Elena, just being like, would you allow me into your personal bubble just to have a small chat? It's so cute. I love it.
He's the kind of person who will make people like me really feel that we struggle to keep eye contact because we're awkward and shy. You look away and be like, oh shit, he's still looking at me.
He's still looking at you. When you're speaking, he's giving you 100% attention.
He does that in several of the classroom scenes where Elena's like looking at him and then she's trying to focus on whatever Mr. Tanner's saying, and you'll see over her shoulder, Stefan is still openly looking at her. And I'm like, Stefan, you're lucky that you're hot and she's into it. Otherwise, this could be kind of creepy.
This would be so creepy.
If you were a certain Kanama owning photographer from Beacon Hill.
Matt Dela himself, where it's just like, listen, you've got something going on. Unfortunately, your vibe is rancid, my guys. Stop staring.
So they talk. She comments on his gauche ring. Then he smells that she's bleeding from her fall and he gets uncomfortable and Vamp speeds away. But before he does, he turns away and we see the vampire eyes. And it's nice how so many of these first, like, oh, this is how vampires in this universe behave moments are experienced through Stefan. Because Damon only shows up like at the very end of the episode and they are the central vampires for this season.
Mm-hmm. I guess to give Damon some weight, it's that he shows the side of like the feeding, the attacking, the like disappearing people, the quote animal attacks.
And the powers that get retconned away.
Right, exactly.
But later on, Stefan again writes in his diary that he's like, oh, I lost control today, but I can't resist her. It's very moody. It's very broody. You immediately, in this era that this was happening, you're like, okay, Edward Cullen, okay.
It's unavoidable. It really is.
That evening, Stefan goes over to the Gilbert house to see Elena. Shows up at her house and he's like, yeah, sorry I ran away. And she's like, oh yeah, I guess blood makes you squeamish. And he's like, sure, let's
Something
go with
like
that.
that.
Then, again, because I said I was going to be fair, Stefan, you are stalking this girl.
It's true.
Because she's like, wait, how do you know where I lived? And he's like, it's a small town. I asked the first person I came across. And I'm like, a believable lie, but I'm sure it's a lie.
Absolutely a lie. He's known where she lives. He's aware.
But he tells her that she dropped her diary in the cemetery when she was, I guess, when she was having a big fall.
It's not about Stefan, but about Elena. I love that fall that she has when she gets up. They immediately, because I guess they've mentioned at this point she was a cheerleader. She's very athletic when she hops back up, and then she like puts her leg on a gravestone, I guess, to like inspect the wound. And she's like, ooh, that's rough. But she is very unfazed by it.
Yeah.
It's just a moment about Elena I've always liked. I don't know.
Yeah, I think Stefan smells the blood and is like, did you hurt yourself? And she's like, what? And then she realizes that, oh, I guess I feel some pain, rolls up her trouser leg, looks at the wound, and she's like, oh, wow, check that out.
Wild.
She's even inviting him to look at it. And then in that moment, she's like, oh, I guess this guy's afraid of blood. Okay. That's fine.
Good to know.
Stefan gives her diary, and he's like, I promise I didn't read it. And she's like, really? Why? Most people would have. And I was like, would they have? I don't know if most people are that nosy, Elena, but sure. Stefan takes that moment to say, hey, I wouldn't want anyone reading mine. And they have another moment of like, oh my gosh, we both keep diaries. That's so cute. Look at us. Everything's clicking.
Match for match. Sweets. Born under the same sign. Just meant for each other.
Elena goes inside to get something, and she's like, you don't have to wait out there, implicitly inviting him inside, but not explicitly saying the words. Mm-hmm. So he's stuck on the doorstep, and he's just like, no, I'm fine.
I'll just wait here, it's all good.
And then they go to the Mystic Grill together. And when they show up, it's so dramatic. Everyone stops what they're doing to look at them as they walk in. And even though it does feel kind of over the top, I do understand that in universe, it's like Elena is like the super popular girl.
Yes.
Who's also like, you know, she's the talk of the town because her parents just died. And Stefan is this new guy that no one knows anything about, save for Caroline. But it's kind of so camp how Bonnie and Matt are like in their own conversation about him being like, oh no, I'm still hung up on Elena and I want her back. And Bonnie's like, yeah, sure. I'm currently on Team Stefan, but I'm going to give you false hope and say, yeah, just give Elena time and maybe you'll get her back.
He was trying to be nice.
And then they come in and Matt's like, oh, wow, just needs time, huh? Tyler's playing pool. He turns to look at them. Caroline's talking to some people. She turns to look and it's like, oh, everyone's like, oh, look at them showing up together. Oh, the drama. I guess when you're a teenager, it's like the most important thing to happen all day.
Oh, absolutely. When there was a new kid in school, God, nobody would shut up for a week.
It's like they've switched the roles that Bella and Edward have in Twilight, where Edward is the one who lives there and Bella's the one who has moved back after having like been born in that town.
Yeah.
Later on, when Stefan sits with Bonnie, Caroline, and Elena, and they start to ask him questions, he's like, I was born in Mystic Falls, but I moved away. My parents died. Elena's like, any siblings? He's like, None that I talk to.
Speak about.
I live with my uncle Zach. Caroline invites him to the bonfire, and he's so unsubtle. He's like, I don't know. Will Elena be going? And Bonnie's like, yes, she will, of course. And he's like, okay, then I'm going. Speaking of Uncle Zach, Uncle Great Nephew Zach.
King.
When Stefan goes home, he's like, hey, there was an animal attack. I don't know if Damon is in town at this point, so I'm assuming it's you. And Stefan's like, no, it's not me.
I don't roll like that.
I promise, I'm behaving. And Zach is like, well, you don't belong here, Stefan. And Stefan's like, and where do I belong? It's so dramatic. It's so broody. The conversation amounts to Zach just saying, hey, it was a mistake for you to come back to town. We see Stefan looking at the picture of Catherine that we don't yet know is her. Mm-hmm. The next day at school, Stefan starts off his brief enmity with Mr. Tanner when he gags him with his superior knowledge of the Battle of Willow Creek.
Right.
But at the bonfire party, he overhears Elena and Bonnie with his vampiring. Elena's like, yeah, Stefan's pretty. And he has that romance novel stare. And I'm like, yeah, that is what it is. He's got that classic sort of thing going on.
Yes.
Mixed with broody 2000s teenage boy.
A potent combination.
And really, that's what vampires were back then. It's like you just stick this old soul into this contemporary body. Mm-hmm. We see it with Angel and Buffy. We see it with Edward in Twilight. And those really are the blueprints for who Stefan Salvatore is. Let's just be honest.
Frankly, more superficially with Edward, more intrinsically with Angel of Buffy, for the Buffy heads out there.
This is the scene in which Caroline flirts with Stefan again. He indulges her, like offering him a drink for a second. He quickly ditches her and comes over to Elena. And they walk and talk, and she opens up about her parents' death. And Stefan tells her she won't be sad forever. They also speak about her past relationship with Matt, and Elena struggles to explain how she fell out of love with Matt, and Stefan is able to put it into words when he suggests that there was no passion in their relationship. Which I'm like, okay, a little bit forward of you, Stefan. But this moment irritates me in retrospect because they take this moment away and they give it to Damon in the season 3 retcon.
Absolutely always look back and been like, now why did you try and lie in my face when this is what we were saying?
I had completely forgotten they had this discussion. So when I saw that Damon thing, I was like, okay, fine, whatever. Now I'm like, no. You had to, if you have to take points from Stefan and give them to Damon, what does that say?
But then they keep as we've discussed in prior episodes and as we will going forward, they keep doing that beyond season 3 because it's the only way to keep that ship alive. But alas.
Stefan's bloodlust comes back. He runs away to get drinks, and Caroline intercepts him for a third time, and he's finally... she lays it on really thick. She's like, have you ever been to the falls? And he's like, no, I haven't. She's like, oh, because I could show you. And I'm like, all right.
No.
She says it in such a suggestive voice that I was like, Caroline, you just met this man today. Can we calm down for a second?
She's like, the subtle tricks aren't working. I've got to like put my all in because this guy seems to be immune.
That's when he's like, Caroline, you and me, it's not going to happen. Sorry. He later on asks Elena if Caroline is like that with all the guys, which I'm like, all right, what kind of...
That's
Stefan,
a lot.
There's no need for that. But Elena's like, no, it's just because you're fresh meat. She'll back off eventually.
But also, to be fair, listen. Gender aspect notwithstanding, she has been like hounding him all day. I think he's allowed to be a bit uncomfortable with it if he's not interested. I will say that. Let's not throw him fully under the bus.
That's true, but I'm just like, Caroline's making moves that I could have never made as an adult, much less as a teenager. So I'm like, maybe to someone like me, it seems like way too much. But it's like, hey, in life, when you want something, when you want someone to know you're interested,
you need to go out there and get it.
And in the same way, when you want someone to know that you're rejecting them, also just be very clear, like Stefan was.
Be absolutely clear. We don't have time in this life for games.
And he was polite. He wasn't mean. Mm-hmm. He was just very curt about it.
Yes.
Anyway, Vicky gets attacked, and while everyone is tending to her neck wounds and talking about her loss of blood, Stefan's like, oh, I see what's going on here. Runs home and finds Damon waiting for him in his room with his iconic hello, brother. They discuss that it's been 15 years since they last saw each other and why Damon has returned to Mystic Falls, which he doesn't answer. And Stefan's saying how clumsy it was of him to leave a victim like Vicky alive. And then Damon's like, well, why are you back, Stefan? I bet it's because of Elena. She's a dead ringer for Catherine. He continues to goad Stefan by teasing him about his animal diet and how he's trying to reintegrate himself into human high school society. And Stefan snaps and attacks Damon, launching them both out of the window.
Miss when vampires flew. It's so much fun.
Damon is left unscathed, however, and he warns Stefan that he is significantly stronger because he eats people. Stefan's just like, dude, please leave me alone. Like, you spent years following me around and tormenting me, and Damon's like, I promised you an eternity of misery, brother. At the end of the episode, Stefan and Elena diarize in unison, and Stefan eventually goes back to Elena's house to see her, and she invites him inside to talk. Such a sweet pilot.
Beautiful.
In the next episode, everyone's hair is different because it was filmed far. I'm kidding. It's just the boys. It's not everyone.
I was just about to comment on Damon's hair and be like, it was an interesting time in that pilot for Damon Salvatore. That completely shifts. God.
Stefan now blatantly has Edward colored hair, whereas
true.
it was much shorter in the first episode. Matt's sweet little bangs are gone. And I'm like, no, leave him with the bangs. He's the sweet quarterback. The all-American boy next door.
You know?
This episode continues a pattern that the first few episodes keep up in season 1, where Elena and Stefan are like writing in their diaries at the same time, speaking about each other and all their hopes and dreams. They're so hopeful about the day, and they're like, oh, we're coming out of our respective depressive states because we're so eager to see each other again.
It's beautiful.
And Stefan describes himself as completely and undeniably awake for the first time in a long time.
Somebody wrote that about me. Oh my God.
Wow. And it's cute because of the vampire pun. He says, I welcome the day. They continue to have lots of cute moments at school. They're making lovey-dovey eyes at each other in class. Stefan gives Elena his copy of Wuthering Heights.
Cute.
Which I'm assuming is like a first edition copy, because she's like, where did you get this? And he's like, it was family thing passed down. And I'm like, yeah, you met the author herself. You bought it at her first sale.
I don't know when Miss Bronte died. Let me look it up quickly while you keep going.
He does mention that she used a pseudonym. And he's like, yeah, all the Bronte sisters did. At the time, it was really difficult for women to make it in the world of literature. And I'm like, okay, don't mansplain
Feminist
patriarchy to us, Stefan, just because you're old.
2009 feminist ally Stefan Salvatore. Bronte died, when he was born? That's crazy.
In the
in 64,
1840s?
he was... How old was he in 1864? 17. So he was born in 1847. She passed when he was a year old.
Oh, okay. Guess he didn't meet her then.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
So
One famous person you didn't get to party with, Stefan. He offers to let her keep it. I'm like, that's so sweet when you just like give someone something. I can't do that. I'm very...
Are you very treasured of your possessions?
I am. I don't think I could just be like, here, keep the only original copy I have of this book.
Where are the real lovers out there who would give up their first edition Wuthering Heights?
Elena accepts it as a loan, but she's like, no, I promise I am going to give this back. Stefan also overhears Elena and Matt talking about Vicky using his vamp ears.
I just hear it every week in my head. So that's
straight from the pod. But yeah, he hears that, Vicky's been talking about vampires as she passes in and out of consciousness. And he's like, oh, shoot. Races to the hospital to compel her that, okay, cool. So it was an animal that attacked you, and then you blacked out. That's all you remember. Because of his all-animal blood diet, his vampiric abilities are weaker than they should be, so his compulsion doesn't quite take. Matt does glimpse Stefan leaving Vicky's ward.
Yes.
Stefan, for some reason, hurries away at human speed, so Matt is able to follow him all the way to this room where blood donations are happening. Stefan is briefly hungry. He goes to hide behind this privacy curtain. Matt's like, I can still see your silhouette, so I'm gonna go investigate.
Struggle bus hours. This is the one thing I can knock against Stefan. To be fair, he's always being put in very tense situations, usually by Damon. Stefan's very bad at like subterfuge. And I've been listening to a podcast that's been going on for a while that does a more episodic review of Vampire Diaries. They're called the Vampire Diaries. They're very fun listener. You should check them out. In the early arc, they talk about how bad Stefan is at lying about the supernatural. He just cannot like successfully convince people of like the opposite of the bad thing happening. And as we see now, even the like sneaking, he seems to be really bad.
So bad at it. I mean, thankfully, when Matt does pull the curtain back, I guess in that instant, Stefan dives out of the window. First vampire to pull this move that we assume many vampires use in this show. Damon, Catherine, Anna.
Popularized by our own Annabelle Chu.
Matt even looks out of the window and like they're like 2 stories up. He's like looking down at the ground doesn't see anything. And I'm like, Matt, were you expecting to see Stefan out there on the ground?
Where else would he have gone? Otherwise, I'm crazy, right? There are no other exits. What's going on?
Elena goes over to Stefan Salvatore to find Stefan. That's when she runs into Damon for the first time, and he spins all those tales of nonsense and plants seeds of doubts about Catherine. Eventually, Stefan shows up in the middle of their conversation. He is highly unimpressed to see Damon interacting with Elena. It's funny because you spoke about the warmth that he has when he's charming Elena. He is so pissed at Damon in this scene that he cannot even muster up his usual charm for Elena's sake. He is so cold.
He doesn't even look at her in that scene. He stares at Damon the whole time.
He shoos her off, and as she walks out the door, he doesn't even walk through the door. He's glaring at Damon, and I'm like, I don't know if he's scared that Damon was gonna do something at super speed.
It's possible.
If he
He's
took
just
his eyes
putting
off him.
all his focus to stop whatever Damon's about to try.
But again, Damon's teasing Stefan about, your futile attempts to live among humans. And Stefan's like, okay, what are you actually up to? But
Right.
Damon remains fake.
Other than yapping in my ear and wasting my time. What do you want?
The next day, Stefan and Zach talk, and Zach also asks why Damon's back. And Stefan is like, just to, he promised to give me an eternity of misery. And Zach's like, well, Damon's gonna expose everything with, the pretty carefree way he's going about feeding on people. But Stefan's like, no, I handled it with compulsion, although he does admit that his powers are weak and it might not have worked. Zach, clocking Stefan's tea, is like, is Elena really worth all this trouble of you coming back home and all of this happening? And Stefan doesn't answer.
Damn, Zach. Cold.
At the night of the comet, Stefan goes back into his charming and polite mode. He apologizes for being so cold the last time Elena saw him. She's like, no, I get it, family drama. Stefan gives a very, again, unsubtle talk about the comet, comparing it, I guess, implicitly to himself. He's like, it's an object that's been traveling great distances all alone, but every once in a while it returns home. And I'm like, okay, Stefan, okay, you are the comet. The comet is you.
The comet is you. I love you. I love you.
But the two of them speak about their complicated relationships with their respective brothers and their complicated pasts with their respective exes. And Elena concludes that they are both dealing with too much to continue their budding romance. And she says, we met and we talked and it was epic. But then the sun came up and reality set in.
Oh.
And then she leaves.
Defeatist Elena, have hope. You greeted the day with a smile.
It's Damon's fault.
That bastard
I have
always
to
causing
say.
problems.
And that's not a biased opinion, listeners. That's just a fact. She was feeling fine until she went over to Stefan Salvatore and spoke to Damon.
It's true.
So
It's very true.
Matt runs into Stefan while he's looking for Vicky, who's run away from the hospital, and he's like, oh, by the way, I saw you at the hospital. Stefan cleverly doesn't deny this.
Right.
But stupidly says, I was visiting someone. And I'm like, Stefan, you just got to town and you have one relative. Who would you be visiting? What if Matt asks follow-up questions?
Just say you were there to check on Vicky. It's less weird than the story you're spinning now.
Say you were donating blood.
something.
There was a blood drive happening.
I was doing volunteer hours.
Matt is like, oh, by the way, Elena and I have known each other a long time, and I'll always look out for her. And Stefan's like, okay, cool story, bro. I can overhear your sister being attacked by Damon right now, so I'm gonna go deal with that. Stefan finds them on a nearby roof. Damon is very easily able to trigger all of the memories that Stefan feebly compelled away. And then he compels Vicky to believe that Stefan is the vampire who attacked her. And he does all this to goad Stefan into killing her to protect his secret.
Yeah.
He also tries to tempt Stefan into feeding on Vicky. This will become a pattern with Damon, as we've discussed in other episodes, pushing his brother to feed on innocent humans while mocking Stefan's choice to subsist on animals as the weaker state of vampirism. Stefan first accuses Damon of wanting to expose him. When Damon denies this and says he simply wants Stefan to remember who he really is, Stefan then accuses Damon of wanting him to give into the bloodlust so that the two of them will become bosom buddies again. And I want to point out that this dynamic is very similar to the way that Stefan and Klaus's relationship will be portrayed at the end of season 2/beginning of season 3. An evil vampire trying to get Stefan to give into his murderous hunger because he believes that this is Stefan's truest self, and Stefan realizing with revulsion that said evil vampire likes him better this way because it makes them kindred spirits.
Which is so... I mean, there's layers to that with the respective evil vampires who want this of Stefan, but it's also such a, telling statement of how how you feel about the person you purport to like care about. Because even despite this era of Damon being antagonistic to Stefan, as you say, the long con of this is meant to be that Damon actually wants Stefan by his side. But as you say, doesn't want Stefan, as the Stefan he wants to be and feels he is intrinsically. That's not good enough for him, right? That's not acceptable to him. So what does that say about you as a brother, my guy?
So terrible.
I'm just curious to know.
And it comes up again and again over the course of the show, and that's why we will eventually, seasons from now, get a flashback where Miss Alexia Branson is like, no, Damon, you are bad for Stefan,
right?
Especially when he's trying to recover.
You
are the
make
worst
him
influence
worse
that he could have. And you know what? I would argue, Damon, that you're bad for both halves of Stelena. That's another thing they have in common. Ooh. But anyway, Stefan then dares Damon to go ahead and expose him to the town. And he's like, if they drive a stake through my heart, at least I'll be free of you. And then Damon's like, okay, well, now you've taken the fun out of it. So I'm going to compel Vicky to forget about all of the night's violence and vampirism. And then he alludes to more nefarious plans before he leaves. Stefan does manage to win some modicum of Matt's respect. He gets like a degree of it each episode in these first few episodes.
I love the Stefan-Matt kind of bond that grows in the season when it really shouldn't. And it won't be super important in the late game of this world. But for these earlier seasons, I was very like, this is nice.
Yeah.
This is very mature. It showcases both of them as being quite mature. Stefan, of course, just like at baseline, but Matt also sort of becoming a version of himself very early on. That's like, all right, buddy. Even at 17, it's like, let's be smart about this. Let's be responsible.
He's a nice boy.
Sweetheart.
Yeah, he wants to hate Stefan so badly. And Lord knows his bestie Tyler is egging him on. Tyler's like, I'm not that invested in this. I don't have any scenes with Elena at this point in the show.
I don't know who that girl is.
It's the principle of the thing. You can't just let this newbie steal your girl. Like, that's beta energy, bro.
Right. Exactly that. And Matt's like, what are you talking about? Like, this is crazy.
But Matt does say that, oh yeah, Vicky told me that you found her, so I guess thanks for that. And Stefan's like, yeah, sure, man. He goes over to Caroline and Bonnie and asks where Elena is, and they're like, oh, she left, sorry. But Bonnie's like, okay, I'm gonna give you Elena's cell phone number and email. And I'm like, hi, Bonnie.
This is crazy. Crazy thing by just handing over her contact information. I don't care how cute the boy is. I don't care how charmed we are by him. You do not hand over my phone number and my email to some man. Excuse me, Bonnie.
Also, emails in 2009?
Wild.
Girl, when I start getting spam messages because Stefan is a scam artist.
Now I'm getting trying to get roped into some MLM because you gave him my email. Wild.
Yeah, it's been one day. It's crazy she does this, but she's very much on Team Stefan until the end of the scene when she hands the contact info to him and her psychic touch gives her a flash of some supernatural something around Stefan. And she's like, oh, okay, I have to go.
But what does she say? There's something she says that's just, I love what, I don't know if it's in this episode.
She says to Stefan, what happened to you?
Yes.
And he's like, sorry? And she's like, I'm sorry, that was rude of me. I have to go. And she leaves.
That was very forward. I apologize. Love Bonnie. But she says, what happened to you, which I find so particular. That always stuck with me. It's just like, damn.
I wonder if she was she sensing his trauma?
I think
or was
so.
She sensing
She describes
the
it as a
unnatural
darkness, right? It's the supernatural stuff. But like for Stefan, so much of the supernatural was traumatic in his history.
Yeah.
So like, I think she's getting a hit of like, oh God, you've got some real dark shit in your past and in your soul. Are you okay? And then she runs away because she's like, what am I talking about?
Or perhaps as a witch, a latent witch, she's sensing the unnatural state of vampirism that he exists in. Because, you know, witches connected to nature, vampirism, aberration of nature, etc., etc. Could be both. Could be either.
Both, yeah.
At the end of the episode, Elena goes to Chez Salvatore to see Stefan. I assume he called her with the contact info, and then she showed up. Maybe she just went there on her own. Who knows? I don't know.
It's a small town.
He invites her inside, and she's like, actually, no, let's go out and watch that comet together, because it's still in the sky, apparently. She tells Stefan that she was going to write in her diary that night, but then she realized she'd just be writing down all the things she should be saying to him.
There we go.
And she then admits that she's scared to let herself be happy because everything could come crashing down at any moment. Yes. And then Stefan says, listen, I would have written in my diary as well. Do you want to know what I would have written? And then he sort of echoes her words from earlier that evening, but from his point of view, and says, I met a girl, we talked, it was epic. Then the sun came up and reality set in. But he adds that this is reality, what's happening between them right now, and the two of them share their first kiss as Gravity by Sarah Bareilles swells in the background.
As they lose the sense of gravity in the world and they become each other's gravity.
It's so cute how on the nose this show is.
But also on a more grounded note, I love how much these two communicate. Even early on. They're not even a thing yet. And they're so like vulnerable with each other. They're so honest about their feelings 9 times out of 10. It's just such a great baseline for the relationship that is to come. And it is a lot of like Stefan meeting Elena where she is. And it's a lot of Stefan like, despite all the secrets he's keeping, the secrets he has to keep about the supernatural, trying to like be as forthcoming as he can about his feelings. It's really refreshing. I don't know.
I love that they're on the same wavelength. They have so much in common. Later on, the show will try to convince you that Elena has a lot in common with a certain other person. I couldn't
tell you how.
Apart from caring about Stefan Salvatore, I
Right.
couldn't tell you one thing the two of those characters have in common.
Which was always their anchor point. And I was like, I get that's where it started, but where did we go, my guy?
At the very least, if the show had decided to do away with the whole, Elena desperately wants to be human and have babies things. If she had embraced her vampirism, which was the whole thing of season 4, Damon loves her as a vampire and she's a vampire now, so he's the better match for her, I guess. And
Sure.
Stefan couldn't see past the vampirism, yada, yada, yada. I'm like, if you'd kept her on that trajectory and made her into the kind of person that it makes sense for Damon to be with without making her suck, as they do in season 5, then I could have been like, yeah, this makes sense.
But even then, it requires you to shoot in the face Stefan's opinion in season 2, where he felt he would be pleased to be vampires forever and ever in love with Elena, but knew that that's not what she wanted, which is why he never pushed the issue.
Oh, yeah, there's that too.
You simply have to take that dog outside and shoot it for this to work. So
Another example of you have to take away Stefan's toys and give them
it
to Damon. So that Damon has something to play with.
So
I don't know, maybe if you guys wrote some positive traits for this character on his own.
maybe it'll work.
In the 3rd episode, Bonnie is no longer president of the Stelena fan club, and Stefan senses that. So Elena's like, okay, it's all good. Let's have dinner together so that she can get to know you. Before that happens, though, Matt, who is still pining for her, is throwing a football with Tyler and some extras. And Tyler's like, hey, I've got an idea. Let's make Stefan look like a wimp in front of this girl that he likes by throwing a football at the back of his head and hitting him with it. It's genius. I'm so clever.
Let's give him a concussion on school grounds, and then he'll look like a fool.
He'll look like a fool for not having Peter Parker's spider sense and knowing that the ball was gonna hit him in the back of the head, which you deliberately threw. Doesn't work because Stefan's a vampire. He turns around like a cartoon character and catches the ball immediately.
Love how goofy it is. Love the goofy smile he gives too.
Throws it back at Tyler with such force that Tyler is like briefly winded as he catches it. And it's like, well, now you just made him look even better. Because Elena's like, oh my gosh, you got some moves, Stefan. You should try it for the football team.
Stefan's favorite sport. He rides for the Wildcats or whatever they're called.
The Timberwolves.
There we go. Episode 3 is mostly people trying to clown on Stefan and failing terribly. And it's so funny to me.
Yes! It's true, because this is where we get the iconic Mr. Tanner versus
Right.
Stefan with the dates thing, where he's like, I think, again, Stefan and Elena are making googly eyes.
True.
Tanner's like, Miss Gilbert, when was the attack on Pearl Harbor? She doesn't know, so Stefan comes to her rescue, and he's like, December 7th, 1941. And he's like, thank you, Miss Gilbert. That was kind of funny.
To be fair, based Mr. Tanner, these kids are being very annoying in class, okay?
He's like, I'm trying to teach you. Okay?
Right. I have a job to do.
He asks Stefan about the fall of the Berlin Wall, and Stefan's like, oh, 1989, I'm good with dates. And Tanner's like, oh, really? And he challenges Stefan to get the dates of the following events correct. Civil Rights Act, which is 1964, JFK and MLK's assassinations, 1963 and 1968 respectively. He asks about Abraham Lincoln's assassination, which was 1865. He asks about Roe versus Wade, which was 1973, Brown versus Board, 1954, and the Battle of Gettysburg in 1863. And he finally asks, okay, how long did the Korean War last? And Stefan is like, 1950 to 1953. Embarrassingly, Tanner gets very excited when he thinks Stefan got that last one wrong. And he's like, it was 1952. And Stefan is like, no, actually it was 53. And Tanner's like, okay, someone look it up. Your phones that you're not allowed to have out in class, pull them out now and Google so I can show this teenager that I was right and he was wrong.
Veins bulging in his forehead.
So Goolie's like, it was 1953, sir. And he's like, oh, okay. Oh. Guess I'm dead wrong. Frankly, it's a good thing he dies that night, because I could not imagine having to come back and continue to teach this class after that.
Teaching children who will never respect you ever again because you beefed with a 17-year-old about history? I don't know what to tell you, buddy. Maybe Damon did you a favor. I don't know.
Ironically, Tanner is the football coach, so Stefan has to go to him and humble himself a bit to try out. Tanner is still acting like a child. He's like, fine, just so I can see you get knocked on your ass, you can try out. And I was like, all right.
Have we not learned our lesson? This guy's too cool. He wins at everything.
From their point of view, he's kind of a Mary Sue, actually.
Right. A Gary Stew, as some would say, because we can't call a boy a girl's name.
A Gary Stew. Stefan mentions that when he played football, he mainly played wide receiver. And I was like, oh, okay. Jotting that down for later, Stefan. Tyler acts douchey again, because he's like, oh yes, perfect chance to put this boy in his place, because I still haven't learned my lesson either. Me and Mr. Tanner were on the same wavelength. I'm gonna bully you. Matt's like, no, dude, don't do it. His very feeble attempts to rein Tyler in. Like, his heart and soul aren't in it, but he's not really trying to stop Tyler.
No.
We can discuss it in the Matt episode.
Oh, we will.
Lord knows we'll need to say something.
Right, we'll have the time.
He tackles Stefan, breaks his finger. Stefan heals because he's a vampire. Matt then apologizes for Tyler's douchiness. That night is the dinner that Caroline and Damon rudely invite themselves over to. That's when Damon sows all the seeds of, ooh, Catherine. You know what, Catherine? Stefan's ex? It was so dramatic. But from Stefan's point of view, he's like, I think Damon might be feeding on Caroline, and that's not good. Tries to get Damon to stop. Damon's like, no. Stefan's like, please leave all these girls alone. And Damon's like, well, I've been invited into Elena's house now, so I can kind of do what I want.
That's so... Anyway.
Stefan diarizes that, oh, there must be some humanity left in Damon. But for the time being, I'll protect Elena with the iconic vervain necklace. That night before the game, Mr. Tanner makes the mistake of praising Stefan's skills, which pisses off Tyler again. But he's like, well, I guess I'll go take it out on my other punching bag, Jeremy Gilbert.
Right. Which honestly loops right back to Stefan at the end of the day. Like,
they get into a fight, Stefan breaks them up and gets injured. Elena sees the gash on his hand, but by the time she looks again, it's healed. And he's like, no, it's fine, the blood wasn't mine. Later on, Matt, having gained more respect for Stefan, is like, oh, you had Jeremy's back against my douchey best friend, so yeah, I apologize for my previous animosity.
Okay.
He leaves and Damon shows up, threatening Elena. Stefan's like, I don't believe you're a monster, Damon. You're just pretending to be, because your misery over Catherine and your bitterness at me, those are signs of humanity. Damon's like, I bet. Kills Mr. Tanner, who was unfortunate enough to be walking up.
Just walking past.
He was looking for Stefan, actually.
Was he really? Oh, no.
He's like, we have a game to play. Where have you been?
Oh, I forgot the game hadn't actually happened yet.
Kills Mr. Tanner and is like, there we go. There's your humanity for you. So Stefan's like, cool. Damon's a monster. He must be stopped.
And if you'd taken him at his word consistently, God, how many problems would have been avoided in future? But who am I?
The next episode is our lovely Founders Ball.
Yes.
The gist of this episode is just that Stefan's like, cool, Damon's evil. I need to stop him. Uncle Zach is like, okay, so here's the secret. I've been growing vervain in a back room for years now. You can use that to take Damon down because, as you pointed out, you're not strong enough because you're an animal blood. Stefan does state before that conversation when he's writing in his own diary about how Damon needs to be taken down. He says that he fears becoming a monster himself in the process of stopping Damon's reign of terror. And I wondered whether that meant that he didn't want to give into the vampiric urge to solve all problems with violence and murder.
Sure.
Or if he was talking about, to be strong enough to face Damon, I'll have to feed on people.
To maybe feed
and
on
I don't want to do that either.
people. Yeah, that might be it. That is his constant albatross, right? It's like, I have to work so much harder to solve the ills of the world because I don't have the strength others do.
Yeah. Oof, Stefan.
Yeah.
But on that note, Stefan, I think at various points in the series, is just feeding on animal blood.
Yeah.
Because it's weird. Like later on, we'll get to a point where he's feeding on human blood because he's like, I need to be stronger. And then suddenly he'll go cold turkey again, like middle of season 3. And it's like, oh, okay. But I feel as though his powers don't really suffer in those eras.
Yeah, beyond a certain point, they sort of let go of the fact that, like, animal blood makes him the weaker vampire because we've got to keep the story going and they have to be, like, worthwhile protagonists, right?
Yeah. And we're fighting originals at that point.
Right.
So.
So we can't be worrying about, oh no, Stefan's only half as strong as Damon. It's like, well, that doesn't make any of this interesting. To be fair, though, in season 3, he is drinking human blood pretty much throughout.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, what actually, maybe we leave this for later. What are the points where he goes back to animal blood?
Okay, we'll get to it. But Damon attacks Zach for asking questions, I guess. He just asks what Stefan's been asking for days now. And it's like, why are you here? Damon gets upset and is like, how dare you question me?
Right.
Stefan shows up and saves him. And that's when Zach is like, okay, cool, we're going to use vervain. Stefan tries and fails to trick Damon into drinking some spiked liquor. But Damon's like, I'm not stupid. I know there's vervain in here. Now I'm angry. Now I have to go to the party angry, Stefan. Who knows what I'll do? And I'm like, this feels like an abusive relationship now. That's truly, it's
Look what
like,
you made
oh,
me do.
if you don't keep your abuser happy,
Yep.
now they're either going to take it out on you or other people and be like, it's now your fault that I'm doing this.
Again, a setup
Just-
that will be consistent throughout the story with Damon Salvatore.
The only change is that it'll get worse because Elena will also get roped into that, where if she upsets him, now he's taking it out on other people.
Right. And at least at this early point, we're acknowledging that this is a horrible thing that we must contend with. By like season 5, we're like, this is a normal and loving thing to do to make sure Damon is happy so that he doesn't spiral out and kill people. This is what we owe him. I'm like, okay, go.
Before the climax of the episode, Damon's attempts to drive a wedge between Stefan and Elena using vague Catherine allusions is somewhat successful. At the ball, Elena asks all sorts of questions that Stefan is not prepared to answer, so she gets upset and she ditches him on the dance floor. She does find Caroline in the restroom with all the bite marks that Damon has left all over her, and after threatening Damon, if he doesn't leave her friend alone, she goes and tells Stefan that, yeah, I think your brother is abusing my friend. I don't know what's going on, and Stefan's like, it's okay. I'll deal with
Being
it.
taken care of.
So he spikes Caroline's drink with vervain so that when Damon feeds on her, he ingests it via her blood. And he's incapacitated and locked in the Salvatore cellar.
Bye, bitch.
Episode 5. I believe this is the episode where Elena finds out about
Tis
vampires.
indeed.
Beauty of the dark. Damon is being left to desiccate. Stefan claims he's going to lock him in the Salvatore family crypt. But on Elena's side, she has a conversation with Tiki's
Grandfather. Well, they're at the car wash. Her and Stefan are trying to like rekindle things post the Damon debacle where he's told her it's being taken care of like a goddamn mob boss. So she's like, okay, I can settle down a bit, but I'm still suspicious because you're not telling me everything, Stefan. Tiki's grandfather, by chance, coming by to see his granddaughter run the car wash or whatever, and see Stefan is like, Mayo, I know you. And Tiki's like, he's a little Alzheimer, don't pay attention to him. And then crazy. And then later Elena goes to speak to him because Stefan's still being dodged.
And then that's when she does her own little investigating through like the Fell family archives because they're the only family in town that spawns reporters. And that's when she sees a grainy 1950s picture of Stefan standing in the background. And she's like, yeah, that's definitely him. It couldn't be some obscure relative that I know he must have had in this town of Salvatore's.
That's fair.
Who looks similar. Eventually, Damon, as we know, uses his psychic connection with Caroline to get him out of the house. And he kills Zach.
Yeah. Yeah, just like that.
Kills Zach. Stefan comes home and finds him dead, and Damon escaped. Then Elena shows up with her, "What are you
He's like holding a stake in his hand, ready to kill Damon.
Imagine if he was like, actually, I'm a vampire hunter. You were way off.
Right? Like, I
I'm
respect
the
the hustle,
Slayer.
girl, but you've missed the targets. But the thing is, right, is that Stefan was looking for an excuse to tell her. Honestly, this must be a bit of a relief to be like, okay, I don't have to lie to you anymore, but now I have to convince you to keep this a secret so that nobody else finds out.
And as we said in the Elena episode, in the next episode, Lost Girls, she is, unlike Bella Swan, very terrified.
Run, girl. You in danger.
Runs away before he can explain. He follows her home and is like, look, I'm not going to hurt you.
He comes through the window.
In her room, he's like, I just need to clear my name first. Damon is the one killing people,
Right.
not me. And she's like, okay, I need you to leave. And because he's not Damon, he respects her wishes. Damon, meanwhile, wants his daylight ring back from Stefan. He's already killed Vicky's friends. He disposes of their bodies, but Vicky's alive, so he's like, cool, I'll take you back as a plaything. Mm-hmm. This is the episode where we get some flashbacks, and Stefan explains, I was born in 1864 and met a woman named Catherine, who I'm not going to tell you yet looked just like you, because that's,
Right.
too much in one day.
Too much too fast, too much too fast.
But we do see the stuff that Damon had spoken about in the previous episode. Catherine wanted an escort to the first Founders Ball, and she picked Stefan, even though later on, I guess she had a dalliance with Damon in the same night. When Catherine and Stefan hook up for, I think, the first time? I can't remember if it was the first time. She feeds on him, freaks him out, as we've discussed in the Catherine episode, and he's like, oh my gosh, you're a monster, you're a demon, get away from me! And she's like, no, but you're not afraid of me. It doesn't change how you feel. Which is fine print that Catherine will later use to paint herself as not as terrible as she is when she's like, listen, I didn't compel you with the words, you are in love with me.
Right.
I compelled you with the words, you aren't afraid, and it doesn't change how you already feel. So technically, Stefan, this is a love story. I don't know about you.
Girl, no. It's so much worse than you remember.
But this is when we see that Stefan mistakenly believes at this stage that Damon was also compelled by Catherine, which we'll later learn is not true. Damon kills Vicky with vampire blood in her system. She wakes up in transition, being all weird all day, and eventually when Elena and Stefan run into her, he realizes that she's halfway to vampirism. She needs to feed on human blood, or she will die. Does she complete her transition in that episode?
Yeah, at the end of the episode, because what's his name fell.
Oh yes,
Logan
the
fell.
vampire hunt is what happened.
Yes. He attacks them in the middle of the woods while they're talking to her, shoots them up with wooden bullets. Damon attacks him and knocks him out. I think he rips open his neck. And then real quick she goes, I'm sorry, and then runs away. And then she becomes Stefan's
Sips it up,
problem.
transforms, runs off. Stefan is so shocked at that, and I'm like, but you were the one who said she needed to feed to survive. You knew she would die in 24 hours if she didn't, so I don't know what you were hoping for.
Yeah. But also this episode is very key because this is a situation where Damon has caused this problem, right? And now has created this vampire. At the end of the episode, he's pulling bullets out of Stefan, being like, I'm not gonna let you die because I'm the only one who can kill you. And it's supposed to be this like veiled thing where it's like, well, he cares about Stefan, he won't let him die, but he has to like hide it in like jabs and antagonism because he doesn't know how to express regular emotions. But it's like, any small kindness he shows Stefan is always counterbalanced by how much of a problem he creates for Stefan. Because he makes this vampire and then goes, not my business, and skedaddles. And Stefan has to be the one to take Vicky through her transition in a way that's not gonna get people killed.
Yeah. And we see it in the next episode, Haunted, where Stefan's like, okay, I'm gonna get you on the animal diet. And Damon's like, no, that's silly. You should drink human blood instead. That will come back in a big way.
Yes.
Vicky and Elena have their little thing where Elena's like, yeah, Vicky, you're dangerous and I don't want you seeing my little brother. And Vicky's like, okay, well, I have superpowers. So threatens Elena. Stefan comes in and Elena's like, yeah, Vicky's gone crazy. She's strong and dangerous now. And Stefan's like, no, it's just the heightened emotions. The person she's in love with is also the person she wants to eat.
When you're a vampire, your emotions are heightened. His favorite line.
Damon stupidly teaches her how to use super speed, so she runs away again.
Right. Immediately.
But eventually she makes her way to the Halloween party. She finds Jeremy. Their kissing leads to feeding and she wants to eat him. Elena shows up and tries to save her brother. And then Vicky's like, you know what? Actually, if I'm gonna eat a Gilbert, it might as well be you because you're getting on my last nerve. Bites Elena. She screams. Stefan shows up, stakes Vicky one time. He's
It's
like,
true.
no, I don't play about Elena. I'm so sorry.
No, Like, I was very, very willing to help you through this, Vicky. Unfortunately, you've attacked the girl that I am in love with. He doesn't say it here, but he does say it a couple episodes later.
Yeah.
But also, key thing of this episode, even though it ends in absolute disaster, the moment Elena knows about the supernatural, Elena and Stefan are working together. And I really appreciate that. He brings her in when he's taking care of Vicky. He talks her through the whole process to be like, here's how the supernatural works. Here's how vampirism works. This is a teaching moment so you can have all the information you need to decide what you want to do with this secret. Because even when he was telling Elena about the past stuff, he said, give me a day to tell you everything I know, and then you can decide what you do with that. From get-go, once their like knowledge base is shared after episode 5, they're on even footing, and Stefan takes great pains to maintain that, to be like, we are equal in this pairing.
They both also share the unwise opinion that we have to keep everyone in the dark to keep them safe.
Absolutely so. This is how we keep them safe, by not having them have all the information they need. This is good and right, guys. Stupid.
At the end of that episode, Jeremy, who has witnessed Vicky's death, is very traumatized, and Elena's like, okay, cool, consent be damned. Stefan, could you compel away Jeremy's memories with the mind control you told me about the other day, you know, that Catherine did to you? You can do that, right? And Stefan's like, well, I'm not strong enough because of the way that I choose to live and the animal blood. And then Damon shows up like a knight in dented armor and says,
I was gonna say, like,
I can do it.
Spectre tied to the home, but all right.
He's like, I can do it. I can compel away Jeremy's trauma. It's the least I can do since I am literally the cause of all of this.
That is exactly what I was gonna say. A lot of people herald this moment as the first kindness of Damon Salvatore. It's the bloody least he can do after all the drama he's caused.
So yeah, Damon compels Jeremy to think Vicky left town.
Elena breaks up with Stefan.
Yes, this is when she's like, yeah, this is a little too much, sweetie. Again, I'm not Bella Swan.
Yeah.
So
I'm not drawn to
being in
the
danger
dark,
every
baby
other
girl.
day.
I don't feel like I'm a step out of life.
Almost dying is not an aphrodisiac for me, actually. So, sorry. The next episode is the birthday episode, 162 Candles. We get to meet Lexi. She shows up. It seems like she might be a threat, but it's like, oh no, it's a friendly vampire. She's being all chilled. It's his bestie. It's very quickly established that there is nothing between them that's not platonic. He loves her like a sister. And she's here to celebrate his birthday, which she apparently does every single year. She finds him wherever he is. I don't know how she knew he was here. Maybe she
knows his wants. She knows his ways. Also, I have to say, in 2009, it's a very smart move to have Stefan have a girl best friend. There's just something about that for me, like, it fits in a lot with Stefan's character for writing in that era, that man has a girl best friend.
And as I've stated repeatedly, the promos on the CW tried to make us think she was a rebound. She was some old vampire ex-flame who was coming back.
If you're gonna try and ruin my time with Stefan, it's like she's talking to a completely different person.
Lies! Just deception all around. I was like, you guys are shady. for
CW,
this.
baby.
They literally captioned it, there's no rebound, like a vampire rebound. Mind you, this woman is in a committed relationship with somebody else we'll meet episodes from now.
Guy.
Elena happens to bump into Stefan outside the sheriff's station. And again, she makes it clear, oh no, we're done. I can't see you. Please stay away. What is it that leads her back to his home, though?
I guess it was to ask about Jeremy and his behavior post the compulsion, because he was
because he was
starting
being
to
a
act
good
very
boy.
weirdly normal. Yeah. In like a way that was unsettling. So I guess she wanted to bounce that off Stefan.
She does that, meets Lexi, who's like, Elena leaves because she's feeling awkward because she's misreading the situation. Lexi immediately goes upstairs and is like, Stefan, why is a woman who looks just like Catherine downstairs? You got some splaining to do, bestie. Stefan says his arc words for the season. She's not like Catherine. She's nothing like Catherine. And Lex is like, okay, well, I'm going to plant the seed of there being some familial connection, which will come back in a big way later on because they could be twins.
They could be.
And that's when Stefan is like, no, she's everything that Catherine isn't. Catherine was vain and deceptive and very, very selfish. And Elena is selfless almost to a flaw. And she's compassionate and kind and open. And Lex is like, ooh, boy, you in love.
Bad. And listen, to be very fair, because we said we're going to be unbiased about Stefan, there is an argument to be made that his desire to pursue Elena was because she sits in such an anti-position to Catherine, right? Like, it's the same face that he was falling for back in the day, but Elena's kindness is genuine. Elena's, like, warmth and empathy and all of that is genuine. She's not a monster waiting to, like, eat him from the shadows. My point being, someone might argue that and suggest that that may be a knock against this relationship and its authenticity. I don't feel it's a detractor. I do think that even if that is the origin point, that like weaves into how their relationship grows, because ultimately you still have to get to know Elena as a person. You may be drawn to somebody because they are the thing that you did not enjoy about previous relationships, but like ultimately you are falling in love with that person for who they are, if you're as well adjusted as Stefan is.
And ultimately the person she ends up with anyway is also someone who dated Catherine. So
and even still there, it's like, well, you were looking for Catherine also, but when she didn't fit that hole, you just chipped away at her. Kept chipping. Ugh.
Eventually, Elena runs into Stefan at the grill, I think. Questions the whole Lexi thing. Towel girl. And Stefan's like, oh, no, we're just friends. We've never, ever, there's never been anything.
It's not at the grill. It's at Elena's house. Because after his chat with Lexi, he goes over to explain. Yeah. And he invites her to the grill because it's his birthday.
162 years old. It sounds so weird when you say it out loud, Stefan. I do like that with the Lexi of everything, we get to see that Stefan is this like moody, broody, very serious, angst-ridden sort of dark boy, but in like the best way. And then Lexi's like this ray of sunshine who bounces into his life and is like, dude, lighten up. We're gonna go to concerts of every great artist in the 20th century.
There we go.
And we're gonna drink and party and have fun because you gotta just like crack a smile every once in a while.
Right. I love that so much. It's that like, especially as someone who is a vampire that very staunchly lives the vampire life, she says she mostly drinks from blood bags, but Lexi does not seem averse to feeding from people. She just doesn't kill them because, as she points out, you don't need to do that. You can be a very normal vampire. But she respects Stefan's choices and she's able to live compatibly with him, no issue, because she likes and respects Stefan as a person. So it's not this impossible thing that like the Damons and the Klauses of the world would have you believe. And she reminds him, hey, despite that, you can still live a fulfilling life, despite the like weight on your shoulders because of this life you've chosen, because of this condition you have, as we learn later on. You can still find joy. And I really, really love that about their pairing.
I'm so glad you bring up the Damons and the Klauses of the world, because I'm like, Klaus, look at his actual best.
Right.
She's not an enabler. She's like, I see you for who you are, but I also see that you could lighten up and be happier in ways that aren't self-destructive. And I will always be there for you to pull you back from the precipice.
Right.
If you start to lose control.
Actual friendship. Love that.
God, it's so beautiful. It's a pity that Damon murders her in this episode.
If there was a top 5 sins Damon has committed directly against Stefan, I mean, this is easily number 1, right? Of the many ways that Damon screws over Stefan, this has to be number 1.
Yeah.
Kills his best friend. And it's just like never given the weight that it requires.
Never. Ugh. Like the Caroline thing, the Caroline thing is just retconned away.
Yeah.
The Lexi thing is just swept under the rug. We all have to get over it.
Right.
Damon's sins will always be forgiven and downplayed because I guess every person in this friend group is a good Christian person who believes in washing away one's sins with the blood of Jesus.
He said his Hail Klauses, and he spilled the blood of a few teenagers.
He said his Hail Mary Porters.
There you go. We got there.
Before Lexi is unceremoniously killed, she does have a discussion with Elena, which we've spoken about in the Elena episode, where she kind of helps to mend fences between Elena and Stefan. And she's like, hey, listen, when it's real, you can't walk away. And also just in terms of like vampire-human relationships, I have been a vampire dating a human. I loved a human. And then eventually I did turn him with, I assume, his permission because I wanted to be with him forever.
Does she say that in this episode?
I think so.
I don't think so, because then they meet Lee later and she's surprised he's a vampire.
Oh, so she just mentions that I've dated a human.
Yes.
Okay. I wonder if they maybe had intended intended for him to be revealed as a vampire later.
I
Or
think
maybe they
so,
were just
because
gonna
it's
leave it as,
pretty
like-
quickly afterwards. It's like 3 or 4 episodes after that Lee shows up.
Well, all the sweeter then that she makes Elena see that you can have a future with the vampire. Lexi, I personally disagree. I don't think you can be with an unaging, immortal creature unless you plan to somehow match that energy yourself.
That's what
But
Lee
sure.
says.
This show will constantly treat it as though, no, you can totally be a human dating a vampire and have a future with them. Yeah. I guess you'll have, if you're a woman, you'll have children via sperm donor.
Right.
Because everyone in this show wants babies. And then you and your kids will one day die of old age or natural causes and leave your vampire husband all alone in the world.
Listen, that's the choice you make. Unfortunately, some have done that. If y'all have read The Clockwork, what's it called? The Infernal Devices by Cassandra Clare. I hate to invoke anything written by Cassandra Clare. But that is what happens
It's
with the
of the
character who's
genre.
immortal by the end of that series in the 1800s and watches all of her family members pass away. It's very sad, but she's also got an opinion of it of like, but I had that time with them. I lived a full life with them and then they passed. I hold them in my heart. It's very sad, but life passes on.
Could never be me.
Fair enough.
After Lexi has helped her understand Stefan a bit more, Elena's like, okay, cool. I'm going to give this another shot. I want to be with Stefan, regardless of the fact that he's a vampire. Damon then orchestrates Lexi's death in order to clear his name. He'll later on tell Stefan, I was doing it for us.
and it's like, Stefan wasn't killing people in town and drawing attention to himself. This was for you. I hate him so much.
Awful. It is nice that this is a breaking point for Stefan.
Yes.
This is the point where he's like, no, this is enough. Because he arrives with Elena just in time to see Lexi being killed. Hides the two of them because he knows there's nothing he can do for her now. She's already been staked. And then is immediately like, cool, I'm going to go murder my brother now,
I'm gonna
Elena.
go kill him because that's what he deserves.
And Elena's like, no, don't do it, Stefan. He's like, why are you protecting Damon now then? And she's like, oh, this isn't about him. This is about you. You risk your immortal soul, Stefan.
your humanity. It's like, I'm a vampire. No, you're immortal. You must stay good and pure. This will break. To be fair, she has clocked him. This will break him at the end of the day to kill his own brother.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
yeah. That's the unfortunate thing is that Stefan did not even tries, because I was going to say tries so hard to be a good person, is such a good-natured person and has this very precarious, like, state of being where it's like, this will actually ruin him if he does it, even if he's furious enough and righteous enough to kill Damon in this moment.
And looking back, knowing that Damon has already killed Zach at this point, has done things that resulted in Vicky's death, who I guess Stefan cares about by proxy.
Right.
And will later on learn has some sins retconned in the 90s. Stefan being like, yeah, I have to kill Damon or he'll keep killing people I love.
Valid.
Makes total sense.
Very valid.
He does attack Damon. He manages to get the upper hand, surprisingly. Animal diet be damned.
It's that fury.
It's like Caroline says when Damon's like, I'm way stronger than you. And she's like, well, I'm way angrier.
You don't care about these people you've killed. I do. I'm trying to destroy you.
So he almost stakes Damon through the chest, but then he's like, okay, I'm gonna leave you alive, let you know that I could have killed you, but I didn't, which is a good moment. I'm like, yeah, Damon, he technically beat you. So there. And he warns him to leave him alone. And I guess Damon is changed by this because in the next few episodes, he's like behaving himself, I guess.
Trying to win back Stefan's favor a little bit. And it's like, what's this?
The next episode is the one when he finally reveals to Damon reveals to Stefan that I have returned to Mystic Falls to free Catherine Pierce from the tomb. Stefan is broody initially at the beginning of this episode.
So when they're tossing around the pigskin. Good American boys.
He's trying to ignore Damon. Damon's like, ooh, doing this stupid thing where he's like, oh, Stefan starts it. Stefan mimics Damon first. And then Damon starts mimicking him.
This is fun. This is a fun
so
episode,
silly.
yeah.
But yeah, Stefan is surprised to learn that Catherine is not actually dead. And Damon's like, well, yeah, I'm going to open the tomb, let her and the other 27 vampires who also aren't dead out. And Stefan's like,
Just chill
no,
things.
don't do that. We can't let out 27 vengeful vampires. Bold of him to assume they'd be vengeful, but I guess by now he's learned about vampire culture and he's like, yeah, they'll go after the descendants, innocent people in this town who put on Confederate parades. Anyway,
Let's not act. Damon was a literal Confederate. That's not what he's concerned about. If anything, that's keeping him from killing them. He's like, okay, mark 1 in their column to live, and mark 3 for attacking Catherine.
Eventually, when Bonnie is possessed, Elena calls Stefan and is like, Bonnie's going to Fell's church. Damon overhears and gets there first. He goes to Bonnie/Emily and is like, we had a deal, remember? Emily's like, well, actually, no. I can change my mind because I'm a ghost and you don't frighten me.
You can't touch me, so shut up.
Destroys the crystal, which angers Damon. He tries to attack Bonnie as revenge. He leaves her bleeding on the floor, I guess, so doesn't actually kill her, and Stefan is able to heal her with vampire blood.
He was trying to kill her. Stefan had to throw him out.
Oh, he actually stops it.
Yeah,
oh, okay.
Stefan has to stop it. My girl is bleeding
I thought he just
out.
bit her and then dropped her the way all the vampires do in this show, where they're like, yeah, I sucked on you for 2 seconds, so now you're dead. Stefan heals her.
This is when Elena and Stefan have that discussion where she's like, I'm gonna tell Bonnie. Like, I understand you want this to be a secret, but I need somebody to talk to or I'm gonna go insane. And Stefan's like, no, you're well within your rights. And Bonnie should know anyways, because clearly the danger is spilling outside of the circle. What circle? I don't know where the circle is they've drawn. People are being attacked left and right.
The circle of you and me.
Right. It's like, girl,
with Damon, the monkey on our respective backs. Is this when he says he's gonna leave?
Yeah, I think he's planning to leave at this point.
So I guess another breakup for the two of these two characters.
Well, they're technically not back together. After that talk with Lexi, she doesn't explicitly get back together with Stefan. She just is like open to them
She was
speaking
open to
again.
it. Mm-hmm. So it's another obstacle and a reason they can't be together. He's like, I'm leaving town now.
Right. And now she's the one who's like, well, damn, I was starting to feel like maybe. And he's like, no, the darkness I bring with me follows me everywhere. I must keep it away from you. And so he's like gonna leave. Because in his mind, the crystal's broken. There's no way for Damon to get in the tomb now. Now I must convince him and we both leave town and be done with this.
Episode 10, The Turning Point. This is the one where Logan Fell is causing trouble because now he's a vampire. Damon seems open to the idea of leaving Mystic Falls with Stefan. Unfortunately, before that conversation can go very far, Sheriff Forbes shows up and is like, there's been another vampire attack in town. Yeah. Stefan's like, God damn it, Damon. And Damon's like, hey, this time it wasn't me. I swear. Stefan lets Elena know about this new vampire when he sees her again at school.
Stefan is mostly with Elena in this episode. They're like, having their final talks before he goes off. And so Damon's dealing with the Logan stuff until Logan snatches Caroline.
Logan does show up at the school and lets Stefan know that he's got Damon all shot up and wants to know the secret of walking in the daylight. And Stefan's like, you want to know how you can walk in the sun? You can't. I was like, damn, all right. Gatekeeping, Stefan.
He said, you gotta hate from outside the club, my dear. You ain't getting in.
I like that he's not intimidated by Logan at all. He pulls out the vampire card there. He's like, listen, I might look 17 in universe, but I'm actually way older and stronger than you, and you don't frighten me. So if push comes to shove, I'll end you.
I'm like 6 times your age, buddy.
As you said, Logan snatches Caroline. Damon shows up and makes a deal with Logan, so he runs away, I guess.
That's really it until the last conversation
Stefan
with Elena. It is mostly him and Elena this episode.
Just him and Elena dancing around the same issue about how they can't be together. And then at the end of the episode, well, don't they sleep together?
Yes, Elena comes over and is like, I'm done fighting this. I don't care if it brings the drama or if it causes problems
shift.
Or the supernatural, because I want you, Stefan, and I'm finally like being truthful and honest with myself. I want this. And I think this is where she says, I love you, because she's the first one to say it.
this is the first I love you.
Yes. And Stefan's whole face shifts. He's been like brooding the whole episode, as he is wont to do, but it's been very high level lately. And his whole face changes and he becomes so like overwhelmed with joy and emotion. It's like,
It is sweet that she says to him in that scene, because he's all like, oh, I've brought all this darkness and pain and suffering to your life. And she's like, I had darkness and pain and suffering before I met you. Remember?
Right. I literally went off a bridge and almost drowned and survived my parents' death. I don't know if you knew.
Several months of depression, a brother who's abusing substances. So actually,
I'm pretty used to handling the dark stuff. A little supernatural on top of that, a little extra spice ain't ain't hurt nobody.
But yeah, they make love for the first time. It took 10 episodes to get there because the writers were like, we don't want you to think Elena's a floozy.
No, she's not some common street harlot. She's our brown-haired girl next door popular cheerleader.
She's the final girl.
She's the final girl. It's very sweet. The music is beautiful. I think we spoke about it in the Elena episode where as they become more emotional, Stefan's vampire face comes out involuntarily and he turns away from her on instinct. And she takes his face and turns it back towards her and is like, you don't have to hide from me. I take you as you are, all of you.
Word for word, bar for bar, stolen from Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Angel and Buffy aren't being intimate in that scene because we know where that leads. It's a little while before that. I think Angel, because in the Buffy universe, when a vampire gets out their vampire face, they get a little stat boost. So during a fight, that'll often happen instinctively. So there's some fight where they're on the same side and Angel's vampire face is out. And once they've defeated whoever they were fighting, Buffy sees his face and is like, oh no, Buffy, you shouldn't have to see me like this.
You shouldn't have to see me like this.
Much like Elena, she pulls his face back to him and she's like, no, you don't have to hide from me. You're beautiful. I love you.
Which shame, she's lying to his face. That is not
a
pretty
the Buffy
sight.
vampire face, terrifying.
It's horrifying. It's demon, quite literally a demon face as described in the story. It's not a couple
their
pretty
eyebrows
veins.
disappear. They get that furrowed ridge. They've got a lot more fangs.
Yep.
Their eyes are yellow.
Face shape completely changes. Looks like the buccal fat's been removed all of a sudden. It's like, girl, what's going on?
Vampire Diaries is just some bloodshot eyes and a few veins. Like, it's not that deep.
A little bit of fang. It's like, oh, it's so dramatic and haunting and beautiful.
What does ruin the romance, though, is when Elena wakes up after sex and sees Catherine's picture, which I guess Stefan just left lying around like an idiot.
Yeah, my defense
Just
for him in the
within
prior
reach.
episode is he didn't know she was coming over. But also, why do you still have that picture up, my guy? How long has it been?
145 years.
Yeah.
She leaves. She runs away without even speaking to him, which understandable. By the time he comes back, he just finds her necklace there on top of the picture, which is a very dramatic way to exit.
That she knows how to send a message, my good girl.
Yeah, she gets snatched at the end of that episode.
Yes.
I guess.
Well, by Damon. She gets put into a car accident by Noah, who we haven't met yet. He's just a specter on the road.
Yeah.
And then Damon shows up and is like, are you all right? And then kidnaps her and takes her to Georgia.
So yeah, Bloodlines is the Damon and Elena road trip. Stefan...
He's in a sheer panic trying to figure out what's happened to Elena. He's calling her up. He gets Damon, which is annoying as hell.
Of all people.
He goes to Bonnie for help because Elena won't speak to him. Is like, I think Elena's in trouble. Please help me find her. And Bonnie's like, I don't even want to talk about this witch stuff. Shut up and leave me alone. But then he does get through to her and is like, listen, the last I know is that Elena is with Damon, and you know how dangerous Damon can be. All I want is to make sure Elena is safe. And Bonnie's swayed by this, and she tries to do a locator spell on Elena. I'm not sure what she uses. She just kind of clasps her hands together and then like waits for the wind to like rise up, and then she's like, oh, it's not working.
It might be the necklace, because technically it is Elena's property now.
Yes, that's what it is. And she's like, something's wrong with my juju. I don't know what it is because I barely know what I'm doing, so I'm gonna head off.
She goes to Grams first, and Grams directs her to the tomb,
which she falls into.
She falls into. Stefan then goes to Grams in his own capacity.
Oh, I love the scene.
Just, the respect in the scene.
That's how you know that's a real man who just stepped up.
He's like, hello, Miss Bennett. Gives her his hand to shake, but also to touch, which she will then note that, oh, you know I'm a witch and that I would sense you were a vampire, so you wanted me to know that I could trust you. Mm-hmm. That said, I'm not going to invite you in. I'm sure you can understand why.
Thank you, Miss Bennett.
He mentions that, I knew you back in the 1950s. Wasn't sure you'd remember me. We were at a sit-in during the Civil Rights era.
What? No, it's not the Civil Rights era. It would make so much sense if it was the Civil Rights era, right? But it was the Vietnam War, which is also cool.
Oh!
They were protesting the Vietnam War.
So it wasn't the 50s then. It must have been...
It was the 60s. Yes. The whole time
Stefan,
I thought it was
how often
civil
do you come
rights.
back to this town?
Don't know. Don't know.
She says she was barely a teenager, and I'm like, yeah, I guess you have to because
I don't think you were
Miss
born,
Jasmine
babe.
is playing this woman, and she's like in her late 40s.
Right. I think you were born in the late 70s, and this is nonsense. But here we are.
I do like that in this scene, Sheila seemingly being very strict on which business is like, I might consider you not a foe, but I'm still not inviting you into my domain. I will not give up that safe space, no matter what. It seems like extra caution in this era, but given how Stefan and the rest of the Mystic Falls gang will in later seasons reveal that they're willing to do all sorts of things to people who aren't close enough to the nexus of the main characters.
Exactly that.
Very fair.
Vampires will turn on a dime with you, sometimes through no fault of their own because of that goddamn switch, and sometimes just through choices they make because they mostly suck. That was a very responsible move on her end. But I love before that last scene where he's brought Bonnie back to Sheila, the scene where Sheila notes to him that she told Bonnie to go face her fear, and Stefan figures out where that might be, goes to where the tomb is and finds Bonnie, like terrified, alone, and downstairs in that tomb with no signal. It's a moment of rebuilding trust with those two because since the hand touch and that awkward dinner, Bonnie's not been his biggest fan. But now that they're both involved in the supernatural and Stefan, as you say, has shown to the Bennetts he's trustworthy and he's here to help. And he gets Bonnie out of there. He gets her to like hold on to him and hops them out of the tomb. It's all very sweet, very beautiful stuff. And it's from that instance that we see Bonnie has learned there are 27 vampires in the tomb and they are all like keening and moaning from desiccation of 100 years. Ugh.
Keening and moaning.
Awful stuff.
And Stefan promises her, girl, they're not gonna get out. Don't worry. They're paralyzed. They can't move. She asks if they're in pain, and he's like, no, at first they were, but not anymore.
Which is fascinating.
I don't know how true that will be canonically going forward. It seems like desiccation sucks forever.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you still can't move, right? Even if you're not in pain, it can't feel good to be stuck physically in one position for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
But it is the big moment of like the Bonnie and Stefan connection that lasts for like maybe 3-ish seasons that then disappears. So I just want to stake a flag on it.
3? Yeah, I guess if we're counting this season as one of the seasons.
I guess, yeah, we can't count 3 because he's barely there. But the thing is, when the coffin storyline starts up, him and Bonnie are like so again because their goals have been aligned by the witches on the other side.
And then immediately that is torpedoed when Abby Bennett is killed.
They did not want my besties together. I don't know why. I don't know how. Somebody was opposed.
That rift never quite repairs. And then she goes off to Damon.
Right.
But at the end of the episode, once Elena finally comes home and speaks to Stefan, he admits, listen, I don't know why you look like Catherine. I will admit, I saw you from afar and was drawn to you because of the resemblance. And then I spent some time stalking you. I'm just going to come clean. I'm in confessional now. I did stalk you and I found out that you're nothing like her. I assume this means he spent time watching her interactions with other people.
Oh, yeah. To determine, again, when we meet Catherine, this becomes put into very clear context to be like, oh, it's very good that he did that, in fact. Spoilers for Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I like that this show, it's a crazy thing to do, but gives a very valid reason as to why this immortal vampire was stalking this teenager. In Buffy, it's so weird. They say it's because Angel, because of the sins of his past, he's being set up to like help the Slayer do good in this world. But then they retroactively fill in like season 2 or 3 that he was aware of Buffy even when she was like 15 and she was at her old school. And I was like, this isn't necessary, guys. I don't think we have to do all of this. This makes it so weird.
I think someone led him to her
Yes.
at her old school. At the end of the episode, Stefan's like, I didn't know why you looked like Catherine, but I've been doing some digging, and apparently it is genealogically impossible for a person with the surname Gilbert to be descended from a person with the surname Pierce. So not only have I figured out that you are Catherine's descendant, but also, by the way, you're adopted, Elena.
Yeah. Yeah. Logic and reason. You love to see it.
23andMe.
The early model. They were testing the beta.
Episode 12, Unpleasantville. This is the episode where Stefan finally says, actually, let me give you Vervain to give to your other friends and loved ones.
It's about
so we can all be
goddamn
safe.
time. What have we been doing? Caroline's gone through the ringer in the first half of this season. God damn it.
Jeremy was almost eaten by Vicky.
Like,
I guess Noah is about. It's the 50s dance.
he's been invited into their home. He's the pizza guy. At the top of the episode, he does his pizza guy gambit, and Jeremy invites him in.
Yeah.
Then somewhere in the first third of the episode, he actually attacks in their home, and they manage to fight him off because he's not expecting there to be vampires in the house at the time. That's when they, like, as a trio, discuss. It's their first, like, group we are working together kind of moment, because as I said, from a certain point going forward, Elena and Stefan have been working together, but now Damon's just been folded in the mix because of the road trip episode where he's convinced Elena that he's actually okay.
After murdering Brie off screen.
And she'll never know.
Well, not
about that.
off screen, out of sight.
Right.
While Elena was off screen.
And so this is the moment we've mentioned where Stefan goes, he's been invited in, with the unspoken implication that he has to die. And it's a very, like, coloring moment for Stefan to be like, hey, you've been perceiving Stefan maybe a certain way because he tries to put his best foot forward and be a very good-natured guy. Stefan will smite when smiting is necessary. He is a paladin. When somebody needs to die, he will do it. And it's a very, very good moment for him.
We love it. The cuteness comes back at the 50s dance, since obviously Stefan lived through this era. Elena's fully enjoying having this ancient boyfriend. She's like, so what was it like being in the 50s? Because I have this image in my mind between, like, American Bandstand in Greece. It's all milkshakes and varsity sweaters. And Stefan's like, well... He's like, well, there was also segregation, McCarthyism, nuclear arms race.
Right.
Trying to, like, de-romanticize this era. Elena brushes that aside and is like, no, but it was still cute. Like, they were poodle skirts.
Poodle skirts,
like, you're going to
though.
teach me how to do the hand jive, right?
So crazy. It's hilarious, but if I have to take it seriously, I'm like, oh no, what is this?
Stefan cements himself as the boyfriend who is charming but too broody and angsty to dance with you at a dance. He's like, I'll slow dance. I'm not going to show you 50s moves. And she's like,
I'm not going to do moves.
Come on, please. He shows her like one move because he's sweet.
When he flips her over his arm.
And then he's like, I hope you enjoyed that because it's never happening again.
It's cute though. It's a nice dynamic. It's like, come on, you know that was fun. And he's like, no. And you're never seeing it again. But you know you're going to see it again because he loves her.
Noah is creeping around the dance. He's got his iconic hoodie on and then gives it to some random teenager to lure Stefan away so that he can attack Elena. She fights back. She's very effective.
As she's
but
wanted to
obviously,
do.
he's a vampire, so he almost gets the jump on her. And then Stefan and Damon show up to save her. They interrogate Noah. He hasn't got much to say other than, she looks like Catherine.
God.
But eventually, as you say, they're like, he's been invited in. So they stake him and kill him. And Elena's like, oh my gosh, was that fully necessary? And he's like, yes, Elena, he was invited in. So there we go. The boyfriend who, it's handled.
It's handled, baby. Don't worry about it. And I like that they don't try. Well, Stefan doesn't try. Well, yeah, even Damon too, because at this point, Damon doesn't care as much yet about this whole deal with Elena, is that they don't, like, take her out of the room while they take care of men business. It's like Elena needs to see what this life is, what it means to be up front and center with the supernatural.
They also deduce that Noah was probably not working alone, which means somebody else is trying to wiggle their way into this tomb. But Stefan promises Damon that, listen, I'm gonna help you get Catherine out. Only Catherine. Everyone else in there has to die. That's the deal. You let her out and you leave town for good. And Damon's like, cool, okay, look at us being all buddy-buddy. I love this for us. Stefan will then later tell Elena privately that, yeah, so I lied. There is no way in hell I'm helping Damon open that tomb. We need to find these journals and get rid of them. We learn that Anna is the one he's working with, and that Ben, a cute former jock working at the Grill, is also working with her and is a newbie vampire. Episode 13, Children of the Damned. We get more flashbacks. We learn about the nature of Stefan and Damon's relationship with their father, Giuseppe, who, in your opinion, is depicted with the same flavors that he'll be depicted in season 7?
Not the exact same flavors, but he's not great. I want to be like, even in this era, he's not great. He's got the air of, like, Southern patriarch. My sons are home. But it's like, there's an undercurrent that's just not very good there. It's not until a later episode when it sets in. I think it's like episode 19. But at this point, it's like, Yeah, he's good when things are going well, certainly.
As I've said, I feel like much like Michael and Esther in season 3, season 1 Giuseppe is like, yeah, antagonist because of the things you're doing and the way you're doing them. But I can see why, from your point of view, you don't really understand. There's a bit of ignorance mixed in there with like self-righteousness.
Of the time, of the era.
And then later on it's like, oh no, you're just a monster.
But the thing is, and this is the linchpin of my argument that it's like, it makes sense, the retroactive canon of Giuseppe, is that he shoots his son. I think that's truly the only thing where I'm like, well, it seems kind of messed up that it's a crux moment in these sorts of stories, very similar to what Liz has when she finds that Caroline's a vampire. That Giuseppe immediately grabs a shotgun and kills his children when he learns this. Instead, it doesn't give him a schism. It doesn't cause him to grapple with the reality of like, I've made assumptions about the monstrosity of vampires, and now that my sons have been turned, maybe there's like a spectrum of this. Maybe it's possible that not everybody has a choice. No, he grabbed a gun and said, you demons, you're no longer my sons. Get out of my home, and killed them. Even as Stefan was coming to apologize and say, it was not my choice, and now I've become this thing, and I'm not going to drink human blood, I'm going to let myself die. And he said, don't worry, I've got you covered, let me save you the time. Lined up his sights at his 17-year-old son and said, kablamo, bitch. I'm taking you out myself. I don't think that's a good guy necessarily, is my argument.
I don't think he's good. He just didn't feel... I don't know, maybe just for me, seeing that he had been a long time physically abusive father and husband who was burning Damon with cigars and slapping Lily all about the house. I was just like, oh... okay, now you just like, you fully, truly suck. And I understand that, Stefan fawning still makes sense. It's not a trajectory that leaves you thinking, this wasn't well set up, a la Daenerys burning down King's Landing. Like, certainly I can see it and be like, no, I understand and I believe. Similarly with Esther and Michael, I'm just like, oh, the shift just felt significant enough to me that I was like, was this always the intention? Did you always have it in your mind that he was this terrible? But yeah, I guess killing your own children.
It's not great.
As Elijah once said to Esther, whatever you think of us, killing your own children would be an atrocity.
Now that's the comparison, right? Where it's like, okay, you can argue Esther's going, you guys have been slaughtering across the world for 1,000 years. Stefan's done nothing, right? Stefan's just been turned because he got shot by some townie and he had Catherine's blood in his system. So it's like, what argument can you make there that this is a good thing that you're doing? It's just nasty energy. I'm not about it. Listen, I love James Remar, my darling man. That's Gamby. That's my white ally right there. Unfortunately, Giuseppe Salvatore is not great. Listen, I appreciate the fact that, like, because in the Catherine episode, you mentioned that he nabs Catherine. It's good that he nabs Catherine. Catherine was taking advantage of his sons. That's great, wonderful. But, like, on a greater scale, two truths can be true.
And I guess at that point of the story, he still believed his son was being manipulated, taken advantage of. He's like, these creatures have the ability to control your mind, seduce your spirit.
True.
Well, I mean, 1 out of 2. But yeah, we've discussed these flashbacks in greater detail in the Catherine episode, but the gist of it is that we learned that Catherine was courting both Salvatore brothers at the same time, had been secretly feeding Stefan her blood. We do see that Damon was drinking consensually and knowing what it meant and could not wait to be a vampire, whereas Stefan had no idea.
Yeah. And we talked about in the Catherine episode, but it puts them in just completely different positions in this dynamic, even though we accept that, hey, Damon was also being taken advantage of a bit, because Catherine's so much older than them, in the sense that, like, she has so much more power and knowledge and is, like, playing with these guys like puppets. But it still puts them in different positions that Damon had his eyes open the whole time.
It's also this episode where we see the reason that Damon has promised Stefan an eternity of misery is because as things were starting to heat up in town and the vampire hunting was getting underway, I don't think any vampires had been killed yet at that point, but people were like, oh, there are vampires about and we need to get rid of them. Stefan, at this point, point obviously knew Catherine was a vampire, had been compelled to be fine with it, and went to Damon and was like, maybe if we went to father and we pled our case and just made him understand, sometimes you just need to speak to parents, just like explain, he's of a different time. If we can just make him a little more woke, give people a chance to be progressive, maybe he'd understand where we're coming from. And Damon was like, yeah, or he'll stake her himself just to spite us. Don't be silly.
Right, Damon being like, our father is not a reasonable man.
Yeah.
That is a very silly thing to think.
And with the canon of the retcons in mind, it makes sense that Damon would be the one who's like, I've been on the worst side of this man's abuse, so I can see it for what it is.
Whereas you, Stefan, have been mostly protected. Not entirely, because we also see Stefan and the terror he lives under, but because he was younger.
So he's like, maybe you've been able to shift completely into fawn. I'm
fighting that man. I'm watching him closely.
I'm in fight mode. I joined the Confederacy and was immediately like, ew, no, not worth it.
Wouldn't say immediately, but fair.
Okay, fairly. Well, actually, I don't know what the timeline is. I'm not going to get into it.
Yeah, there's a reason they don't say, so they can really play around with that.
Stefan technically doesn't say anything, but again, as you said, not very good at the subterfuge.
Nope. Bless his heart.
Goes to his father and is like, hypothetically, Dad, if someone I knew, like a friend of mine,
if a friend of mine was gay, like, how would you feel about that? Thoughts?
If a friend of mine was involved with a vampire who wasn't hurting anyone, do you think you could be open to the idea that maybe they're not all evil? And Giuseppe's like, do you know a vampire, Steppe? Because I am playing with you. If you know a vampire, you got to tell me right now. And he's like, no, of course not, father. He's like, okay, good. Because these are monsters and they're evil. And I would expect you to tell me if there was one around so I could kill it. He's like, oh, of course, father. Yes, I would. Yeah, no, certainly. Never mind. Ignore me. Giuseppe wasn't born yesterday, and so, like a creeper, waits outside his son's bedroom while he's getting it on with his girlfriend, knowing that at some stage Catherine will feed on him, and when she does, she's vervained through his blood, a move that we know Stefan would eventually use on Damon through Caroline.
Brilliant. You know what? He got one thing from his good old dad.
Giuseppe would have been proud. Catherine goes down. Giuseppe is like, I've got her. Okay, Stefan, don't worry. I'm here to save you from this person mind controlling you. Stefan's like, what? No, what? He's very, flabbergasted, doesn't have time to explain himself. Giuseppe's like, quick, go get the other men, run, move now, son. And Stefan's like, okay, I'm going. As far as Damon is concerned, this was the ultimate betrayal. He's like, no, I told you not to say anything. And Stefan's like, well, I mean, technically, I didn't. He's like, no, this is your fault. Now we've lost her. She's gonna die, and it's because of you. I hate you forever. And that was the trajectory that was set up.
A lot to put on Stefan, but fair enough, that was the course of events. That is directly what happened in order.
I think that's all we get in terms of the flashback for that episode. I don't think we see them die yet.
It's also them remembering who Anna is, because there's been an Anna mention in the midst of the episode, and they both independently are like, Anna from 1864. But Anna has already snatched Elena by the end of that episode.
And I think Bonnie gets snatched by Ben.
Ben McKittrick, enemy of the pod.
In this era, in terms of the present, they're just searching for everyone's journals. It's Emily's journal. Later on, it'll be John Gilbert's journal. They're all just running up and down.
Which was buried with Giuseppe for some reason. It's like, okay.
It's revealed that Stefan was not going to help Damon, which of course Damon takes personally. Because imagine your brother lying to you when all you've ever done is murder his friend.
God, who could fathom, right?
Oh, actually, I think the betrayal is in the previous episode. Fool Me Once is when they actually then go to open the tomb.
Yes, exactly.
Because Elena's like, I guess we have no choice. We have to help Damon get Catherine out.
Yeah, there's nothing else we could possibly do. Well, she says it's the quickest way to get him out of here. But we know that Elena's now, sympathetic to his plight.
Yeah, her heart is softening. So they conscript the Bennett witches to come help them open the tomb. We know how that goes.
Yep.
Anna shows up with Ben outside.
They've got Jeremy. There's a flamethrower involved. It's a whole mess.
Ben goes up in smoke.
Boom. With ease.
Anna uses the chaos to slip inside after Damon and Elena. Damon has ditched Elena to go deeper into the bowels of the tomb to look for Catherine, who of course isn't there. Anna bites Elena because she's like, I'm gonna feed you to my mom because I want it to be Gilbert blood that brings her back. And I'm not so keen on killing Jeremy anymore. Stefan hears the screams despite knowing, I think at that point,
he would be trapped inside.
Yeah. That he can't leave the tomb because the Bennett witches have revealed that, no, we opened the door, but the seal is still there. You can enter, but you can't leave.
They said, don't worry, Elena can make it out, but Damon will be stuck in there. And then he hears the scream, and he's like, nope, gotta go in.
Because of course. Because he is our knight in shining armor. Saves Elena, gets her out. She's horrified to learn that, oh no, you're stuck in there? And you knew you would be stuck in there, but you saved me anyway? And I'm like, well, yes. What show have you been watching, Elena?
Girl, you know this man. You know his heart. Of course he did. Oh, and they're standing on opposite sides of the barrier, and they're like, there's no air, no air. And then Elena's like, oi, black women, get my man out of here. Oh no.
I mean, if that's how you want to put it. But yes, the Bennett witches decide to temporarily lower the seal. Anna again is like, cool, let me just slip through. Don't mind me. Jeremy's outside. I'm not going to touch him. It's fine. I just want my mom. Leaves with Pearl. Stefan's like, I have to get Damon out because I'm not going to leave him in there. Damon is still like, where's Catherine? Stefan's like, dude, she's not here. We need to go. The seal is going to go back up. They leave and seal the door, I guess. Stefan was rushing you for nothing, Damon, because the seal actually fails. Sheila Bennett dies for nothing, and the other tomb vampires escape. Episode 15, A Few Good Men. This is the auction episode.
Oh, right. Yes. I was like, what's the pun there? Right, of course.
The bachelor auction. The tomb vampires are slowly creeping about town, trying to acclimate. Stefan, I think, for his part, is trying to investigate Elena's parentage. He's like, okay, I strongly suspect that the Isabel, who is your mother, might be Alaric's dead wife. And I think Damon killed her. But I don't want to ask Damon because he's on edge. And I don't want to upset him. And I also really don't want it to be Damon's Isabel because that means he killed your birth mother.
Nightmare of a situation. Again, Stefan always being put in the worst spot, not wanting to lie, but having to and not doing it well. But also, it's another instance of a character that Stefan meets and becomes sort of buddy-buddy with in an interim moment, and then that disappears because we need to constantly be throwing bones to Damon, right? Because if we don't give Damon someone to hang out with, he has no one because nobody likes him. Chronologically, this is the first instance, but the first character that Stefan bonds with is Bonnie, who then gets shifted over to the Damon side, and then now it's Alaric, who they become allied in trying to solve this mystery and trying to determine what has Damon done and how does this relate to Elena, how do we solve this? But then for whatever reason, Alaric is like, I'll be friends with this guy. I guess when he finds out he didn't actually kill his wife.
I guess, yeah. And that his wife was a horrible person.
Right. So it's like, well, I guess I'll befriend him.
I guess that helped. I think that's... Yeah, Stefan's investigating.
He's not in the auction because he is to the world a child. So
Damon's in the auction, says things that make it very clear that he's trying to, I guess, goad Alaric about the Isabel of it all, and that reveals to Elena what's been going on, which I think Damon didn't know yet.
Yes.
And then he feels bad for it, so...
well. Oh, Stefan is there when Elena clocks Damon's tea and is like, oh, you're so excited about whatever. That was my mom, actually, that you were talking about being so delicious and you killed her. And Damon's like, and Stefan's like, nice going, buddy. Always causing the problem. And then leaves after Elena. And it's like, yeah.
And he's like, wait, Elena, we don't know for sure that he killed Isabel. Her body was never found. They run into some man who's been stalking Elena on and off all episode.
Right.
And they try to question him about Isabel, but Stefan's like, oh no, he's been compelled. He does, however, say that, Isabel wants you to stop looking for her. Do you understand the message? And she's like, yes, I understand. But he's like, okay, cool.
Then
I've fulfilled my needs.
Done.
Steps into traffic and gets hit by a truck.
He timed it so well. It's actually impressive. I always confuse him with Maddox. I don't know why. I don't know. Because they're like white man stooge for that arc's antagonist.
I guess. Isabel has her main stooge, the gay rodeo guy who she's compelled. Terrifying things to think about there.
He's gay? Not
Don is
right
like,
now.
he's gay? He's not right now. I was like, no! Isabel! Gosh. So Alaric confronts Damon stupidly at the Salvatore house. Damon kills him so that by the time Stefan comes home, he sees Alaric's corpse on the floor. And Damon's like, oh yeah, I'm going to go to bed. Clean that up, will you?
I assume you'll take care of this? Thanks. Like my little butler.
Which honestly, Stefan, that's the relationship you've come to make Damon expect.
Right.
He pisses on the carpet and then you're the one who has to send it into the cleaners.
Cleaning it up. You keep going back to clean it up. And at some point it's like, damn, buddy, do you enjoy this? What the hell?
Stefan is there when Alaric comes back to life, and they're like, oh my gosh, did you get vampire blood? And Alaric's like, no, I didn't. But as per my flashbacks this episode, I think this ring that my wife gave me protected me. Ooh.
Lovely. Again, a discovery moment with Stefan, and it's like, nope, never mind.
Episode 16, there goes the neighborhood, because all the tomb vampires have settled.
Yep.
At the end of the last episode, we see that they're living in a farmhouse led by Pearl and Anna as a little deputy, with Harper as, I guess, what's the third in command?
The Secretary of State.
There we go.
Damon goes to speak to Pearl and Anna and gets his eyes poked in.
We love that. Oh, this is the episode. This is the episode with the double date that is so messy.
Oh, yes! That's what it is.
So on Caroline's side of things, she started dating Matt. It's very cute, but she has the brilliant idea that they should do a group hang in their respective couples.
Was a group
to, I
hang,
guess,
a group
prove to everyone that there's no lingering awkwardness with her brief unrequited crush on Stefan and Matt and Elena's long-running former relationship. The funny thing is, there isn't really much to say about Stefan in this little thing because he's largely unaffected by it.
Just like, I mean, we just need to let this play out, you know? They need to sort out their emotions in a way that's useful. So just like being so mature, so chill. Not a hint of jealousy. Just being like, Matt, it's you and Elena had a long and beautiful relationship. That's not gonna go away overnight just because she's dating someone new. And I respect that. It's just like, dude, where are the flaws? You can't be this good all the time. This is insane. And honestly, now that I think about it, this happening an episode before he gets snatched by the tomb vampires makes sense.
Yeah. He does briefly glimpse Frederick for what that's worth, because Frederick is like, Catherine. And Elena's like, no, I'm Elena. He's like, oh, never mind, bye.
My bad.
And then Elena's like, someone just bumped into me who thought I was Catherine Pierce. And then Stefan is like, oh no.
Right. Oh, wait, this is the episode where Frederick and Fifth Anne attack them in their home at the end.
This is the, how dare you not die?
Dare you not die?
I will say, though, that after the awkwardness with Matt, Elena, and Caroline, Stefan is the one who's like, hey, Caroline, Matt, take my car out for a spin, because Matt and I have buried the hatchet as deep as it will go by bonding over cars, you know, as bros do.
As men.
So go ahead. Elena's like, oh, Stefan, I see what you did there. That's my man.
That's my man right there, and I'm standing by him. Yeah, right at the end.
Oh, yes, he does. He attacks them with Beth Ann.
Yep. Queen, gone too soon.
Stefan kills her. Frederick is like, how dare you? This means war, and runs away.
How dare you kill her for attacking you in your home, you bastard.
And that's when Stefan's like, yeah, those were definitely tomb vampires. And Damon's like, oh yeah, did I forget to tell you they escaped? I've been speaking to Pearl and Anna.
Even in an era where he is allied with you, Damon is a liability.
Episode 17, Let the Right One In, which is named after a vampire movie of sorts. I think they're not real vampires.
They're
It's
like scientific vampires.
I think it's more of like a psychological thing.
Oh.
It's been adapted into other things with like the same name that have actual vampires.
That makes sense, because I thought it was a vampire thing. I must have been seeing like a later adaptation.
There was a TV show a few years ago, which I'm going to assume got cancelled because I haven't heard anything about it since then.
Right.
But that had an actual vampire. That vampire was trouble because it was that rare breed of vampire that has to feed on human blood. And I was like, no.
Yeah.
And I think to make matters worse, it's like, it has to be from the vein, making Damon proud, so you can't even do blood bag stuff. You have
His
to eat people to survive.
I think even if you're like the monstrous vampire who likes the feed, it's like, it still seems inconvenient that you always have to. What if you're like trying to assimilate or trying to hide? It's like, I always have to attack somebody. What if I'm not in the mood to like chase somebody that night? Like, I can't keep a store in my fridge. That sucks. Sometimes you don't want to cook, you know?
Every night going out.
Right.
Hunter-gatherer style.
I got a hunter-gatherer for the rest
to
of
our
my
roots.
life? No, thank you. We became agrarian society for a reason.
But yeah, Damon finally, I guess, decides to open up about what's been going on and explains that Pearl apparently wants to live in town, but is also after the various MacGuffins. Stefan's like, cool, okay. Once again, I will handle this. Fret not, Elena.
But let me go feed real quick, because clearly we're being attacked in our own home now and I need to juice up. So I'm going to go find some bunnies.
Yes.
Out in the woods.
Out in the woods, which is about as safe as a home that any vampire can enter. He's attacked by Frederick, who of course is like, you killed my beloved Beth Ann for no reason. She did nothing to you.
She was a pure innocent soul who did nothing wrong and you slaughtered her.
They take him back to their house and begin to torture him. Damon notices that Stefan's not missing. He suspects that he's been taken by Pearl's vampires. So he visits the house and he's like, hey, give me my brother. And Frederick's like, well, you can't come inside because a human owns this house and you haven't been invited in. But yes, for the sake of honesty, I will tell you that we are torturing Stefan. Too bad, so sad. Bye-bye. So that's when Damon enlists the help of his new human sidekick, Alaric, and Elena to go and rescue Stefan. While Stefan is being tortured, I will say that Harper is around and is like, no, guys, we don't do this. I'm a lovely, peaceful vampire with more lines than you guys. So I'm not about this life. I am loyal to Miss Pearl. So they're like, okay, cool. We're going to tie you up so you don't get in the way.
Harper.
But eventually, when Alaric and Delena go to the house to rescue him, they do manage to free Stefan and Harper, who Stefan's like, no, I can't leave him behind.
Right. He says,
he
untie
helped
him
me.
too, please. And Damon's like, we don't have time for this. And it's like, well,
Damon, who's like, I would happily leave him here.
right. Some people will argue that Damon is somehow a black ally. And I'm just like, okay. You have confused once again sexual intimacy for racial allyship. I'm sorry to tell you.
At some point in all the commotion, Damon and Alaric split off, so Elena is the one helping to drag Stefan back to the car. He stumbles, gets weak. She's like, okay, I know what can help you. You need to feed, Stefan. Feed off of me. And he's like, no, Elena. I can't. And she's like, no, it's okay. Frederick is showing up and causing a threat. So I guess that is what encourages him to finally take a little sip. He tries to get Elena to run. Frederick is still a nuisance, so he's like, okay, fine, I'm going to attack you properly. Not only does he get a power boost from the blood, but there's a definite spike in ferocity because he stakes Fred, and he stakes Fred, and he stakes Fred. And it's like, stop, he's already dead.
He's already dead. And it's the first instance where it's like, up until this point, you might have assumed that for Stefan, this is a moral choice that he's making to not feed from people. And in a lot of ways it is. This is the first indication that, it's actually maybe a safety issue that he does not drink human blood. Because what is this, honey? What's going on? This isn't the Stefan we know. There's two sorts of things happening where it's like, within the story, we're asking the question of, what does it mean to be a vampire who doesn't drink from human blood, which seems to be the main source of food for vampires? And meta-narratively, we're asking, this character, for all intents and purposes, in every scenario we encounter them, is just such a good dude. Just like every hurdle being thrown at him and his relationship with Elena and his position with his far worse brother, he's just like coming out on top every time, in the sense of, I've done the best I can in this moment and I've tried to do right by everyone around me. And it's like, can a person be that good all the time? There's got to be some sort of shoe drop, right? Otherwise, he's not a particularly interesting character. And this is that shoe drop.
And I, at first, before I fully understood the nature of the Ripper thing. Well, which also shifts a bit.
Right. It's not super codified this early on, to be fair.
But at first I just thought that, maybe just because you haven't had time to learn, which is what Damon will continue to insist even when he's given the facts later on, because you haven't taken the time to learn how to control it. That's why you don't know how to control it. But we'll later on learn that that's clearly not true. And the episode ends with Damon coming and finding Stefan at home feeding off a bunch of blood bags.
Oh, it's so bad.
It's like, uh-oh.
It's so haunting. It's at least very clear from the get-go that this is an uncontrollable, I can't stop feeding. So the addiction elements are kind of there, even if they're not being explicated. You can read that on it as some sort of allegory for addiction at first.
In the next episode 18, Under Control, sure. Stefan struggles to keep it under control. He's trying to sublimate, he's working out, doing push-ups, pull-ups. It's very fun.
Yeah.
Damon is like, oh no, the self-detox, it's not natural. Go back to human blood. And Stefan's like, no, I don't want it. I'm fine. I just need to work it out of my system. I'll be fine. And Damon's like, okay, cool. I mean, if this is about the preservation of human life, you can just feed on blood bags. You don't have to kill people to survive. But Stefan insists that he's like, no, I'm going to do it my way and I'm fine. He's already visibly struggling with this episode, even if he's doing a good job of hiding it from Elena in their scenes. Damon is not helping. He's teasing him the whole way through. It's like, wow, you truly are the worst.
Yeah.
Even if you're not enabling the bad behavior, you can see your brother is jonesing for a fix.
Right.
He's struggling with withdrawal and you're just going, he, look at you and the craving.
Even if you're stupid about what he's actually going through, that's not necessarily your fault. The story hasn't explicated. You can see his suffering and you're laughing at him.
Leaving glasses of blood lying just within Stefan's reach as he exits the room. He's like, oops, did I almost forget my blood here? Sorry, wouldn't want to tempt you or anything, Stefan. Let me take that when I leave.
Absolutely insufferable. There's a couple moments where he's showing a bit more aggression. He shouts at somebody at school, compels them. It's like, that's not like him at all. And that's when Elena starts to be more suspicious. And I think in the episode, he confesses to Elena that he's been more affected by the blood than he's let on. And she's very relieved to hear him okay, at least we know what's going on and you've come to me with it. It's okay. We can monitor it. We can sort it out. As long as we go through it together, we'll be able to get you through this. And that's sort of some of the reprieve that they've gotten in that moment. At the end is, you mentioned the moment at the beginning where Damon leaves the glass and is like, ooh, I forgot. Oh, me. At the end, Stefan is sitting in a dark room staring into space, vacant. And Damon walks in and is like, oh, you're not all right, are you? And he's come in with a glass of blood and he puts it down on the table with a smarmy look on his face and is like, I'll just leave this here. Good night, brother, and walks out. There is no other way to read that than intentional and malicious. There really isn't.
Damon.
So then the next episode is off the rails, right? When it gets to the actual Miss Mystic Falls pageant, which he and Elena are meant to attend together, he runs into one of the other contestants who's freaking out and he starts getting bloodlusty and he grabs her and heads out into the woods.
And basically spends the entire event outside trying to debate whether or not he should murder this poor girl. It's so sad. He ditches Elena, and then it's supposed to be a Delena moment. I won't get into that nonsense.
No, we don't have
to. He also spends that episode lying that he hasn't been drinking human blood, where at least in the last episode, I think he was trying not to, but now he's like, no, it's fine. His behavior, as you say, has been getting more and more
erratic.
First it was yeah, fun party Stefan. The alcohol allegory is there. He's more prone to violence, but he's also less broody and insular.
He's high on life, right? It's the high of the drug that you're taking. It's you become party guy, but the moment that turns, now you're throwing punches.
And eventually, after waxing poetic to Amber, the girl he's dragged off, about how he wants to rip into her throat and feed on her until she runs dry, he's like, okay, run away, get out of here. And then he's like, actually no, I changed my mind. And I think he's But does he manage to eat her, or does she get rescued by...
Someone either shoots him in time or Barney shows up and drops him with magic.
He feeds off her, then, because he had compelled her to not be afraid, as vampires like to do sometimes. And then he tries to reverse the compulsion, is like, okay, be afraid, run away. Then changes his mind, is like, actually, no, I'm gonna eat you.
Right.
And that's when Damon and Elena arrive with Bonnie. He overpowers Damon, but Bonnie manages to put the whammy on him.
Right,
with the
because
spell.
it wakes him up a bit and he like realizes he's covered in blood, and now Elena sees him and he just like walks off in the other direction into the woods. Ugh, rough.
But at the end of the episode, she goes to his bedroom and he's like, no, you shouldn't be here. I'm a monster. Now you've seen what I really am. And she's like, no, it's okay. You just lost control for a moment. And he's like, no, it wasn't a moment. This is me. And he even makes her look a little frightened. He's like, no, I'm sorry. I don't know what's happening to me. I'm like falling apart and just crying. And she's like, no, it's okay. It's okay. Everything's going to be fine. We're going to fix it. Injects him in the back with a vervain syringe.
Yeah. She's very impressive in that scene. She keeps her cool the whole time and she controls the situation, and then she drops him because he is a danger in that moment. That is the reality she needs to face.
The next episode 20, Blood Brothers, is when we get the second half of the flashbacks to that fateful night, because Stefan is feeling quite suicidal in this episode and is like, I should have died back then in 1864. It was a mistake to feed. And we learn that when he and Damon learned that Catherine had been snatched, they conspired to go and free her. They knocked out the guards who were watching her carriage, tried to get her out, but while they were doing that, they were shot by an unseen assailant.
I forgot he kills them as humans. I'm like, he shot Stefan
You said
as
some
a
random
vampire.
townie earlier, and I was like, we'll get to it. It wasn't a townie.
He kills them straight up.
Shoots them from a distance, doesn't even let them know that he's the one doing it.
Do you see what I'm
Or
saying
what his
now?
reasons are.
It wasn't even that they were the demons that he hated. He just shot them straight up for trying to help. He knows that they've been well, he doesn't know about Damon that he hasn't, but he believes them to have been mind controlled by this woman and still kills his sons. Oh my God.
He said, listen, no sympathizers here. You're either with us or you're against us.
No Union sympathizers in my town.
Yeah, because they have Catherine's blood in their system. They wake up by
Willow
a
Creek.
or a river a little bit outside of town with Emily Bennett there being like, yeah, so I've known the whole time she was feeding you blood. I made you these daylight rings. Catherine didn't want you to know everything that was going on, but Damon knew the whole time. He's depressed now because she's dead, which is what they believe at that point. Stefan's like, okay, well, I guess this sucks.
Sure does.
I'm gonna go home. Goes home to his father. His father was like, wait, you're alive? And he's like, well, yes. He's like, no, but I saw you fall in the woods. He's like, wait, you were there? And he's like, I pulled the
killed
trigger
you."
myself, boy.
Father of the year.
Stefan says, you killed your own sons. And Giuseppe says, you were dead to me the moment you decided to side with those demons.
We love that.
I'm only grateful your mother isn't here to see the disgrace you've become. And I'm like, well, let's not get into that.
Let's not get into Mama right now. We don't have the time.
And Stefan says, no, it's okay, Father. I've decided I'm not going to turn. I'm not going to complete the transition, since by then Emily's explained to him how it works. And his father says, too right you won't. Pulls out his cane, snaps it over his leg. Oh my God. And gets ready to stake him. Stefan instinctively pushes him back, and I guess in transition vampires already have super strength to some degree, because then he gets impaled as he falls on his own stick, and Stefan's like, oh my goodness, no, Father, I'm sorry, I didn't know my own strength. Although you do smell delicious.
That stuff
I'm just
leaking
gonna have a
out of you.
quick sip. Drinks his father to death, which again, because we're drawing the comparisons, we're here in it now. Although no, it's fine. I said we were gonna have a Buffy versus TVD.
Right. Always spoilers for Buffy this entire episode, by the way, because this is where the comparisons are most important.
I will just say Angelus, when he's first turned and still fully evil, because that's pre-soul, does also eat his own dad.
Yes. Yes, he does. Because his dad was also an overbearing, like, father figure who was kind of shitty. And it's like, ooh, do you feel that bad that he died? But also, this is dark. This is awful.
Unlike Stefan, Angelus, when he was still Liam, was a problem.
Yeah.
He was just out there in the bars, vampires, being a whole man whore, just drinking and
Hoeing
partying and having no responsibility.
debauchering as a 17th century, 18th century Irish gentleman.
Think 18th.
18th
Yeah,
century.
1700s.
Okay.
But once Stefan has fed and experienced the euphoria of new vampirism, he shows up to Damon with a girl that he's compelled with his newfound compulsion. Is like, oh my gosh, Damon, it's actually really cool being a vampire. I've got all these heightened senses. I can move super fast. I'm strong. To take a sip and join me. It's really cool. And Damon's like, no, I only wanted to be a vampire to be with Catherine. I don't care about superpowers. She's dead now, so what's the point? And Steven's like, no, please. It's no fun to do it without you.
No, but seriously, it's like, he's like, I don't want to be without my brother. Like, please join me in this.
I guess eventually is able to convince Damon to feed and turn. And only after they've turned does Emily tell Damon, but not Stefan, for whatever reason, that, oh yeah, Catherine's actually alive and in the tomb. Which, surprise, Emily, that's also not true. So, layers of deceit upon layers of deceit.
Frankly.
But that's when Damon is like, well, surprise, Stefan. I'm actually really mad at you that you got Catherine caught, even though I now know that she's alive.
Right.
So I promise you an eternity of misery and suffering.
Well, no, so this is the thing, is that in this episode, because that's what our assumption was, and he then turns out to say he wasn't mad about that. He was mad that Catherine turned him as well.
Chose Stefan as well.
And he wanted it to just be him and
It was just
Catherine.
meant to be me.
So the thing that we've been guilting Stefan for, well, Stefan's been guilting himself, but that's the implication he's been making, is that, oh, all this eternity of misery is because you forced me to become a vampire. And it's like, well, that doesn't really track, because Damon seems to enjoy being a vampire. And it's like, oh no, all of that was nonsense. And Stefan now has this complex about guilt and shame for 160 years. And it's like, no, it wasn't about that. And it's like, oh, wow, okay. Well, I guess we just move on now? It's just a silly reason that you were sad that the girl didn't just choose you only. Is that you're mad at your brother that your girlfriend was polyamorous? I don't know what to tell you about that. Really doesn't seem like his fault.
That isn't though. His girlfriend was poly and he couldn't handle
Seems
it.
like a discussion you all needed to have on your own. Seems like a discussion she did have with you, because you were aware she was boinking Stefan. In fact, Stefan was the main one out in public. And you were the DL in the dark. So what are we talking about?
Damon was the dirty mistress.
Bizarre. And it's like, because I understand, even with the way that we present Stefan as a vampire in the early days of he was the one who was the bloodlust, the violence, the enjoying the high of being a vampire, whereas Damon was this very dour, moody, depressed post Catherine's death, quote unquote. The juxtaposition is interesting. But I've always felt like the complex that creates for Stefan feels silly in the wake of the fact that Damon for 99% of his life has enjoyed being the vampire, and in fact fights at every turn when he's given opportunities to go back. And B, he doesn't even care about that shit. That's not the thing he's mad about. So I'm just always a little upset that the reason Stefan goes so hard to try and take care of Damon, yes, because he's his brother, but also because he has this guilt about the fact that if it weren't for him, he says in this episode, if he had died that day, all the sins that Damon has committed to date wouldn't have happened, and that is somehow on his shoulders. And I find that ludicrous. So, that's all.
Stefan and his martyr complex.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Another thing that you and Elena have in common.
Right, exactly. It's just these two are made for each other. But it's a thing that's often validated by the narrative. And I feel like, okay, guys, it makes sense when Stefan thinks this by himself, but a lot of the time, y'all make it seem like, yes, he should feel that way, and he should take on this stuff for Damon, and I'm like, I don't know what message that sends, but alright.
At the end of the flashbacks, Stefan is still high on newbie vampirism, and Emily's like, no, just wait. It's not all fun and games. I wouldn't wish this on anyone. And he's like, no, this isn't a curse, it's a gift. And she's like, no, sweetie, unlike Damon over there, your heart is pure, and that'll be your curse. Which, I guess... True. I don't know how true it would have been if he wasn't just hardwired to be a Ripper.
Well, that's early on. They pin the Ripper thing to be an experience of people who are more pure-hearted, who are not taken to the violence and the carnality that comes with vampirism. There's a weird schism there where it's because you can't deal with the harm you have to cause to people to feed to survive. That's what causes the like rubber problem before they make it like a more genetic thing.
Ah, I see. Elena does let Stefan out of his cell and leaves him his daylight ring, saying, no, I believe... This is where she starts channeling some Bella energy, where she's like, I'm going to risk my safety because I trust you. Stefan's like, well, I'm not going to hurt you, but I'm still feeling suicidal. So goes out to face the sunrise. But she catches up to him with his ring, and they have a heart-to-heart. He's like, no, I should have died back then, and I'm tired of fighting the vampirism, and the next person I hurt could be you. And she's like, no, you made a choice to become good and to stop feeding on humans. You're a good person. And she convinces him that he could throw the ring in the quarry and let himself die, or he could put his ring back on and keep fighting.
Yeah.
And he chooses the latter.
It's beautiful.
And it's like, yeah, Stefan, good for you. I love that Elena was able to talk you down.
Talks him off the
I
ledge.
love that she gives him good advice, good character development that actually tends to stick. Unlike some people who will supposedly be fixed by Elena but continue to cycle back through the same mistakes and don't even have an addiction problem to use as an excuse.
I also like that she doesn't just root it in her relationship, which is something you'd expect with this sort of story and this sort of dynamic, that it's like for us and for our love. No, she says you have a way that you choose to live every day. And that's something I've always admired about you. You can keep doing this because I believe you have the strength to do it. I would not blame you if you took the other option, but I would be so much happier if you kept fighting. She roots it a lot in his personality and in the choices he makes every day, which is something we've said about why I feel, and I believe you feel, Stefan is just the better Salvatore by miles and miles, is that every day he wakes up and tries to be a good, if not better person. It's in the trying that matters. And I think that's beautiful.
At the end of that episode, I will say, feather in Damon's cap, I guess. After Stefan thanks Damon for helping Elena take care of him when he was recovering, Damon does say that, hey man, my actions are my own fault. You are not allowed to feel my guilt. So...
Good.
The bare minimum.
You know, it's been 160 years, but I appreciate that.
Episode 21, Isabel. Yay! She finally comes back to town, causing a whole mess of problems for her, I guess, sort of ex-husband, but legally still husband.
They are not divorced.
And her bio daughter.
I think it's to do with the
device?
Yes, the device that they're
The
using.
Gilbert
on vampires.
device. Yeah, everyone's setting that up to kill people on Founders Day because Catherine has asked Isabel to do that. By this point, Uncle John has already killed Pearl and Harper. Most of the other tomb vampires have scattered, but they circle back for the finale.
They said we're not missing that party, okay? We used to have parades here back in the day before we got exiled. Thank you.
But yeah, in the finale, episode 22, it's the Founders Day parade. Hooray! Yay! Stefan and Damon are getting a lot of nostalgia because Elena is dressed up in period-relevant clothes and is reminding them of Catherine, I guess.
In the prior episode, Isabel shows up to strong-arm Elena into handing over the device, and then they ask Bonnie to unspell it, and she doesn't. And when they hand it over, she's got Stefan and Damon on either side of her, and they were like, how did you know Damon would even allow this to happen? And she's like, because he's in love with you. And it's like, oh. And in the opening of the finale, that's the chat they're having, where Stefan's like, hey, listen, I appreciate you being with my girl when I was going off the rails a bit, but I'm back to myself now, so it's all good. And Damon's like, yeah, I know it's all good. What's the deal? And Stefan's just like, no, you know, I've just been seeing some energy. And Damon gets all, oh God, are you gonna be the whole... It's that Cyclops and Wolverine moment from the first X-Men movie. If you gotta call her
stay
your
away from the girl.
Right? And then they go, at least we can both agree she's not Catherine. And then Elena walks in dressed entirely in 19th century garb.
And it's like, well
then, looks like we're in trouble. It's funny.
Oh, by this point, Stefan, Damon, and I assume Alaric have figured out that John is Elena's bio dad. He comes to Elena now and tells her that, yeah, he might be your father because he dated Isabel as a teenager, and then when she was pregnant, he's the one who brought her to your father to give birth. So, your adoptive father to give birth. The finale happens. We know what it is. The device goes off.
Right.
It takes down Anna, Damon, Stefan, and the remaining tomb vampires, as well as Mayor Richard Lockwood.
Yes!
Alaric manages to get Stefan away by saying, no, I've got this one. There's more over there. But Damon and Anna get snatched. John personally kills Anna. He doesn't personally kill Damon for whatever reason. I guess he wanted him to suffer.
Yeah.
So Damon is left there as the fire starts in the basement of the old Gilbert practice. Elena's like, well, Bonnie, yes, you didn't unspell that device like you said you would. But I'm not going to let Stefan go in there and burn alone. And obviously he's going to go save his brother. Bonnie casts her protection magic that you love.
Yes.
I think what you said she uses Elena?
Yes, she casts the spell through Elena to affect Stefan, which that sort of magic usually works with like family because there's a familial blonde, there's blood connection, which means the bond between Elena and Stefan is so strong that it has magical implication. And I find that so beautiful. I love it so much.
And then they turn it into the fated doppelgangers. So
That's a whole... I refuse to connect the two. The doppelganger era is bunk nonsense that I don't care for. It's fine.
So they manage to save Damon. The rest of the Tomb Vampires die. Elena senses Stefan's misgivings. She's like, don't worry about Damon. I love you. I will never end up with that man. We do get that scene where Bonnie tells Stefan, listen, I've stepped into my power. I know who I am. Your brother better learn how to act. Otherwise, I will take him down if he endangers people in this town. Wish that trajectory had been fully followed.
Yeah, unfortunately, the influence of her white counterparts just keeps her down. It's a shame. She could have done some damage, let me tell you.
But that's it for season 1.
Pretty great. There's really not much you can say against Stefan. He's kind of an icon. He's so kind and strong and empathetic and sweet and romantic and passionate and protective and respectful. That's the key thing too, is how much he respects Elena and how much he treats her as an equal, which seems like a bare minimum, but in this goddamn show and in seasons to come, you have to note that.
And even the danger that he poses as a vampire when he goes off the rails is like, this is literally the nature of his existence, the mechanics of his body, his physiology. Mm-hmm. There's no excuse you can make for Damon that you couldn't then use on Stefan like tenfold. Because people have excused Damon by saying, oh, well, he's a vampire, he doesn't value human life because that's not how vampires perceive the world. And I'm like, okay, Stefan actually does value human life. He just gives into bloodlust because he's hardwired to want to eat people.
It's like Stefan is a vampire and has all those same impulses, and then on top of that has a condition and still finds a way to not be that. Also, Stefan never once threatens physical harm to Elena, I'll tell you that much. In the era in which they are together, let me finish my statement.
Okay.
In this era of season 1 and season 2, when they are together, post-humanity switch is another story.
Season 2 of the Vampire Diaries. One of my favorites.
It's a good one.
It was being heavily advertised when I was living overseas, and at the time I was like, I have no interest in this. It's a Twilight ripoff. And then I returned back to South Africa and fell in love with the show, and I was like, well, egg on my face. But also I think I didn't have the TV channel that it was on, so it's fine.
What was it on?
I think it was called Fox.
Fox? I didn't know we had a Fox channel.
No, it wasn't for us. This was when I was in Australia.
Oh, I see. Because here, I know it was on Vuzu.
Yeah.
But I didn't have DSTV. And then when we did get DSTV, Vuzu only played on some days, which was bizarre.
What?
And the day that Vampire Diaries played, we didn't have it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
There was a time when it was on SABC2.
Really?
Yeah, I think that was where I watched some of season 1. Because I just tuned in one day and I was like, is that Melise Zhao? And I was like, wait, that's Anna.
Wow, okay.
But this was like 2014, so it was really playing like after the fact. Mm-hmm. Season 2, Catherine Pierce is back in town.
Yeah. Bad news for almost everybody, but especially Stefan and Elena.
First things first, Stefan has to go with Elena to save Jeremy from his OD. He gives him a once-over and he's like, it's okay, he's not a vampire. It's fine. And then Stefan is like, okay, tough love time. And he's like, listen here, you emo little punk. You are very lucky that the pills got healed by the vampire blood. Loophole there. But every second that passes, that blood is working its way out of your system. If you try to kill yourself again, you will really die. And then there'll be no blood, so you'll be dead for good.
He stays there. And Elena goes off for Jenna in the hospital. And that's when Miss Ma'am makes her appearance pretending to be...
Miss Ma'am shows up and it's like... Oh, Stefan, I've been through so much. I need a hug. And Stefan's like, oh, come here. I love you. Wait a second. I'm not Damon. Immediately, I know who you are.
Always, always, always.
He's like, listen here. This $500 perfume. It was like, my 17-year-old small-town girlfriend would never be wearing this.
She could afford it, certainly, but she would not purchase that.
Throws her across the room, and she's like, oh, well, at least I fooled one of you. Which Stefan's like,
Yeah.
They have a fight that I guess from Catherine's POV is a play fight.
Oh, she's playing with it. She's like, oh, we're just having fun like we used to, but now you've got some strength on you. Oh, this is good.
But she skedaddles once Damon and Elena show up. And they're like, well, Catherine Pierce has been in and out of the house, so she's been invited in. Stefan's like, yeah, bro, Catherine said she fooled one of us. What
does
that
that
about?
mean? Exactly.
And Damon's like, oh, wow. She kissed me, and I kissed her back. Well, actually, I kissed her, and then
Right.
The point is we kissed.
Because he very much initiates.
Stefan is ready to throw hands, and Elena's like, hey, look at me. I didn't kiss Damon. Catherine kissed Damon. I wouldn't do that. Side-eye to Damon.
Right. But exactly. It's like Damon would. And Damon, for all intents and purposes, did.
Then the next scene for Stefan is the hospital, where everyone's like, yeah, John, at this point, we've got more exciting villains in this show. So could you, leave? And John is like, no, my daughter can't be with you filthy vampires. I'll never stand for it. And then Stefan's like, okay, Elena, well, you can just step out for a moment. I'd like to speak to your dad alone. Then force feeds John his blood and is like, okay, there, now you have vampire blood in your system. You have 24 hours to get out of town, or I'll kill you. And then you can be a vampire. And you can hate yourself as much as you hate the rest of us.
So cool. Mob boss energy. And then he goes outside and tells Elena he did that. He does not conceal this. He very much makes clear, hey, I made it very clear he needs to go.
And she approves. She's like, good, I don't want him here.
So good. I love them.
Eventually, he does meet up with Catherine, who is being herself. Well, I guess she's herself for him, but everyone else assumes she's Elena, including Matt, who greets her, and she's like, oh, his eyes are so blue.
Fair enough, Catherine. I'll give you that one.
This is where Stefan starts to get in his digs that will last for the rest of the season, saying such gems like, Catherine, I'm not Damon. I haven't spent the last 145 years obsessed with you.
Ooh. There is such a beauty to him having had the time and distance and now the self-assuredness from being a vampire for so long to just really look at what happened to him back in 1864 and go, actually, Catherine, screw you for everything you did to me, and I will remind you every moment I get. It's good.
But much like with Damon in the previous season, it becomes this thing of okay, what are you up to? Tell me what you're plotting so we can just get on with it and I can either stop you or if it's harmless, which I doubt, I can help you so you'll be on your way and out of my life. Mm-hmm. And she's like, but Stefan, I came back for you. I love you. And he's like, oh, well, that's going to be a problem because I hate you,
right.
Catherine. Damon's still dealing with his feelings. He's a little bit in shock. He's not sure where he stands with you. I have hated you for over a century, and nothing has changed.
I processed, I recognized you abused me and manipulated me.
You abused me. You compelled me to be in love with you. You controlled me, which Catherine is like,
I don't think that's true. It's like, all right, Kathy.
But Catherine is offended by this, and she's like, okay, I'm going to skewer you with this candle holder. And then she delivers that insane line of, you hate me, Stefan? Well, that sounds like the beginning of a love story to me, not the end of one. And walks away.
It's almost to the point of the Klaus quote from season 4, but it's not quite there. It's halfway there.
The Klaus quote being?
The Klaus quote to Caroline about, you've never once felt the attraction to someone who would do everything to... It's halfway to that point in the sense of AO3 BS, but not all the way there.
As we said in the original episode, Catherine Pierce existing on similar wavelengths of Delulu energy to Klaus Michelson, particularly when it comes to Stefan.
Yeah.
But later on, as Stefan is getting his wounds tended to by Elena, Damon shows up and he's like, oh, look, your crazy ex. I guess she came back for you and not me, and I don't care. I'm over it.
God. Embarrassing.
Then he irritatingly tries to get Stefan mad again by talking about the kiss. And Stefan's like, listen here. Catherine is going to pit us against each other. Can you not make it easy for her? Like, I'm not going to fall for it. I really hope you don't.
So infuriating how responsible he's being.
He's like, I've had time to think about it, and I think the fact that you care for Elena is a good thing, because it shows you care. Stefan, I disagree.
I wildly disagree.
You tying your brother's humanity and his need to be saved to the girl that you love and are in a relationship with, I'm like, I don't know why he needs to love her for that. No, this is not helpful.
At the very least, it's another line of defense in front of Elena, and he can use that.
This is also the episode in which Damon is sulking and drunk and upset and puts the moves on Elena, and she's like, Damon, I love Stefan.
Puts the moves being sexually assaults.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. That's not at you. We do forget. I also forgot. But thankfully, the Damon episode, I remembered.
He forcibly kisses her, and she's like, Damon, no, I love Stefan. It'll always be Stefan.
Protesting, pushing him away the whole time. Ugh.
So Damon being like, oh, okay, so I guess all you doppelgangers just are always gonna pick that spiky-haired brooding boy over me.
And who could imagine why? What sort of detail or like difference could we pick at to question why that is?
Much like Coach Tanner, wrong time, wrong place, Jeremy walks in, hearing that his sister has been in a commotion, and Damon's like, hey, Jeremy, still want to be a vampire? Snaps his neck and kills him. By this point, Jeremy has inherited the Gilbert ring, so he's fine, which when Stefan shows up, he's like, no, it's okay, don't worry. Damon knew that he was wearing the ring. And Elena's like, girl, I don't think so. I disagree.
I think he just killed the guy. The back of this, the only annoying thing about this pairing is that like the constant switch back and forth at who's pissed at Damon and who's now defending him. It's like one of them has to be defending him. It can be zero, I promise you.
They complete each other.
Ugh.
But at this point, Elena's like, no, I hate Damon.
Right.
Which is a pity, because Stefan is in a place, as he said, where he wants to be on Damon's side, because, Catherine is up to stuff. And at the end of that episode, she kills Caroline, who has Damon's blood in her system. Episode 2, Brave New World. Oh, no. This is the episode in which Caroline completes her transition and becomes a fully fledged vamp, and will ultimately end up as Stefan's, I guess, student in the School of Vampirism. On the Stefan side of things, he has given Jeremy vervain to ingest, I believe.
Yes.
And not just wear, which, as we've said many times, should be the go-to. That's
default.
what Connor says when he shows up 2 seasons later.
Right. I believe in this episode, the conflict that Elena's trying to scramble for some sense of normalcy, given all the stuff that has happened. She thought with the tomb vampires, it should be done. Now Catherine's here, and it seems like they're constantly in some sort of supernatural drama.
Which it's cute that she thinks she can get there.
Yeah. Well, she doesn't know she's in a show.
But she knows Catherine's in town.
That's true.
I guess she doesn't know just how wild Catherine is yet. Also, Uncle Mason has shown up and starts to stoke the flames of Salvatore's suspicion when it seems like he also has superpowers. He is arm wrestling Tyler at the carnival. Tyler loses, and then Stefan's like, okay, I'll go do it, because Damon annoyingly is like, Stefan will go.
Yeah.
That thing that boys do where they point at their friend or their brother like, hey, he says he can beat you.
In front of everybody, and now if you say no, you look like a fool. And it's like, I'll look like a fool any day. I don't care. It's embarrassing.
Stefan does the arm wrestling match and then loses. And Damon's like, well, that's boring. Don't just lose on purpose. And Stefan's like, I mean, I was holding back because, that's what I do when I'm playing with humans. But he's actually definitely stronger than a human should be. Damon is annoying, compels that dude to fight with Tyler to see what Tyler does. Mason breaks up the fight. So Stefan sees him being all
Brazilian jiu-jitsu.
I mean, it's not even wolf-like behavior. He's being agile, leaping around like Spider-Man.
Yeah, he's Spider-Maning. That's what it is. He's doing weird acrobatics, and it's like, ooh.
Later on, Damon comes to Stefan and Elena, is like, so Caroline's a vampire now.
Right.
Oops. Guess we have to kill her to prevent her from
no other way.
From
no other solution.
from drawing attention to us. And it's like, what Why?
We don't kill you inexplicably when you do stuff to draw attention to us. So what are we talking about here?
Caroline, as we know, eats Carter.
Yeah.
Because she can't control her bloodlust. And Damon, unfortunately, finds her first and is like, don't worry, everything's going to be okay. I'm going to kill you, actually. Thankfully, Stefan arrives and stops him, along with Elena, even after Damon tries to have another go at her.
Thank you for saying it.
It's crazy that he tries twice. I always forget that he tries twice.
He does. He says, even with now Stefan here and Elena here, I'm going to try one more time anyway, just for the sake.
Then Bonnie shows up and she's like, oh no, not my Care Bear. And Stefan's like, okay, I'm gonna get you out of here.
She's cleaning her off. He's like getting tissues and he talks her down. And when he realizes that just speaking to her is not helping, because he's trying to be like, you can fight the bloodlust, you can control this, it's not working. And he gets her to look at him and then he shows her his veins. We talked about it in the Caroline episode.
It's actually so beautiful.
It's
They
great.
should have stayed friends.
Anyway, you thought you could sneak that one past? How dare you?
It's just nice. He's like, look, we're exactly alike. I'm gonna show you my scars.
Right.
You show me yours. It's a nice friendship moment, but for some people, I guess.
Moment. You don't have to say it with quote marks or italics. But yes, he's like, if I can survive this, then so can you. And it's a really, really great moment for the two of them. And it works into getting her down. Because Stefan's, unfortunately, very good at handling newbie vampires. That's just how he rolls.
He really is. It's unfortunate that they all end up surpassing him in terms of being able to control themselves.
As any good master or sensei, that is the hope you have for your students. If they have not surpassed you by the end, you have failed as a teacher.
But at the end of the episode, he gives Elena her sense of normalcy, at least for a few minutes, when he takes her to the top of the Ferris wheel and they kiss.
He whooshes her up there.
I love the way they jump. I'm like, you didn't bend your knees enough to spring up here. You just took off from the ground. You're essentially flying for short distance.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, if they just left it in that they can like fly a little bit, it's fine. A little levitation.
Next episode, Bad Moon Rising. Damon, Elena, and Alaric take the road trip to go and see Miss Nora Dark.
Queen.
On the Stefan side of things, I guess he's like, well, the plot needs Elena to go be with Damon. And my excuse, which is one of the better ones we'll get, is that I've got to stay with Caroline, who's gonna go through vampire boot camp.
Yeah, while he's running her through the ropes, they have a lot of bonding in this moment. It is like another foundational moment for their friendship.
He's immediately like, we're gonna get you on the animal diet. Caroline's like, oh, I don't want to do that. Isn't killing small animals the first step in becoming a serial killer? Stefan senses that she's not losing touch with her humanity, but missing the simple facets of human life, like being a daywalker and getting to spend time with Matt. As she gets more and more like agitated and her true Caroline personality shines through, he starts to go, tee-hee, you're all heightened because you're a vampire. Everything is heightened. What is she says? I'm a neurotic, insecure control freak on crack.
It's such a Hall of Fame line from this show. And a lot of those come from Caroline, so that tracks.
But Stefan's like, no, it's cool. We can go socialize after we finish eating, because I actually think it'll be good for you to be around Matt, because he's the closest connection to your humanity. Kind of sad that it's not Liz, but it's the truth. It is what it is.
It is what it is. Sometimes it be like that.
He catches Caroline abusing her vampire powers.
Right, he does catch her feeding on Matt,
compelling
unfortunately.
girls not to talk to Matt and such.
Yes, also compelling Amber Bradley.
Stefan is still a kind mentor. He encourages Caroline to go and talk to Matt. I don't know how much of a good idea that was, Stefan. It's like day one.
That's true. But it's kind of like being a doctor, right? Where it's like the bulk of like your physical practice is going to be on a person who is sick and needs help. So you kind of have to learn on the job.
I guess. I'm just like, maybe you should have like stood a little closer.
Yeah. No, he
know.
leaves for whatever reason, and that's crazy. I don't know why he's more than like 30 feet away.
Because he keeps calling Elena to check up on her and what she's dealing with, I guess.
Right, fair.
And she's like, well, there's werewolves running around. We just discovered they do exist, and apparently their bite can kill vampires, so just be careful. And he's like, oh, okay, I think I need to find Caroline then. Because it is a full moon.
Tis a full moon.
But eventually, Stefan comes to Mason's truck that Mason has had to hide himself in because Tyler is trying to woo girls in the family slave settler.
Right.
It's like, God damn it, I'm trying to chain myself up here. Guess I gotta go stay in my car. That is where he is as he turns into a wolf, jumps out of the car, and Stefan's like, what the hell was that? Meanwhile, Caroline, who was with Matt, kissing, gets hungry, as you do when you're a newbie vamp, and starts to feed on him. Stefan is like, no, pulls her off just in time. No time to recover because suddenly there's a werewolf, and Stefan's like, okay, we're gonna run.
Really crazy that they leave
us.
Matt in this moment and hope the werewolf follows them, but fair.
Stefan, who has just learned that werewolves exist, suddenly is an expert and says, no, it's fine. When we run away, he'll follow us and leave Matt alone. And I'm like, how do you... What?
Because they've all accepted that this, like, it's Damon, as usual, who starts this shit. Because Catherine has fed this in his ear about this thing about vampires and werewolves being natural enemies, which I've always found to be nonsense. But anyway, there's this belief that, like, oh, okay, the wolf is more likely to chase after a vampire than a human being.
Which is fine, but I don't think Elena relays any of that to Stefan when she calls him.
Then I have
to
no
tell
idea.
him what's going on.
I have no clue.
He does eventually tell Caroline, yeah, it's a wolf that we're running from. And when the wolf does arrive and jumps on Caroline, Stefan tries to fight it off. And then Tyler shows up and surprisingly saves them when he says no. And the wolf runs away. And they're like, oh, okay. I guess that's a thing now.
Family connection. Listen, they're part of the same pack.
Close to the end of the episode, they accept that Caroline is still a danger to Matt. I don't know why that's surprising, but he's like, it's okay. I'm going to give Matt vervain so you won't be able to compel him to be docile or drink his blood. And she asks Stefan, do you think that I should, like, just end things with Matt? And Stefan's like, girl, I ain't gonna tell you what to do.
I couldn't in good conscience. Not with me currently dating a human.
You know? He's like, I would be a hypocrite if I said the safest thing to do for your human partner is to walk away. Because I'm dating Elena, and look where we are.
You know?
Episode 4, Memory Lane. We get some more flashbacks.
This is where he's managed to get Catherine vervained and gotten her into one of the Salvatore cellars to interrogate her, while Elena, Damon, Rick, and Caroline.
This is the one where Stefan has the dream?
Yes. Yes, it is.
He's having dreams about Elena, like, transplanted into the 1864 Founders Ball. Then he wakes up and is like, oh, okay, that was weird. I'm dreaming about Catherine. It's cool. I'm in bed, cuddling with my loving girlfriend, Elena. She's snuggling into his chest. He's like, no, it's fine. I just had a nightmare. Go back to sleep. It's okay. And she's like, okay. And then he's like, wait a second.
No, hold on.
Vamp speeds out of the bed and is like, ugh, it's Catherine.
Yeah. Even in a dream, clocks it. Good for you, buddy.
She's like, tee-hee, I was telepathically giving you funny dreams. And I slid into your bed to cuddle with him. Like, she violates him so much and in so many ways. As fun as Catherine is as a character, now that we're on the Stefan side of things, it's actually quite terrifying.
It's not good at all. It's awful and haunting. And she's so powerful that most times he can't stop her from doing that. It's very bad. And to be fair to you, in the Catherine episode, we called it out as well, even as we were kikiing about Catherine. It's like, hey, this is not good at all. It's actually awful and terrifying.
This is when she starts to open up about what was happening in the 1860s, telling him about all the George Lockwood stuff and the roundup of the vampires. Stefan has been asking her again, like, oh, why did you come back to town? And she's like, oh, I came back for you, Stefan. I'm telling you the truth. I'm in love with you. But the question is, why did you come back to Mystic Falls? I think you came back to fall in love with me all over again, Stefan.
Insane. So insane.
Delulu is the Salulu. I love.
As far as she's concerned, she's actually very rational and reasonable.
It's stuff we've covered in the Catherine episode. But at this point, it's Catherine trying to clock Stefan's tea and be like, no, but I think on some psychological level, which she's not entirely wrong,
you know,
on some psychological level, what drew you back to this town was, you know, the history that we shared. Stefan is like, no, That's garbage. That's ridiculous. And she's like, well, okay, then maybe you can explain why you kept my picture from 1864. Because I can't think of a good reason why you did that, Stefan, other than that you wanted to cling to some part of me.
She's got him there, unfortunately. I still don't super get it. I do think, because there's something there about the trauma, right? And what he experienced at the hands of Catherine. But I am not versed enough on the outcomes of abuse and assault to like really speak confidently on that. But it may be linked in that way. Because even in the quiet moments of Stefan by himself, we don't get a sense that he is still in any way attached to Catherine in that way. There's one moment in a vision that she puts in his head when I believe it's when they're in the tomb together, where it's like, whoa, that's kind of interesting. But that seems to be more to do with his fear about losing Elena to Damon than it is to do about Catherine herself. So even then, it's like, Catherine, I don't think it's about you. So I don't know.
It's not clear. I mean, this is the same universe in which Klaus keeps his dead mother's body close at hand in a coffin, even though he hates her guts. So
yeah, these people make some interesting choices.
All sorts of responses to trauma. But this is the scene in which Stefan is like, okay, I'm going to pretend like your words are getting through to me.
Right.
Goes up to her, all romantic, and is like, what is it about you that makes me still care? And Catherine's like, yes, I got him.
I knew
Let's
it,
kiss.
bitch. I got my man back. It's like, oh, honey.
Then he vervains her.
Right.
That's when he then takes her down to the cellar, chains her up, and is like, okay, I'm going to interrogate you now. Tell me why you came back to town. Starts to torture her with vervain, because the flower does burn her skin.
Right.
And I'm like, I mean, shame that Stefan is resorting to these extreme measures, but it's Catherine.
It's Catherine.
It's his abuser. It's the monster who haunts his nightmares.
Right.
I'll allow it.
And it's someone who's up to something now that is causing danger to the people around them. She has killed Caroline at this point. Caroline's now a vampire. She's like a haunting threat over not just him, but his girlfriend, this town that he calls home once again, like her friends and loved ones. Listen, needs must. As we said in season 1.
Catherine, she's taken on the Damon reins of like poking and prodding at Stefan to try and irritate him. She's like, do you pretend to be human when you're with Elena? And Stefan's like, well, actually, no, I'm not like you. I entered this relationship trying to be as honest as possible and very quickly gave her the choice of whether or not she wanted to date a vampire. Mm-hmm. And we've been happily in love ever since. And she's like, okay, cute. But does she know that you're still in love with me? Stefan is like, well, no, as I've said again, I'm not in love with you. None of that was real. And she's like, well, actually, no, Stefan, because if you'll remember that night of the founders party, when you spoke to me and you told me that you look at me and you see an angel and you touch my skin and your body ignites and you kiss me and you know that you're falling in love. I didn't tell you to say any of those things. And that was before you saw my vampire face. And once you did, I just said, don't be scared of me. Don't change the way you feel. So you see, you were already in love with me, Stefan.
And that makes it okay. That solves all future problems and makes them null and void. Right, Catherine? If he said it once, it's true forever and always, no matter what you do to him.
That's what she says. Catherine says, consent cannot be withdrawn at any time. I never compelled your love. It was real, and so was mine.
Crazy talk.
And then Stefan's like, okay, fine. Well, for argument's sake, let's say that counts. Whatever feelings I had back then, they have since turned into hate. And Catherine's like, oh, love, hate, such a fine line. And then she's like, I can wait for you. She's insane. Go back to the Catherine episode, guys. We covered the scene
at length, in detail.
The point of this particular interrogation is that she lets Stefan know about how she bargained with George Lockwood for something that he wanted, that she had, in exchange for him letting her out and faking her death and leaving all of the tomb vampires to die. Although she did not know that Emily was going to try and protect them in protecting Catherine. She fully intended for them to be dead. And Stefan is like, wow, you actually suck more than I thought you did.
Yeah.
Like, those vampires were your people and you just left them there to die. And she's like, well, yeah. She starts to allude to the Klaus of it all. She has not yet told him that it's the Moonstone. She then reveals, everything was going according to plan when I drank your spiked blood and got captured. Your dad thought that he got the jump on me. I mean,
was
technically
three
he
steps
did.
ahead. It was very convenient for my plans, actually. So
She's like, I didn't know you had vervain in your blood, I'll admit, but me being captured was fine because ultimately I was going to be released. And then Stefan's like, Damon and I died trying to save you. And she's like, well, that's a pity because I didn't want to be saved.
she's like, and who asked you to do that? Please. Embarrassing. Damn. And then he's like, we died for nothing. She's like, no, you died for love.
Yes.
Oh, God. Whew.
She starts to slip back into like the threatening crazy, and she's like, I want you, Stefan, and I don't care what I have to do to get you. My list of victims is very long, and I have no problem adding one more name to that list.
And you know who that is?
And then Stefan's like, okay, fine, but if you wanted Elena dead, you'd have killed her by now. And Catherine's like, I still can. Then Stefan threatens to stake her, but he doesn't. And then she's like, you see? You
still
are in love
love
with me. You didn't kill me immediately. And then she's like, if you don't break up with Elena and remove her from your life, I will kill everyone she loves while she watches. And then I'll kill her while you watch.
Right.
Abuser tactics, because now that she's like, okay, my declarations of genuine love
Aren't
quote
winning
unquote,
you over.
aren't working on you. So now I'm going to threaten you and tell you that if you don't do what I ask, I'm going to hurt you. Behave yourself or there'll be consequences. So then he does lose his temper and threatened to actually kill her. And she's like, yeah, anyway, I'm done here. Breaks free of her restraint. And she's like, yeah, vervain doesn't really work on me because I've been drinking it for the past 145 years, ever since your dad got me with that trick. And Stefan's like, so why were you sitting here all day letting me interrogate you? And she's like, because, Stefan, I wanted to spend time with you. I missed you.
Oh, I hate it. Oh, Stefan. And it's so frustrating just from the perspective of these protagonists trying to get more information, trying to figure out what the hell the villain is doing, but also for Stefan specifically, who finally got the upper hand on this person who has always had so much power over him. And it was a lie the whole time. Never once was he in control. Oh!
So she stakes him and goes upstairs to terrorize Elena for a bit more and finally introduce herself. When Stefan recovers and goes upstairs to see her, she runs away. Later on in the episode, Stefan and Elena have that that fake fight in the Mystic Grill because they've come to suspect Caroline is being used by Catherine.
Then they come back, they're like, oh, I hated fighting like that. Oh, it felt too real. Oh, it felt too real. I love you, baby girl. I love you too. I hate them. They're so cute.
I was like, all right, guys.
I put it away.
Episode 5, Kill or Be Killed. This is when we learn about Mason and how he ended up working with / for Catherine. Oh, this is the one where, Damon.
My response at any given time. While Stefan was interrogating Catherine, Damon was
he was at the
meal
party with
that
Jenna.
he forced Rick to invite him to. Well, made Rick make Jenna organize and invite Mason, her old buddy, and then made Rick invite him, even though Jenna was unaware. Then stabs Mason with silverware, thinking it would hurt him, and it didn't, because when a werewolf is injured by silver, it heals.
I knew you were going to say that.
And that's when he makes a new enemy for the gang.
So by episode 5, Mason Lockwood, now an enemy of the Salvatore brothers. Because the enemy of Damon is the enemy of Stefan, unfortunately.
Sadly so.
So Stefan is like, okay, I'm going to do my Stefan things. I'm going to try and make peace from my end. Mason, not interested, decides to out them to Sheriff Forbes. Who at least doesn't immediately believe him. She's like, no, I know the Salvatores. They walk around in the day. Damon's on the council. Mason's like, no, it's cool. I'll show you. It gets her to see him vervaining Damon. Not to knock him out, but just to like burn him and weaken him a little bit. And therefore, Liz enlists her deputies to capture Stefan and Damon. Ultimately, Caroline, and there was a little bit of help from Elena, shows up to save them. Damon feeds to recover. Stefan's like, no, I don't want to.
No.
I'm okay. And I'm like, that's fine. I understand. Elena does offer Stefan her blood, though, which begins their little thing in season 2 of him feeding off her bit by bit.
Yeah.
I guess that goes away the next season because of everything else going on.
Yeah, because they're so far apart at that point that it's like not even a present thing. Also, he's drinking human blood at that point. But I really like this bit. We've discussed it in the Elena episode of the strengthening of the bond between them that was already so strong, to be like, I trust you with my blood and I will be the one to guide you through and make sure you don't fall off the edge. It's just, they're so good in tandem.
And also at this stage of the story where someone like me was still suspecting that the bloodlust and lack of control therein was because Stefan hadn't learned to drink and stop and, you know, like know when enough is enough. So I was like, oh, at this stage, I was like, maybe if we continue on this trajectory, eventually you will be able to control yourself because you're feeding her Elena and you have that motivation to now stop because you love her. Like Edward sucking venom out of out of Bella's hat.
I think, yes, the motivation of like that it's Elena's blood and not just blood broadly, that there is a goal in front of him that he's pointing towards in the action of drinking this blood, and that between the two of them, there is now this like circle of defense around his like ability to control himself. I think all those things are contributing to the fact that, okay, he can take these small bits at a time and build up his strength and not lose control.
The next episode, Plan B, episode 6, we get that lovely scene where Catherine and Mason's intimate time is happening simultaneously with Elena and Stefan. And we get to see the difference between how each of these doppelgangers treats the man in their life. Catherine very clearly using Mason, very clearly not in love, and Elena being all in with Stefan. He continues to feed on Elena's blood every day. I think the scene where he's drinking from her is something that I saw in like a trailer for season 2 of the Vampire Diaries back when I wasn't watching it yet. There was like alt rock song playing over it, and I was like, oh, this looks very dramatic and over the top.
Right.
Not interested.
Love how all the misconnections you had before finally Masquerade got you in. Oh, Rose got you in.
Rose, which I just happened to switch on the telly, and I was like, oh, we're talking about werewolves. There's a sun and moon curse. We're not using Native Americans as a prop. I was like, okay. Well, I mean, not yet.
Not yet. We're around the corner.
Bonnie gets a vision of Mason and Catherine, which she thinks is Elena. When she tells Stefan, he's like,
So quickly, so securely, like, no, Elena wouldn't do that. It couldn't be her, so it must be Catherine.
Katerina and her never-ending parade of boy toys.
Ooh.
I love that for her. But also, Stefan and Elena are still in their play fight. It's so silly.
It's really crazy.
And it backfires so badly.
But yeah, they snatch Mason. Stefan's not involved with that, though. Damon and Jeremy are dealing with Mason.
They do find out where Mason has hidden the Moonstone, though.
Stefan had gone by himself, and Elena had caught up to Stefan because Bonnie texted her to loop her in finally now that they'd caught Mason successfully. And Elena goes to Stefan and is like, hey, I just heard from Bonnie what's happening. What the hell? And he's like, okay, good, you're here. I need your help anyway. And she's the one to lower him into the water, and he gets trapped in the vervain and is disabled.
It's nice because Elena gets to play damsel, and Elena gets to rescue him this time.
It's true.
Until she gets stuck in there with snakes, and then Caroline has to come and save her.
At some point in our lives, we are all the damsel, and that's okay as long as it's equal opportunity.
Elsewhere in the episode, Damon kills Mason after he's finished with his interrogation, and then is stupid enough to brag about it to Catherine, which pisses her off, and she's like, okay, well, on that note...
Time to release the hounds, and contingency A to Z is out.
Calls Elena and is like, so Elena, I know that you've been play fighting with Stefan. I'm not stupid. I know a fake argument when I see one. You think you can lie to me? I invented lies, Miss Ma'am.
Look at deception in the dictionary. There's a picture of me right below that.
She calls pre-compelled Jenna on the phone and gets her to stab herself in the stomach with a kitchen knife. Thankfully, she's rushed to the hospital and she's saved without vampire blood this time. I guess they're like, we're not taking any chances answers.
Not after Caroline, no.
But Elena's like, well, we thought we were so clever sneaking around, and now my aunt almost died. So I think we're gonna end things properly.
Stefan's sobbing.
And
in that
Stefan
scene.
cries because he's a real man.
He's a sensitive soul, and he's not afraid to show his vulnerability. Some of you could learn.
Bring back real men from the 19th century who cry.
Bring back the yearners and the lovers.
And then episode 7, Masquerade.
Masquerade, paper faces a parade. I mean, an iconic fave.
Everyone's like, all right, we're taking Catherine down. She wants the Moonstone. She's threatening people. She's done too much. We're going to leave Elena out of the loop, though.
Yeah.
Which I know your least favorite thing.
It's fine. It's cool.
Caroline has been sent to deliver the message that, yeah, Catherine wants the Moonstone tonight. Unbeknownst to them, Catherine has her own contingencies. She has linked Elena to herself through the use of Lucy, a distant Bennett witch cousin of Bonnie's. She shows up at the party.
I think Stefan meets her first sort of out on the dance floor while she's accosting Jeremy.
She's complimenting him. She's like, dance with me, Stefan. And he's like, no. And then she's like, okay, then tell me who actually killed her.
God.
She asks him for the Moonstone, and he's like, well, I don't have it on me. Why don't you just come with me, and the two of us can go get it together? And she's like, no, I'm not going to do that. I have a better idea. Go and get it and bring it to me, and I'll try not to kill anyone while you're gone. Stefan's like, my way or we don't get it. He's trying so hard to have this ironclad resolve, show that he's not going to shift, calling her bluff. Then Amy Bradley shows up and Catherine kills her on the dance floor just to prove she's serious. Which, of course, because Stefan is compassionate, he's like, okay, well, I don't want people to die. I guess.
She throws her into his arms, which is a metaphor, I feel. It's some sort of like, damn, everybody always making the problem and then throwing it into Stefan's hands. Just like, God damn it.
So Stefan has to go pop her in the trunk and then meet up with Damon to be like, okay, maybe we need to call this off because it's not working. And Damon's like, no. You started this episode saying that I was the one who was going to be the spanner in the work, and now you're the one who's getting cold feet. I don't care about some dead extras.
Right.
We're going to take Catherine down.
Like, these are different concerns, Damon, that we're raising. But okay.
Elena does find out what they're up to. She's like, no, you're going to get yourself killed. And we're like, no, it's fine. We all have a plan. Like, Caroline's the bait. Caroline does indeed walk past until Catherine gets a hold of him and is like, listen here, I know something is up. Tell me right now what's happening. She leads her into the ambush in the magically sealed room and is like, goodbye, Catherine, ditching her so that the Salvatores can kill her. Catherine and Damon have their little antagonistic back and forth while Stefan's like, I care so little about our previous drama, guys. I'm here to kill Catherine. Like, I don't care who lied to who and who loved whomst and whatever.
It's
just
not my business. I'm just trying to stop this girl from ruining this town.
They attack. It's a cool fight. The power scaling is still consistent at this point in the story, so Stefan and Damon are struggling to get the upper hand. But there are two of them, so they manage to get some hits in. Unfortunately, it then becomes clear to the people outside that Elena is receiving all of Catherine's wounds, but with no vampiring to help her. So they do have to stop. And then they just sit around and talk for a while while Bonnie tries to figure out what to do.
The sitting and talking is always the most tense moments, to be honest, because all the dialogue in this show is pretty good, at least early on.
Stefan tries to figure out why Catherine was working with a werewolf. Damon's like, oh, she's not going to tell us. Besides, I killed him. And Catherine says, well, there's more than one wolf in that pack. Bonnie is not able to unlink the spell. She's able to ease Elena's pain.
Because Lucy's blocking her. So she goes to get Lucy, they chat, and Lucy comes back when she realizes Bonnie's a Bennett and tricks Catherine.
By giving her a spelled moonstone that knocks her out.
Yep.
But by this point, Stefan has figured out that the moonstone belonged to whomever Catherine was running from when she faked her death. Catherine also reveals that, oh, Stefan, I've been spying on you on and off again for decades, by the way. I saw you at a concert in 1987 with Lexi. Because I love you. And Damon's in the background like, ugh, God, I'm gonna be sick. He's like, did you ever spy on me, Catherine?
Just again to be like, I understand. Damon was in love with this girl for however long. But in this moment where you are professing, I guess quite in denial that, oh, you're over Catherine and like, who cares and you hate her or whatever. It's like, not even an ounce of like cognizance to be like, wait, now that I know what Stefan went through at her hands, to now hear that she was stalking him throughout time, not an ounce to be like, oh no, that must suck for Stefan, because it's all about me and my jealousy over, she loves him and not me. It's like, Damon, try even a little bit to be a good sibling. I don't know.
Once they get the drop on her, Damon is the one to seal her away. So I guess that's his bygones moment, forever long that lasts.
Good for you, I guess. I only bring it up because of how much effort Stefan puts in to try and convince Damon to see what they went through at that time, even knowing or learning in season 1 that Damon did not go through it as much as he did, right?
Yeah.
It's always going to highlight the imbalance of that relationship.
For Stefan at the end of the episode, to my surprise, even though Catherine is now gone, Elena's like, no, I don't think that necessarily means we're back together. Like, I'm still worried about everyone in my life.
Right.
And, you know, I want them to be safe. I hope you understand. And Stefan's like, no, it's fine. And unlike some people, I'm not gonna go kill a college student because of this rejection.
Right. Like, I can handle it because I can regulate my emotions.
And then Elena gets snatched.
Doesn't she always? God damn it.
It's so funny because I think the first time I was like reading through the history of the show when I hadn't yet gotten to see season 1 on screen, and I came across the point where Elena is like attacked by, I guess, Noah in the street. Very briefly, I was like, wait, are we on this episode already? Is this Trevor? And I was like, that doesn't make sense.
Because it's once again by just some hooded stooge who then dies the next episode.
Episode 8, Rose. We love it. We've spoken about it in depth. Stefan, because he's not back with Elena, I guess, assumes she went home. Jeremy says something that makes it clear that he thought Elena slept over at Stefan's place. And he's like, oh no.
No, she's missing. She's missing. You don't know how easy that girl is to kidnap. Summon the forces.
Like, oh, she's gone again. In this episode, he has his little road trip with Damon where they openly discuss, or at least Stefan's trying to be open about it. He's like, yeah, you're helping me not just because I'm your little brother and you care about me and you know I love this girl, but you're doing it because you also love this girl.
Love this girl.
And Damon's like, shut up, that's not true. You're being silly. If you irritate me enough, I'm gonna leave you to go on this search and rescue mission on your own. And Stefan's like, that's the beauty of it. You can't. Clocking his tea real quick.
Love that.
Eventually, they arrive at the dilapidated manor where Rose and Trevor, R.I.P.,
R.I.P.
have met up with Elijah. They sneak into the house. Elijah senses them moving about. They fight him, get the drop on him. Stefan is like trying to attack him with wooden bullets after Elena throws a vervain grenade. It's not doing much. He tackles into the ground, and eventually, with Damon's help, Elijah is staked and temporarily defeated.
She 180s, I think, at the end of that episode. Bless her heart, it's not her fault. Truly, she was provided with information to be like, oh no, it wasn't you, Stefan. The darkness followed me. They're after me now as the doppelganger. They're after my family because of me. Sorry for putting you on the hook. Stefan's like, no, it's okay. We'll sort it out. It's fine.
I guess that distresses her enough that she's like, okay, I'm gonna go get some answers from a certain someone.
Indeed.
Is this the episode where Rose follows them back home, or is it the next episode?
Yes, this is important because at the end, Rose finds them in their home after that encounter, and she finds Stefan. Once again, these characters encountering Stefan and then ending up in Damon's corner. It's fine, whatever. Rose finds Stefan, and Stefan is like, you're in my home, danger. And she's like, I'm not a threat. I'm just here to talk. My friend is now dead, my friend of 500 years, and I'm tired of running. Stefan's like, why'd you come to me? And Rose says, because I knew Alexia Branson.
Yes.
And she always said, you were one of the good ones. So it just, watching that back, I forget who I was watching it for that I saw that scene. I was like, I'll forever hold it in my heart. Damon, you bastard, you killed her. And so Stefan is like, I don't know how I could help you now knowing what we're up against. And Rose is like, oh, no. I'm not coming to you for help. I'm here to help you. And that's how she ends up on their team.
And honestly, Rose, if you knew Lexi, I'm going to assume that you're also, I guess, all right. I never see you hurting a person until you're rabid. Well, I mean, apart from Elena, who you backhand across the room, but that was a special circumstance.
No. You were stressed out. It's okay. We understand. Your life was in the palm of her hand and your hand and your idiot friend Trevor's hands. I get it.
The next episode, Katerina, in which Elena's like, okay, cool, I'm gonna have a one-to-one with my doppelganger and find out the family history. Caroline, I need you to distract my boyfriend all day because I know he would never approve of me speaking to this lying snake. So that's what Stefan is up to for most of the episode.
Being distracted, clocking he's been distracted, guilting Caroline, being like, well, I guess you were pretending to be my friend this whole time. Damn. And she's like, no. You're not gonna pull that on me. Elena's also my friend, and I'm not gonna betray her trust, which is good, and I love that.
Which is fair. I like that. I like that he pretty quickly figures out that he's being deceived. But even then, yeah, Caroline's like, I'm not gonna tell you what exactly is going on. You have to figure that out on your own. Eventually, he does figure out that Elena is at the tomb, goes there and is like, anything that this woman has told you is a damn lie.
Yeah.
He's writing in the burn book, this girl is the nastiest skank whore I have ever met. Do not trust her.
God.
But Catherine is like, no. I have not lied today. I have no reason to lie. Klaus is coming, and y'all are all going to be less safe than me because I'm here in the tomb where no vampire's going to come inside and get me. So good luck to you and yours. He calls her a manipulative, psychotic bitch.
Rare from that man.
In this moment, he's angry on Elena's behalf because he's like, I know Elena's in danger, but you're making it worse and filling her head with paranoia for your own reasons, which in this instance, she's actually not. But I guess that's it for Stefan in this episode.
It is a very much outside of the growing relationship with Elena, his back and forth with Catherine, and his best efforts to maintain his relationship with his brother that's been recently healed despite his brother's insistence on moving in on his girl is the main thing that's going on for him outside of the plot.
Next episode, The Sacrifice. This is the one where Elena and Rose are going off to do their own recon. Stefan is with Bonnie and Jeremy trying to get the moonstone out of the tomb. So they're doing magic-y stuff, but Jeremy decides that I'm gonna go get Catherine on my own, ends up getting snatched, but throwing the moonstone across the threshold. Catherine feeds on him, gets her full power back up, so that by the time Bonnie and Stefan show up, he's like, well, I can't take her now. She's 500 years old and well-fed. Catherine is like, okay, cool. So you guys let me know when you want to parlay. I'll be in here playing with my new toy, little Gilbert. Bonnie tries to drop the seal, can't do it. Catherine's like, ugh, well, this is boring. I'm going to eat Jeremy some more. Stefan vamp speeds in, throws Jeremy out, but now he's stuck in the tomb.
No hesitation.
Such a good man. The same way he rushed in.
Pushing on my buttons with no hesitation. Gas me up, give me motivation to save my girlfriend's little brother. Tyler! From the tomb.
We're South African guys. We're very proud.
I don't think we need to qualify it. Tyler's global.
I know, I'm just specifically saying, like, you know, national treasure there.
Yes, that's our little cousin right there. And you better watch your mouth about her. We're watching you.
I like that, again, we're in the tomb, someone's being hurt, and it's not even the girl he loves. Because often you'll be like, yeah, Damon also goes to great lengths for Elena, but it's almost always only Elena if it's not Stefan.
Right.
Like the rest of y'all,
it takes like 3 more seasons for him to drag his feet to finally do something about someone Elena cares about. So
yeah, I guess like in the Cure era when he's looking for Bonnie and he's like, oh no, Jeremy's dead. Bonnie, where are you? I won't leave this island without you.
Oh, I wasn't even counting that. I was talking about when Jeremy's alive again and he almost dies in the first arc for some reason. I can't remember.
But yeah, I like here that again he zips into the tomb he knows he can't get out of and is like, anything to save this boy because I'm just a good person. And at the end of the episode, Elena wants to come and see him, but Damon stops her. I don't really know what the point of that is. I'm sure she's not dumb enough to cross the threshold and go and chill with Stefan when Catherine is in there.
Yeah, I guess Stefan has asked him not to let her in so that she doesn't see him, you know, in peril. Because Stefan thanks Damon for doing that.
And then asks him to protect Elena while he's stuck in here because the plot needs to...
They're always finding creative little ways to get rid of Stefan. And that's fine, because that's like, okay, you've been very clever about like structuring this narrative so that they actually get time, absent of Stefan, for this to make any sense to like build up. But when they have Stefan himself vocalize this like trio pattern that's going on here, and then later on start to suggest that actually it's better that it be that's when you lose me. That's when it's like, y'all couldn't find someone else, and not someone from offside like Rose, who's dead when all of this shit goes down. Nobody in the story is supporting that man. It has to be Stefan because that's his brother. Sucks to no end.
Rose on the other side being president of the Delena fan club.
Right, just being like, we're a club of one and it's me, a ghost who has no tie to anything that's going on. Love that.
Everyone, insofar as they don't hate vampires yet, which is eventually where Jeremy and Matt will end up,
yes,
is Team Stefan. Tyler doesn't care. He's always got his own things going on. Caroline vocally Team Stefan until they break up, and even for a little while after they've broken up.
Still Team Stefan afterwards, yes.
Bonnie, I guess by the time Bonnie really doesn't like vampires, their relationship is basically over.
Yeah.
So, yeah, no reason for her not to be Team Stefan. She just sort of like takes a back seat and lets Caroline do all that.
Yep.
I guess Alaric, by virtue of being Damon's bestie.
But even that is like Alaric at the beginning of season 3, when it's the most chance Damon has ever stood, is like, hey, buddy, I think maybe back off a little bit because it's too soon after Stefan has been lost to the dark side, and also she's in a vulnerable spot. So even though he doesn't oppose Damon being a romantic interest, he's like, this is a weird time to be pulling your shit, buddy, but okay. And then in season 4, after he's dead, he's like, get the girl, which is bizarre. I always found that bizarre, because that was never his position.
Even Klaus is Team Stefan insofar as he's trying to ingratiate himself to Stefan.
Right.
He's like, listen, we can have an open relationship. You can keep your girlfriend.
Right. Even Rebecca, who hates that Stefan and Elena are in love, knows that that's the pairing. Damon doesn't mean shit in that time. Rose, team of one. Anyway.
But that's where we are as we go into the next episode, By the Light of the Moon, where Stefan is just stuck in the tomb with Catherine. It's a lot of fun. This dynamic where he's with his arch nemesis all day. Catherine is just teasing him the whole time. She's like, because Damon brings Stefan some blood. He's like, I don't want you to desiccate. And Stefan's like, no, I'm not taking that because Catherine will make me share it with her. And I don't want to give her blood.
So
And then she's like, oh, Stefan, you're being boring. Why are we fasting? No. Are you sure you want to desiccate? It's going to be terrible. And Stefan's like, I'm ignoring you. I'm ignoring you. And she's like, okay, well, I'm going to flirt now.
Yep.
And she's like, I've been in the stress for days. Do you want to help me out of it?
She starts stripping in this goddamn tomb. I can't stand her ass.
And I'm like, Catherine, I know you're Delulu, but where is the line? Do you really think, are you just being annoying? Or do you really think there's a chance Stefan is going to cheat on Elena while he's in here with you? Do you really not know him at all?
I mean, that's at some point she tries to get in his head to make him do it because it's not working in real life. So desperation will make you do some crazy shit. Let me tell you. I'm not going to judge. I mean, I've never done whatever it is she's doing. But where she's coming from, I hear you.
She would say it's not desperation, it's determination. She also tries to justify it by saying, listen, let's be honest. I've seen the polls online. I've been on Tumblr. I've seen the Delena fans.
Yeah.
Elena's probably cheating on you right now because in this episode, she's with Damon primarily.
You said this in the Catherine episode of like, Catherine, do you really think day of she's already banging his brother? I know you don't have a high opinion of your doppelganger, but damn, you've been spying on her for months. You know what she's like.
Catherine's like, listen, if it were me, I'd be doing it. So I assumed.
But that's the thing, she wouldn't. She doesn't care for Damon like that.
She would at least be willing to sleep with Damon,
That's
which I
true.
guess is basically what she's implying Elena's gonna do.
But if she was in a relationship with Stefan, because that's the specific context of this.
She's
act of
already
secret
done
thing.
that.
She has already done that. You're right. You're absolutely right. Never mind. Rolling it back. It's her whole thing. I slipped for a second.
It's her whole thing.
I'm putting my crown back
Messy, dishonestly polyamorous queen.
Unethical.
What is it?
polyamory.
Instead of ethical non-monogamy, she's like non-ethical polyamory. And she says, given what's most certainly going on out there, I'd say you're free to do whatever you want in here. And it's like,
Wild.
you thought Elena went home and immediately jumped Damon's bones?
Didn't wait a second. Didn't wait for the dust to settle, for the magic to seal properly on the tomb. Jumped into his bed. Crazy.
And that's when she pulls Stefan into a little daydream about them passionately kissing and getting it on. And he's like, ugh, get out of my head. Later on, she asks, are you just going to ignore me? Are we going to speak? Stefan's like, we could talk about how you regret all that you've done to make my life miserable. And then she's like, oh, boo-hoo, Stefan. What do you want me to say? I'm sorry for everything I've done. Well, I'm not.
Yeah.
She's like, I'm going to be honest with you. I look out for numero uno. That's who I am. I'm not going to apologize.
Yeah.
And then Stefan pointedly tells her, yes, you do look out for numero uno. Look where it's gotten you.
Ooh.
I was like,
No friends, no man, on the run. You look cute, but at what cost?
So she defaults to her Delulu and she's like, okay, fine. I've done terrible things, but I do love you, Stefan. Even if you don't believe it. And then Stefan's like, okay, if you want me to believe that, then, prove it. Show me you can change. Show me you're worth trusting. And she's like, I'm not going to do that. You'll still hate me anyway. You know I only do quid pro quos. Stefan now taking a leaf out of her book with some deception is like, oh, maybe I'll see that there's still hope for you after all. And then she's like, you're playing me. And he goes, am I? I guess you'll never know.
Nice. He's learning. He's growing. He's a neural net processor, a learning computer.
But they speak about Klaus and, his impending arrival in Mystic Falls. And she says, fine, I guess Isabel is the key. Find Isabel and she can tell you some deets. She's a research expert. Eventually, Elijah arrives to set them free, or at least announce that they've been set free by the Martin witches. He compels Catherine to stay behind. She's like, Stefan, no! We spent the day bonding. Don't leave me. I gave you some info. And Stefan's like, bye, sweetie.
Bye. My girl got me
going
out
back
of
to my
this
girlfriend.
tomb because my girl loves me. She looks out for me. Bet you wish you had that.
He reunites with Elena. It's
very sweet.
About it.
I like the scene. There's a reflection in the window because she's looking out all moody and dramatic as she's wont to do. And Stefan appears in the reflection in the doorway of her bedroom. And then she turns around. I think I used the picture for part 1 of her episode. And then Stefan's standing there doing the King of Queens, hands in the pocket smile.
The King of Queens?
Have you not seen that meme of what's his name? Kevin James with that shirt. He's got the button-up shirt, hands in the pocket, and he's smiling.
I always forget how long Stefan was in the tomb, in terms of the episodes. Because when they reunite at the end of this episode, it feels as though he's been gone forever.
Months.
The way they build it up. And I'm like, it was one day.
A day. Didn't even desiccate. He's fine. It wasn't a good day. It was kind of a terrible day, but it was a day.
But in the next episode, The Descent, named after one of the later books in the novel series, in this era, it's the whole, we need to contact Isabel thing and find out what she might know. Stefan is still not entirely okay with Elena's deal that she's made with Elijah in this era. But as you always point out, he chooses to respect it. I don't like it, but it's your contract that you signed.
And I'll vocalize that I don't like it because I want to share my opinion. But at the end of the day, it's your life and your loved ones in danger. I'm not going to supersede your decision.
Also, this is when we see that Stefan has started to take little bits of vervain every day, a la Catherine, because he's like, well, she gave me a cool idea, so I'm going to do that. And maybe in 145 years, I'll also be immune.
Fingers crossed.
I love that he can think that far ahead, because it obviously took Catherine decades to build up this resistance. And I'm like, you can think that far ahead for vervain immunity, but here you are dating a human being who has less than a century left on this earth.
Alright. They've been dating for 7 months, 8 months total.
I'm just saying. But this is mainly because also they now know that originals can compel normal vampires.
Yeah.
As he witnessed Elijah doing it to Catherine. At the end of the episode, when Elena comes home, Stefan's like, okay, so we didn't find your bio mom. We did find your bio dad, though.
Yeah. Honestly, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. The only benefit is he's not a vampire, so he can't really harm us in a big way. So that's something.
Well,
Yeah. Just remember.
John
Gilbert.
I wanna feel bad for you because you end things on good terms, but bruh.
Enemy of the pod.
Whenever we go over these episodes, I'm like, you did a lot of harm. I don't know if you redeemed yourself
You
enough.
did a lot, buddy. You were in your 30s too. There ain't no excuse. Can't claim the silliness of teenagers.
Next episode, Daddy Issues. Aptly named because John is in town causing a lot of strife for Stefan's part.
Probably dealing with Damon antagonizing the wolves.
This is the episode in which Jules tells Tyler the truth and then kidnaps Caroline after her creepy boyfriend shoots her point blank in the head.
And Stefan has to go try and parlay with Tyler to be like,
Yeah,
hey.
Stefan again. Always the peacemaker. Just like, he's like, sits down with Tyler and is like, listen, I understand that you were lied to and stuff's been getting a little wild. But the truth is, yeah, I'm a vampire. Caroline's a vampire. Bonnie's a witch. We're all just trying to live here in town and be okay with each other. I get that you're usually in the B plot.
Right.
But this is what's been going on. I'm not your enemy.
We can make this work. I understand we did kill your uncle, and there's nothing we can do
Not
about
we.
that. See, this is the thing, though, is that Stefan will take it on himself, even though everyone knows that was a decision Damon made all by himself. He'll go, I'm also partly for that. But even despite that, you need to understand the situation was very particular. You do not have anything to fear from us. And that's his mistake, frankly. I would have thrown Damon under the bus there so Tyler knows, hey, I understand that was some shit. I'm pissed about it too. I'm on your side here. But he has a lot of grace for his brother.
Unfortunately, Jules then calls and I guess assumes that Tyler has been kidnapped by Stefan, which is not quite what's going on.
No.
And she's like, well, we've got Caroline, so we're going to exchange her for Tyler's safety. And I'm like, but you had already kidnapped Caroline, so let's not act like...
Well, no. The order of events, I think I might have got it wrong because Stefan does that at the top of the episode. Tyler either gets to the phone and calls Jules or texts Jules secretly, and that's when Jules assumes that he's been kidnapped and they grab Caroline.
Stefan calls Elena and Damon and is like, okay, this is what's up. John, who's making himself very at home in the Gilbert house, is like, I don't approve of Elena being brought into this plan.
It's like, who asked you, buddy? We brought you here to help, not to wag your fingers.
So Stefan and Damon go to meet up with Jules and her pack, who are, I guess, camping in the woods. They got that little caravan and cage there.
Weird.
Stefan's like, listen, again, I'm trying to make peace. Damon's like, I'm the badass, so I'm threatening violence. You can take his option number one or my bloodier approach. Jules does that cool whistle thing where you use your fingers in your mouth that I can't for the life of me do.
Never known how to do it.
And she's like, well, I'm actually surrounded by werewolves in human form.
We move in packs, dumbass.
I don't think two mere vampires are going to be much of a challenge.
Right.
Stefan and Damon do try to fight them. The wolves get the upper hand, even as Tyler releases Caroline, and I think it's Jules who threatens to shoot her through the back.
Yep.
And then Dr. Jonas Martin shows up
King.
and saves them because he's like, yeah, remember when Elijah made a deal with Elena to protect her loved ones? That includes saving you guys from your stupid werewolf vampire
Frankly,
rivalry.
absolute nonsense going on here. And Elena coming through as always to protect her friends. Listen, when she makes deals, they work out and they're usually good.
And you know who else was making a deal today? Stefan. It didn't work out, but he was trying. So,
You
again,
are better off trying to
wavelengths.
make peace. They're on the same wavelength. They work so well together.
Just the facts. But I think that's all for Stefan significantly in this episode. It's nice that I think even with like peripheral main characters who don't get a lot of time to really form a relationship with Damon or Stefan, he's always the one who is more beloved. And there is a reason for that. Matt, Tyler, all these people.
Clear reason as to why they are like, okay, Stefan we can trust. Damon, who knows what's going on, but I can trust Stefan. Even in later seasons where they're like, oh, now I'm in my era of hating vampires. When they talk to other people, it's like, yeah, Stefan Salvatore usually he's a good guy, so that's okay. But everyone else, whatever. And I'm always like, yeah, better recognize. But also, at the end of this episode, after Caroline's ordeal, Stefan wants to make sure she's okay. And she's putting on a very brave face. But Stefan's like, girl, I'm seeing through it. You and me are tight now. And I know I can't super help. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to round up the girls. He calls up his lovely girlfriend, Elena, and is like, hey, I'm tagging you in, babe. We got to sort this out. She and Bonnie come over and have a sleepover. And they're like, we haven't done this in a while. And it's this wonderful emotional moment. And as they're hugging, Elena looks back at Stefan through the doorway and gives him a smile and a nod. And Stefan's like, hell yeah. One for Team Stelena.
And one for the Steroline friendship.
Exactly. Yes. Beautiful.
I love that he's like, listen, we are very close now. I could call you a bestie, but I'm going to take a step back and say, you know what? I'm making space for women.
Yes. I'm removing myself from the narrative. I will not center myself in this issue.
Decentering myself as a man.
Right.
And saying, listen, you've known these girls your whole life. They probably know what you need to feel better than I do.
And frankly, having been at the hands of that ghoul Brody the whole night, the last thing you need to see today is another man. So
not Brody.
What's his name? Is it Brady or Brody?
Brady.
Can't refuse to give him even
Brody is a name that Klaus suggests for someone who he compels.
Oh.
When he's like, Chad, Brad, Brody. Let's go with Brody. Because it's some jock or something.
That's wild.
Next episode, Crying Wolf. Brody. Brady is still here. Episode 40.
Oh, yes. This is when they go to the cabin.
Why do they go there again?
To get away.
Oh, they just go on I love that for them. They have so many cute little romantic getaways.
They're so healthy. They recognize when they're like, listen, our relationship has been taking a backseat. There's a lot of supernatural drama. Let's just take a day, get away, and have some time to ourselves. Stefan is like cooking for Elena. Elena's on the couch with a glass of wine. She's like, my dad was the cook too. And I'm like, yeah, I bet.
I like that she trolls them when they arrive. And she's like, oh, Stefan, I can't invite you in. The cabin, it's in John's name. I forgot. And he's like, you're bullshitting me.
So good.
And then she's like, tee-hee, would you like to come inside, Stefan
Come in,
Salvatore?
Mr. Salvatore. Oh, they're so cute. Oh, it is also partly to get away from John, because John's in the Gilbert house now, and she's just like, I can't deal with this bio-dad
John,
drama.
No one likes you.
Nobody likes that man, and rightfully so.
Bonnie, with the help of Jeremy and Caroline, psychically interrogates Luca. Who then reveals that Elena needs to die in the sacrifice because the sacrifice will leave Klaus weak enough for unkillable original to be killed. And that's when they're like, oh, Elijah fully intends for you to die. And then she's like, no, I figured that.
I figured that one out.
When Stephanie's like, oh.
Everyone had assumed she was just bait. She was like, no, Elijah was very clear about his wording. I would probably die, and I'm not counted under the protection. It's fine. Don't worry about it, guys. Stefan, as we said, is like, listen, it is your decision ultimately, but I'm going to say the fact that you are just willing to die in this sacrifice to save everyone else, it doesn't make you a hero. It makes you a martyr.
Which, I mean, Stefan, sometimes there is a fine line.
Yeah. There's a fine line. Where's that from? Is that from Avenue Q? Doesn't matter.
I
We
don't
have
know.
to move on. It's the most like bluntly and most confrontationally that he's ever spoken to Elena, but it's because it's about the fact that she's just going to die and leave them all behind and is not even trying to find a way around it.
Which is why Stefan then feels very betrayed when he finds out that, wait, so you're fully intending to die to save all of us, but you've spent all day talking about the future and our happy long life together. Yeah,
it's rough. As you say, they've spent maybe going on 8 months now in a relationship. They can at least envision a future where they're in it for the long haul, and they haven't discussed like the big question. This is a very important like juncture to reach where you've got to discuss, okay, then what are our plans? Because now that we're in a long-term relationship, making these unilateral decisions about your life is gonna impact the other person.
Stefan gets Tyler on their side this episode. Tyler shows up with Brady, and while he's got Stefan incapacitated on the floor and Brady's chasing Elena through the house like a serial killer, and Tyler's like, listen man, it's nothing personal, I just don't want to be a werewolf and have to snap my skeleton into pieces every month, so I have to break that curse first because that's how it works. And Stefan's like, well, these new honest friends of yours who have never used you or deceived you, did they tell you Elena has to die as part of the sacrifice? Because that's a key point that's been left out, Tyler. And Tyler's like, oh, okay.
Damn, guess I'm on the wrong side.
Once again, Stefan making peace. Damon would have just waited until he recovered and killed Tyler,
him,
quite frankly.
Straight up. Elena manages to like trick Brady into to a position where she can stab him with a knife, and then Stefan at the end of the day rips his heart out, which a couple that slays together stays together. That's all I'm gonna say.
You know, I love a power couple.
Iconic. Next is the dinner party, which is when Damon and Rick get the dagger from John Gilbert, invite Elijah to dinner at Jenna's house, always in Jenna's space, and try to kill him with the dagger.
Stefan is reminiscing about his Ripper days and how he found Lexi and she got him on the right track. I'm on the right track, babe. I'm sorry, I'm unraveling.
In an effort to try and like convince Elena to want to live, essentially. Like even in his darkest moments, he tried to live.
We get beautiful scenes with Lexi telling Stefan that, yeah, all the miserable, heartbreaking stuff is enhanced by vampirism, but also all the moments of beauty and, you know, just love and appreciation of life. Gosh. I bet they regretted killing her off.
Right. She's such a rich person to have in that dynamic. Oh, it's so short-sighted. I understand that it's a show that just kills off characters sometimes, but it's just like, what a character to kill.
But he explains to Elena that Lexi's the one who got him to turn on his feelings again in his early vampire days.
Elena's got the Gilbert Diaries because when Stefan and Elena were making out in the lake house, they broke through a secret panel and they found a bunch of equipment and diaries, and she's reading about these daggers. Elijah wakes up from the dagger because they removed it from his chest and speeds all the way to the cabin to attack them for breaking the deal, and then Elena tricks Elijah and daggers him herself and leaves it in there. And I respect the trust that Stefan has in her to execute that plan too. Granted, it was after he had kept from her that they were orchestrating a different plan that was going against her initial plan. So he's kind of in the doghouse for the second half of the episode. But he has to stand there and wait while Elena like gouges herself in the abdomen to like convince Elijah to give her his blood to save her. And he just has to hold back and trust that Elena can orchestrate this. And she does. And once it's done, then he swoops in and saves her. And it's like, that's all you need to do. You just need to trust your partner is competent enough to get the job done.
Episode 16, The House Guest. This is when Catherine is now out of the tomb because Elijah's been daggered. Elena, Stefan, Damon, all very upset to see her.
Rightfully so.
But she insists that, no, guys, I'm actually here to help. I also want Klaus dead.
We're alive.
I'm going to be part of Team Mystic Falls. I guess he's around when Jonas attacks everybody at the grill.
Yes.
And then when he goes all the way to Elena's house to wait for her there.
Right.
And they enlist Catherine's help in beating him.
He's there for a hot second in the Salvatore house when Damon's reading a book to find some historical thing, but he tells him to shush because Catherine might overhear them.
They're looking for the witch.
The location of the 100 Dead Wishes, yes.
Yeah.
So yeah, not a lot for Steph in this episode.
I guess, yeah, because Catherine's not laying eggs on him at this point.
Frankly, he gets a break. He gets to breathe.
Episode 17, Know Thy Enemy. This is when Isabel comes back to town.
Yes. And John just lets her
John
into
has
the
invited
safe
her
house.
into town
Bastard.
and then later into their house.
John Gilbert, I swear to God.
Isabel
offers a safe house to Elena. And Elena's like, there's no way we can trust you.
What event are they at where Catherine swipes Elena, switches places with her,
Some sort of town
gives her
event.
to Isabel? Another town event happens.
It's at the Lockwood house is all I know. Also, Alaric gets snatched.
He gets snatched and gets Klaus dumped in his body. But before Catherine is snatched, she's walking with Stefan.
Right. Yes, of course.
Pretending to be Elena. Be like, yeah, we need to figure out what Isabel is up to. Stefan gets her away from everyone else and is immediately again like, okay, I know you're not Elena. What have you done with her? Catherine vervains him and is like, sorry, sweetie, can't have you stopping me getting my way. She later on goes to a second location where Maddox gets her because Isabel has led her into ambush.
They decide to sign over the Salvatore house to Elena because they're like, listen, we don't trust what's-her-face, but we do need a safe house for you.
So I guess John ate with that one thing in that he made them realize we can't rely on this house
Right.
because it's in John's name as well as Jenna's and he can just let anybody in.
Y'all can just let people in willy-nilly. Let's give Elena her own house where it's just her.
Stefan and Damon also realized that as far as Catherine knows, and we don't know where the hell she is, Bonnie had lost her witch magic. So we have a secret weapon.
In Bonnie.
Episode 18, The Last Dance. It won't be, but this is when Klaus comes to town impersonating Alaric. The writers definitely hadn't settled on some future things yet because he shows very little interest in Stefan Salvatore.
I guess you can handwave it and being like, he's playing the long game.
I guess. He was just like, I need to lay eyes on my doppelganger.
Doppelganger.
Elena officially signs the paperwork, so the Salvatore boarding home is now her safe house. Unfortunately, Klaus immediately comes in because he's
in Rick's body now.
He's in Alaric's body and can walk into homes uninvited. Because of Klaus Lorik's creepy message sent through what's-her-face, Dana, during the school day, they now know that Klaus is in town, compelling people.
Awful. Terrifying.
They go to the dance. Obviously, Elena and Stefan are each other's dates. Klaus then compels some stooges to... Is it Damon they attack or is it Jeremy they attack and then Damon shows up? Thinking he can diffuse the situation easily and then they have vampire hunting weapons and he's like, wait, what?
Now hold on. And then he almost kills them and Stefan's like, dude, what the hell?
Like, no, they're compelled. And Damon's like, so?
I don't care.
And Stefan, at least able to deflect and handle Damon in the situation, is like, it's a distraction. Go and find Bonnie.
God.
Go find
honestly.
Elena. Elena and Bonnie, meanwhile, encounter Klaus Lorik, who reveals, ta-da, I'm secretly Klaus, and is trying to goad Bonnie into attempting to kill him in Rick's body and overcharging herself so that she'll die.
Bonnie tells Elena to head off while she chases after Rick because she blasts Rick with magic, obviously.
Oh, yes.
And then Klaus Rick runs off, skedaddling, and she's like, you go find the others, I'm chasing after that man. It's a really cool scene of Bonnie marching down, looking left and right like a Terminator, because she's all juiced up. So good.
So because of that, Stefan is with Elena and is not privy to the plan that Damon quickly concocts with Bonnie to fake her death. Elena's tears are real and believable, and she's very upset when she comes across Damon and is like, you let my friend die, and you knew that I didn't want that to happen. And I'm like, Stefan, for better or for worse, would never have done this.
Yeah. It's kind of messed up. It's the thing that pushes her to do what she does next because she's traumatized. Oh, God. She's like, if y'all had just stuck to my original plan, so many people would still be alive right now. All of you are useless to me. I'm gonna go re-engineer my deal.
This is where the comparison is made.
Right.
Stefan is like, well, you didn't let me in on the plan. And Damon's like, yeah, because you would have told her. You will always do that and be open and not keep secrets. And Stefan's like, yeah, because I respect her. And Damon's like, yeah.
I respect and love her.
Stefan's like, you put Elena through a lot of pain tonight. And Damon's like, yeah, but I kept her alive. And so actually, that makes me the better option, Stefan, because I'm happy to be the bad guy if it means ultimately she is safe. I'm the guy who gets things done. I'm the real it's handled in this situation.
A thesis I simply don't agree with. I simply do not. And the fact that he gets away with it pisses me off.
If there had been some character growth after the fact, I would have been fine with it. That this anti-villain or anti-hero, whatever, is like, I'm happy to be the bad guy because of the love I have for this girl that is currently unrequited. But we can't stay on that track once you guys are now the OTP.
Right.
Like, it's giving unhealthy. But yeah, as you say, at the end of the episode, Elena's like, cool, taking matters into my own hands. And by matters, I mean daggers. I'm waking Elijah up.
Nice.
Episode 19, Klaus. Klaus Michelson, who we finally get to see via flashbacks that put his relationship with Elijah into a perspective that seems very similar to Damon's relationship with Stefan, as we've discussed in the originals episode. When Elena has woken Elijah up, she leaves with him so that by the time Stefan rings her up, she's already gone, and she's like, listen, I'm fine, I'm safe, I'm brokering a new deal with Elijah. And again,
once
Stefan's like,
exactly. Stefan's like,
I don't like it.
you're insane for this, girl, but I'm gonna trust you. And the moment Damon walks in the room and asks what's going on, he says, here's what's happening. And Damon's like, and you let her? And he's like, I trust her. I respect her. What don't you get about those two things? Also, frankly, this is the era of us pretending that Damon has a girlfriend in Andy Starr. So, like, this whole shit pisses me off so badly, but alas. But also, Stefan isn't a tank in that scene, if I remember properly, so that's fine.
Stefan's major mistake is that he always tells Damon what's going on. I'm
Right.
like, if there's anyone who needs to be lied to, it's Damon. Frankly.
So he doesn't go off the handle.
What secrets Elena chooses to trust you with are between the two of you. Damon doesn't always need to know.
He does not.
It's fine.
Keep him out of it.
Gosh.
It's fine.
This episode, they're once again at odds because it's the thing of, oh, Stefan, you respect her choices and her autonomy, but that's weak and lets her put herself in danger because she's dumb and doesn't know what's good for her. I ignore her own requests and desires and treat her like a fragile little toy that I get to decide must be placed inside its protective casing.
Right.
And that means I love her more, or at least I love her more wisely.
Which, I said that so loudly because I'm mad. Which, to give season 1 Damon some credit, which I will rarely do, the setup for Damon and Elena in season 1 was that Stefan in season 1 was a little bit fearful of bringing Elena into the supernatural as to how she would handle it. But from that road trip where Damon and Elena pop off and she has to like rescue him from his own decisions and his own actions, he has this like newfound appreciation for her where he's like, oh, you actually get down, girl. Like, you're not the worst hang. When shit hits the fan, like, you're right there in front of it. You don't like shy away from it. And you would think going further into the story that would be his position, but he completely flips. It's bizarre. And it's like, you could argue that it's because as he develops romantic feelings for her, now he's like, oh, well, no, I can't let her run headlong into danger. It's like, you thought she could handle herself at some point. Why did that disappear? I don't know.
I guess the more he loves her, the more he values her, and now he's like, well, actually, you are fragile.
Right. It was
and I
okay
don't
when I
wanna
didn't
see you
super
get
care
hurt.
about you, because if you died, no skin off my back. But now, I need to make sure you're in one place where I can see you.
And has the audacity to expect Stefan to be grateful that he's willing to help protect this girl as if it's something altruistic
Right.
on his part.
As if it's a gift you've given him.
Which is why in this episode, Stefan's like, yeah, thank you for being in love with my girlfriend.
Right! Because ultimately, and it's silly to say in the midst of everything, the fact that Damon is so openly just like, yeah, I want to bang your girl to his brother is gross. And I hate it. Like, there's a way to do a love triangle where there's siblings involved. It's not my favorite love triangle. To be fair, I hate most love triangles. But there's a way to do this that's not gross and weird. And this is not the way.
I mean, I guess at this stage, Damon hasn't like outright made a habit of openly stating to Stefan that he's in love with Elena.
It's that Stefan's always saying it because Stefan doesn't need Damon to say it. He knows it.
Damon's like, I take the fifth. I'm not incriminating myself. Your Honor, I never said I was in love with Elena.
Said it to Elena, wiped her memory, and got away with it. So.
Well, technically, Your Honor, there were no witnesses to that because I erased the mind of the one witness.
Yeah, I'm always just like, damn, you really suck that much.
Speaking of respect, Stefan does tell Damon that, you know what, you can say what you want to say about who's better at keeping Elena safe, who loves her more, but I have the one thing you never will.
Yes.
Her respect.
Yes.
Which is like, oop,
Exactly.
Touched a nerve there because Damon punches him in the face.
And it's like, why is he getting punched for telling the truth? She isn't your girlfriend, Damon.
He doesn't like being reminded that yet another doppelganger of the Petrovaline doesn't respect him.
I'm sorry you suck as a person. That's not Stefan's fault. And frankly, Stefan has been so infinitely patient and generous with the weirdness of this dynamic that it's crazy it took 19 episodes for him to finally go, hey, screw you actually for trying to move in on my girl. And Damon has the gall to punch him and not be healed by that. Never heard of shame in his life.
After the day that Elena has had with Elijah, she comes on over to Stefan Salvatore just in time to break up her boy toys from fighting. And she's like, listen, here's how it's gonna be. I have made a new deal with Elijah. The sacrifice is going to happen. Bonnie will be able to kill Niklaus without dying herself. This does mean that I'm going to be the one offered up on a platter, but I am comfortable with that. Elijah has some plans brewing. I've decided to trust him. I need all of you to trust me, and if not trust me, at least respect my wishes. Stefan, of course, is like, all right,
Easy to do.
I'm down. Your wish is my command.
Thank you.
Which I guess people who like Damon's energy would be like, that's so beta of you, Stefan. No, you need to pick this girl up, pull her over your shoulder, and march her out of this room and into safety. Throw her into the gilded cage that a real man puts his true love inside.
I'm not going to say that it's not that, because I'm sure it's a little bit of that, even from people who don't subscribe to that ideology, because we internalize a lot of things sometimes the way we're socialized. But I always approach it from the perspective of, because a lot of people will say, well, letting that happen means you're okay with Elena dying then, and like the decisions she make that are risky. And it's like, well, no, that's not. And in fact, Stefan, as we've said, always vocalizes when he's opposed to Elena's decisions. But my question is always, what is the alternative? You show that you are unreliable as a partner as to your respect and your trust and your loyalty to this person, under some notion that anything is acceptable so long as you've kept this person alive. That is the only metric by which you can be measured as a loved one, is that you've run roughshod over all of their agency. So long as they're alive, it's fine. What's the quality of their life? How much has the count of their loved ones been reduced? What is the state of being around them? Doesn't matter to you, right? So it's like, is that alternative preferable to you? And if so, hey, far be it from me. But at least up until this point, the thesis of the show is that no, that's not a preferable alternative.
And truthfully, coming as he is, however long ago, out of a relationship like the one he had with Catherine, someone who was like, you know, I love you enough not to feed on you until you die, and, you know, to make you unknowingly ingest my blood so that if anything goes wrong, you'll come back as a vampire and you can live forever with me, safe and sound and superpowered. It makes total sense that Stefan would be like, I'm not about to be the person who comes and says, listen,
Exactly.
I'm older, wiser, and stronger. I know best. I love you so much, but I'm going to treat you like a parent treats a toddler and be like, listen, it's not up for debate. My word is final. You don't know enough to say no.
God.
And it's wild that Damon, who was also in a similarly manipulative relationship with Catherine, though not exactly the same, because he was able to give some consent, he doesn't see that as like, oh, let's learn from the mistakes of the toxic love that I was in, where I was the victim. No, I'm gonna be like, no, Elena, this is what love looks like. It's me telling you that you're dumb, and given time, you'll forgive me, and you will come to see that everything I did was for the best. Even though I surely know you well enough as a person to know that however useless I might think Jeremy and Caroline and Bonnie and Matt are, you clearly care about
They
them.
matter to you. No concept of that. And you said it so well in the Damon episode about his perception of Elena as dumb and incompetent when it comes to this stuff, is that if you perceive her of such a low level of intelligence as compared to you, why are you pursuing her? Why do you want to be in a relationship with her if you think she's too stupid to exist in this world?
Because one day I'll make her a vampire and then she'll be on my level and she'll see that all these human lives
She'll
aren't
magically
important.
transform into an all-knowing being.
He's like, Elena, I can swap this life of shame. Swap it out for a dark gift.
Swap it out for a dark gift. Get me out.
Episode 20 is the last day. This is the episode in which we actually get into the nitty-gritty of how exactly Elijah plans to spare Elena in the sacrifice, which, as we've discussed in other episodes, so Elena dies in the sacrifice. Klaus is weakened as he transforms into a true hybrid. Bonnie attacks him with the strength of 100 witches, delivers him to the brink of death, and then Elijah finishes him off. Elena will come back because Elijah will give him a magical elixir that he originally got for Katarina, and that will resurrect her after she dies. And Damon's like, Damon, who I don't even know why he's here. He's already said that he's not interested in this plan.
You know that kid when you're kids and there's the one who's sulking because they've been spurned somehow and nobody's like on the same page about what they're upset about, and they're like, I don't want to play anymore, and you're like, okay, we're just gonna keep playing over here, and then they just kind of hang around nearby because they can't leave because they really want to be part of the fun again, but they're not gonna ask because
it's
they're
that
too
meme.
proud.
Damon's the one in the corner being like, you guys with your stupid plan that's never gonna work, and then they're just like the giant thumbs up from
Thumbs
the
up.
group.
The biggest thumbs up from Elena and Stefan. I love it. Elena then goes, because Damon goes off in a huff because nobody's listening to him and his bullshit. Elena goes to go placate him, as she'll often have to in future. And he's not hearing her or respecting her decisions. He's like, actually, I know what's best to do in this scenario so you don't die and I can still have you. I'm going to feed you my vampire blood so that when the sacrifice happens, you'll come back a vampire.
I think it's something she hasn't said out loud yet, because it's after this, once the blood is in her system, that she says it out loud to Stefan when they're alone. But certainly, it doesn't need to be said out loud. It's like, you don't just turn someone
people
into a vampire.
And Stefan comes in flying with a punch, which I love.
Which is good.
And Damon has the gall to stake him after that. It's like, haven't you done enough? Where's your shame? Crazy.
And Elena's like, as master of the house, quite literally, get out.
Right.
Before that happens, Stefan and Damon have a conversation where, as usual, Damon's like, you're all stupid for putting your trust in Elijah. And Stefan says something that we have essentially stated ourselves. Stefan says, I'm not putting my trust in Elijah. I'm putting my trust in Elena. I'm doing that because she put her faith in me. He also says, she chose to trust you too, Damon. And Damon's like, well, her instincts aren't very good. And I'm like, now,
so
where are we, Damon?
Like, make up your damn mind.
This is some Twitter argument ass logic, if ever I've seen it.
God.
You're saying, I'm angry at Elena because I know better than her. Stefan says, she knows quite a fair deal. Look at how she's chosen to trust the two of us. And then you say, well, no, trusting us just proves how dumb she is because we're not trustworthy. And it's like, but if you're not trustworthy, then why do you get to make
Why
decisions?
do you get to decide what's best? This circular logic, this rotating goalpost. I don't get it.
The goalposts are on a turnstile on stage.
The goalposts are on the Hadestown rotating platform. Wait for me.
Oh, gosh. But Elena, once Stefan is bleeding on the floor from his wound, she's like, Aunt Jenna, who's rejoined the fray and now knows everything. She's like, Aunt Jenna, go get some blood. And she does. So that's a nice moment where Jenna's like, look, I can handle myself. I'm part of the supernatural world now, and I helped and I wasn't squeamish. And it's like, aw.
Cute.
I'm sure she'll be around for a long time to have many more sweet moments like this.
I'm sure she'll have a great time as Alaric's vampire hunter girlfriend.
And you know what it is? I guess she's the Jenny Calendar.
She's the Jenny Calendar. Oh, you're so right. Her name's Jenna, for God's sake. Come on.
And the fact that she's based on a book character called Judith. Why did you change her name to Jenna?
Why'd you change her name? Kevin? Julie? What's going on?
This is when they're like, let's have our final day. The last day, roll credits. They go off, spend some time hiking in the woods, as Caucasians do.
As they do. As someone who just hiked for an hour and a half in the pouring rain. Oh my God, how do y'all do it? I don't get it.
Which I guess was the point. Stefan was like, because at one point she's like, can't you just like whoosh us up the cliff with your vamp jumping that looks like flying? And he's like, no, I want you to feel the human experience, because this might be your last day as a human before you come back as a vampire tomorrow. tomorrow.
So thoughtful.
And eventually they do talk and they're like, we've never really spoken about the future, which I'm like, I know it's been a roller coaster ride since day one, but wild that you haven't spoken about the future. He basically asks her, like, what do you want? Because I mean, from my side, I love you so much that I would, happily spend forever with you.
It's like an eternity with you sounds like a dream to me. I'm like, oh, whoa, they're gonna lie about you in the future, my guy. I'll remember.
The things you've lied about.
Oh, the things you lied about. She does ask him for a rundown of like the experience of being the vampire, and he gives her the honest truth. He's like, the highs are high, the lows are low. You will be watching a lot of people pass away, but also you will be seeing a lot of experience in your immortal life that you couldn't have as a mortal. He's very fair about it, which is like, as always, a generous thing to do when it's like, I could bias this to convince her to become a vampire so she can stay with me, because if she doesn't become a vampire, she dies and I lose her forever. And he's still choosing to be completely honest, even saying that like his own experience as a vampire most of the time isn't that great. You're too good, Stefan.
Even as he tells her that, he's like, it would be selfish of me to ask you to become a vampire for me. And the scene, the warm feelings you're getting, I'm about to ruin them. The scene is, I suppose, somewhat ruined by the fact that he's like, I'm going to mention Damon now.
Right.
Play devil's advocate for my brother, as I do.
Right.
It's my second job. Damon only made you drink his blood because he loves you.
Thank you, Stefan Salvatore, for that. I don't give a shit. I'm going to note it as the narrative speaking through him, because again, it's crazy that Stefan always has to vocalize these things for him. It's weird and it's wild, and I hate it.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Elena's like, listen, I don't know what love is. I'm only 17.
Fair.
And she's like, yeah, I love you, but I have no idea about my future. And I was supposed to deal with that in real time as it happened, grow up and have a family and get old. And now it's all gone. And I'm like, yeah. And you know who took that from
away
her?
from
Stefan. Wild that you try to defend him in this moment.
Like, that's not love. That's not what love is. I'm sorry. It's silly and it's nonsensical. It's possession.
And in a show full of toxic love, I'm like, again, this is the same season in which we met Catherine.
Right.
And saw everything she did to the two of you.
And the narrative is happy to point out that, no, that's messed up and she's delusional. And yet, for whatever reason, Damon, with no effect or change, it's like, well, maybe he's making a point. Maybe you kind of want that for you, baby girl.
It's insane that the number of things that Catherine does to Stefan that are painted as, this is abusive, this is terrifying, this is a power imbalance. When Damon does it, the story wants us to believe that, no, he's struggling with his feelings.
Right.
Like, Catherine compels Stefan, Damon compels Elena.
And it's like, oh, it's just because he can't bear to have her struggle with the knowledge of his love while she's with his brother. So he just took that struggle away from her. It's like, no, he took away her agency. It's the same shit.
And I'm like, yeah, if I wanted to, I could be like, if this was the precedent being set by Damon, I could say, okay, Your Honor, in the People versus Damon Salvatore, as per that precedent, I think you can understand that Catherine only compelled Stefan because they'd already established they were in love, and she just didn't want him to be scared of her vampire face.
She was doing it to spare him the burden and the pain. It's like, oh. Yeah.
And Elena is crying in this scene.
Bless
and
her.
Stefan is like, it's okay to say it. You can just, you can say it out loud and admit it. And then she's like, I don't want to be a vampire, Stefan. I never wanted to be a vampire.
Yeah.
Which I was like, girl, okay. I mean, teach their own.
Yeah, listen, it's her choice. And that's ultimately the thesis, right? Is that she gets to decide, even if it's a ludicrous decision in the world that she lives in where she's being attacked every day, and being a vampire would absolutely help her. If she doesn't want to be, that's the end of the story.
So, yeah, that's a very powerful moment that we will then loop back into one of your least favorite seasons and arcs.
Yeah, we'll get there.
When Stefan says to a certain someone, you weren't there the day Elena looked me in the eye and told me she never wanted this.
Right. in this emotional moment where she was breaking down into tears at the thought of becoming a vampire. It's like, yeah, I remember things.
They go back home. Klaus is back in his own body. Even though Stefan has agreed to, go along with this plan, in that moment, faced with Klaus taking Elena to her possible doom, he's like, no, I can't bear to let you go. And Klaus is like, all right, let's not do anything stupid now, Stefan.
Elena's like, just close your eyes. It'll be like a dream.
And then he closes his eyes and
She's gone.
Vam sped away.
So sad.
Then it's, the sun also rises.
He's with the rest of the Mystic Falls gang, Rick, Bonnie, Damon, and Jeremy, because Caroline and Tyler have been snatched. Matt has been a lone agent because he's learning about vampires, and he's got a gun.
Matt and Sheriff Forbes in the C plot.
Right. All the way out there. John Gilbert has remembered magically that there's a spell that exists to transfer, I guess this is the original transfer spell, to transfer the death of one being onto another, but it only works if you're blood related. Is this the transfer spell for the Phoenix car? This is actually kind of funny after the Valerie episode. But Bonnie and Stefan then leaves to go straight to the sacrifice. We first see him most prominently standing on that cliff over there watching and speaking to Klaus while the sacrifice is going on.
By then he learns that Jenna's been snatched and he's like, I've come to trade myself because this is like a 25-year-old woman and I'm a century and a half.
Yep, easy trade to make. I've lived my life.
So noble, so noble. It's sad and tragic, but it's nice that he's like, I'm not Klaus. I would never ask Elena to make that choice. I am putting myself on the sacrificial altar in more ways than one and saying, take me instead. Don't take away my girlfriend's very quickly dwindling family.
She's only got so many people left, my guy.
Before he goes off, as they're preparing to leave for the sacrifice, Stefan has that conversation with Elijah where he's like, are you sure you're ready to kill Klaus? Because listen, I don't know if you've been watching the show, but I've been in a murderous rage many times with my own brother, but I have never actually killed him. And then Elijah's like, okay, well, some of us aren't from tiny 2-sibling households. Some of us come from big families, actually. And I have a lot of family that Klaus killed off. So don't get it twisted. I am going to kill him.
Sounds like a skill issue on your part, but...
Once Stefan shows up on the quarry as Elena is begging Klaus to spare Jenna, Klaus is like, well. I don't remember you being on the guest list. Rushes over to go and talk to Stefan. And is like, okay, Stefan, what do you want? Stefan's like, okay, I'm here to trade myself in exchange for Jenna. And he's like, oh, let's go ask Elena what she thinks about this. At this point, Elena has heard because Jenna's using her vampiring to eavesdrop. They rush back down and Klaus is like, okay, Elena, so what's it gonna be? Your aunt or your boyfriend? Elena's like, no, actually, I'm not playing this game. How could you possibly ask me to make that choice? And he's like, it's fine, it's cool. I like your boyfriend too, so I'm not gonna kill him. Stakes Stefan in the back and leaves him on the floor. And then he does the sacrifice. I think he's already killed Jules at that point.
Yeah.
Then he kills Jenna. And then as Stefan lies helplessly on the floor, he feeds off Elena until she dies. Then he starts to transform. Bonnie attacks. Boom. Damon kills Greta. Elijah shows up. Is like, hello, Klaus, here to kill you. Damon pulls a stick out of Stefan. And then Stefan, again, the story's like, we need to give Elena some time.
You get Elena's body away. I'm gonna stay and make sure this Klaus is dead.
I'm gonna make sure he dies. I'm the boyfriend who handles it. And I'm like, okay, I think, wouldn't you want to be, okay, sure, whatever.
Would you want to reverse those positions maybe? Maybe Damon at this point should be the one doing the grunt work? I don't know. Okay.
Because at this point, we're still not sure whether Elena might not wake up in transition.
Right.
So it's like, wouldn't you want to be with her in case... But all right.
Wouldn't you want to be the first face she sees if she does wake up?
But yeah, Elijah goes back on his word because Klaus is like, actually, no, I didn't dump all of our family's daggered bodies in the ocean. But if you kill me now, you'll never find them. Which I'm like, we have witches and locator spells. I don't think that's true,
so
Elijah.
Many. And your only witches have just been slaughtered, so how could you possibly hide them from me? You know?
But yeah, Elijah stabs them all in the back, saves Klaus, and Stefan and Bonnie are just left standing there like, well...
All right then. Guess we failed.
Elena wakes up And she's human. John dies to save her, and we have a double funeral for John and Jenna.
R.I.P.
We could have made it the 3 J's and buried Jules, but I guess we just left her to decompose in the quarry.
I'm sure they told Tyler, surely.
Oh yeah, I guess Tyler was sort of friends with her at this point.
Yeah.
Sure. Elena's still very upset with Damon. Damon's like, by the way, Stefan, don't make any promises to your girlfriend that she's not going to lose anybody else, because I am dying of a little werewolf nip that I got the other night. And Stefan's like, no, I'm not going to let you die. I'll find a way to save you. And that's where the penultimate episode ends. Into episode 22, As I Lay Dying. Damon, a fan of my band, named after Isabel's demise, is like, time for suicide by sunlight.
A beautiful Twitter era for you.
He takes off his ring, has one last drink of, what is it, he loves bourbon, and prepares to burst into flames in front of the curtains. Stefan shows up and is like, what the hell? No, I said I was going to find a way to save you, and I'm not going to let you give up, and locks him in the Salvatore cellar so that he can be all delirious and rabid without hurting anybody. Stefan then goes to Bonnie, as everyone in this group does, and is like, hey, Bonnie, girl who learned she was a witch like 6 months ago, do you know if there's a cure for a werewolf bite? Damon is dying, and Bonnie's like, I guess we can go ask the 100 dead witches. So they go to the witch's house, and she tries to call on Emily. Emily possesses her body and is like, hey, Stefan, long time. How was the comet? Stefan's like, Emily, bestie, werewolf bite cure. And Emily's like, I don't know. There's
Maybe
a
let
natural
Damon
balance
die.
to
I don't
everything,
know.
and maybe Damon deserves to die.
Like, real and true, Emily Bennett, and I respect you for it.
However, because she's a messy queen, she's just like, I'm not saying there's not a cure. I'm just saying maybe I shouldn't give it to you. So Bonnie's like, yeah, the witches hung up on me, but before they ended the call, I heard them say the name Klaus. I guess he's the key to the cure. And Stefan's like, God damn it. They're having a screening of, what is it?
Gone with the Wind.
Gone with the Wind. Stefan, I think he really wants to tell Elena that Damon is dying, and he's been like holding off at this point, but he's like, hey, time's running out. Let me tell her so that at least she has a chance
To say goodbye
forgive
if
him.
I can't sort this out, because it's ridiculous, actually, what we've done here. And then he heads off.
Which is nice of him. I understand why Damon is like, I don't want to tell her this and make her feel like she has to forgive me. So, decent on his part. But Stefan's like, I want to tell her so that she doesn't, spend the rest of her life being like, oh no, you died while I was mad at you.
Right.
So yeah, he tells Elena and she's like, oh no, and I've been so angry at him, and he tried to apologize. I'll go have a conversation. And he's like, yeah, okay, you do that. I'm gonna go speak to Klaus and find a cure. And Elena's like, isn't that dangerous? And he's like, no. Remember, Klaus didn't kill me the other day, so I don't know, for some reason he doesn't want me dead. Again, Stefan the Martyr, he's like, I'm the one who made Damon a vampire.
Stupid.
I owe it to him to find him a cure.
Don't piss me off. I hate it. I hate that that's the
And I'm
reason
like,
he
but
ends up in
Stefan-
this.
Stefan, walk me through this logic, because if Damon hadn't turned for you, he'd have died 145 years ago.
So we'd be in the same position. You actually, not to say it because I held back earlier, but you gave him the life he has now. If anything, he should be thanking you for making him turn. My God.
Gosh, Stefan.
It's
Stefan, ugh.
Yeah, he pops over to Klaus. We did discuss it in the originals episode.
Where Captain's like, hello, did you all forget about me? And then Klaus comes home and is like, sorry, Stefan, I have some promises to keep to my brother, so I'll be with you in just a second. And Elijah's like, don't give me that look, Stefan. Yes, I betrayed you, but even you are here to help your brother because you know how important family is. And my brother promised to reunite me with mine. And Klaus is like, I sure did. And daggers him.
Yeah.
And he's like, cool. What did you say you wanted, Stefan? And Stefan's like, I want a cure for a werewolf bite. I have reason to believe that you might have the cure. Klaus is like, what do I get out of this? And Stefan's like, I will do whatever you want. Just please help me save my brother. And Klaus is like, that does sound enticing, but I'm gonna be honest with you. You're kind of boring right now. I don't know, the way you are, this bunny diet you keep, you're kind of useless. However, I heard a rumor that once upon a time, a certain someone was a world-famous Ripper just tearing through the streets of Monterey. Stefan's like, no, I haven't been that way in a long time. That's not me anymore.
And this is the first we're hearing of that, right? Because the stuff that Damon says is in season 3. We haven't heard about all of this.
Yeah. Klaus is like, that's the kind of vampire I can make a deal with. And Stefan's like, Klaus is like, okay, fine, I'll give you a demonstration. Calls Catherine over, bites her hand with his toxic hybrid teeth, and then forces her to drink his blood, curing her. And he's like, there we go. My blood is the cure. So, do we have a deal? Klaus pours his blood into a vial and says, I will give this to you if you will have some fun with me. Let's go on a decade-long bender and just be vampires. And Stefan's like, no, I don't do that anymore, bruh. Like, I'm clean now. And Klaus is like, oh, okay. You would have been a good wingman. And I'm like, yeah, sure, Klaus. Wingman. Is that what we're calling it these days? Starts to pour his blood down the drain. And someone's like, fine, I'll do it. Klaus is like, cool. I want you to give me a demonstration now. Drink this blood bag. Stefan finishes, and then he's like, cool. Now, drink another one.
Yeah, makes him go
Then
through
spends
a number
the
of
rest
them.
of the evening force-feeding Stefan blood as he becomes more and more feral. Even Catherine is watching like, Eventually, Stefan is like, no more. Not until you give me the cure to give to Damon. And Klaus is like, I want to make sure that you are serious about becoming a Ripper again. And eventually, he's like, if you're going to be a buzzkill about it, Catherine, why don't you go give Damon the cure? Catherine's like, I can leave? Bye. Vamp speeds away. Stefan's like, no, she's not under compulsion. She's not going to do it. And Klaus is like, yeah, I know that she's not under compulsion. Guess you'll just have to hope that she does what you ask. By the end of the episode, though, Stefan gets a message from Elena telling him that, yay, Catherine did show up with the cure. Damon's alive. Where you at, though? He blue ticks her and leaves town with Klaus, who's like, listen, I know Catherine's not coming back. We'll find her. But I have a grand, nefarious arc that I have planned for the two of us. One more thing, though. Drinking out of blood bags, I mean, that's pretty PG. That doesn't really prove anything. That's not Ripper behavior. I want you to prove to me that you're a real vampire. I have here a compelled, nameless damsel. She's a woman, so it's not homoerotic.
Yay, if there's a woman involved.
And he's like, I want you to feed off her. And by the way, I have not compelled her to behave, because that's boring. A real Ripper, a real hunter enjoys the hunt, the chase. When she's terrified and screaming and begging for mercy, that makes it cool. Chase after her. Kill her. And Stefan does. And at this point, we can see that he's only kind of doing it under duress now. There's definitely a part of him that's like,
Conscious
yeah,
effort.
this was enjoyable on my part. And it's like, oh no. Klaus, what have you done? And that is where we end the season for Stefan.
It really is the last properly good era for Stefan, which in some ways sucks, but in other ways it's like I said earlier when we first find out that Stefan has a problem with blood. It's like, while this is gonna make the character more interesting, I suppose, more narratively dynamic, rather than him always being just the best guy. It's simply unavoidable. I'm sure there are Stefan detractors out there because I've seen the insane takes online that some people try to have about this character. None of you can deny, at least for the first 2 seasons, that Stefan is just unreasonably good. Just unreasonably great as a person, as a partner, as a friend. And so it's like, I can imagine after 2 seasons of that, it's like, well, we can't keep doing the same thing with him. As we see in season 2, he starts to dip from the narrative because there's only so much you can do with him actively. He fits so much better as a supporter of Elena, as a soundboard and a angel on the shoulder of Damon, just as the all-around, knight for the group.
Yeah.
But if you want to tell an interesting story with him, you're going to have to do something different. And this is where we go, which is not a great era for Stefan, but It is very interesting, and it is the one I'm looking most forward to discussing. Have been since we did the Damon episode.
Ooh. But certainly, yeah, in this early era, he's that archetype that we've seen in all the supernatural love triangles. He's the good boy,
The
he's
sweetheart.
the safe option. Another tidbit for, this will be in the audio, so I'll say for later, for another time, without spoiling anything. Stefan skips town without telling anyone where he's going and disappears at the end of season 2 in, I guess, a similar way to how Angel is literally sent to hell
Fair.
at the end of season 2 of
I
Buffy.
guess you could argue being with Klaus and going to hell are similar experiences. I would never dispute that.
There are far more obvious instances of the connection between Angel and Stefan that we will get to.
Oh yeah, we're on our way. But other than that, I have no further thoughts. I'm raring to go for season 3 and 4 because that's where I think I have the most to say on this character.
I guess as far as I'm concerned, it's the peak because,
Yes.
as we know, I didn't get what I wanted and it's all downhill from there. That is it from the two of us. We did try to remain unbiased. If we seemed like we were gushing over Stefan, that's just the text.
I mean,
if we seemed like we were annoyed with Damon, that
That's
is
just
always
the
fair and
text.
justified. Any questions or thoughts or, I guess, hate mail, you can email us at animalattackpod@gmail.com, or you can tweet us at animattackpod. That's at ANIM attackpod. We have a link tree in the bio with all of our online stuff, including our Instagram. So yeah, check it out and let us know. But until then, that's all from us. Bye.
cheers.